and governance architecture of the country without consensus. That is the reality. And consensus takes time, and it takes effort.
The Prime Minister's statement is against the backdrop of the opposition's stance not to sign a report that was done by the Constitutional Reform Committee (CRC), which includes members of the opposition. The report is now being reviewed by Cabinet, and when completed, it will be tabled in Parliament along with the government's conclusion. The government says it will not engage in the politicization of the reform process or contribute to undermining its integrity. Violent behavior in schools was also on the Prime Minister's agenda in the past week. He instructed the Ministries of National Security and Education and Youth to undertake an immediate reassessment of the security risk at all schools. This is to identify institutions that are at risk and direct resources accordingly.
We have already started to increase the number of case managers that would be available for community intervention and school intervention through the Ministry of National Security. We're going to increase the number of school resource officers, and the school resource officer program has been very effective, but from time to time, depending on the intensity of implementation, sometimes schools get resource officers and sometimes they don't.
While the reassessment is taking place, Prime Minister Holness has instructed that school administrators conduct more searches to ensure weapons are not making it onto the learning institutions. He asserts that the government will be implementing social intervention initiatives to address bullying and the recruitment of children into gangs. The National Parenting Support Commission is also expected to increase its engagement with parents to ensure their children are better able to deal with conflict and are given the tools required for peaceful resolution. Safety concerns continued to be a focus, with attention also placed on conduct on the roads. The National Road Safety Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, met at Jamaica House and discussed drinking and driving and the use of breathalyzers, public education, and legislation. Prime Minister Holness says the aim is to save lives and develop a culture of safe road use for both motorists and pedestrians. He insists that collaborative effort is needed to achieve this.
The purpose of the National Road Safety Council is to get Jamaicans to understand that there is a safe systems approach that could virtually eliminate accidents.
Wrapping up the week, the head of government delivered the news of expansion for the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation branch in St. Thomas. Mr. Holness was the keynote speaker at the foundation's fundraising dinner on Saturday. He says a nursery, dormitory, and other amenities will be designed and constructed by the Factories Corporation of Jamaica (FCJ), which is to adopt the facility. The Prime Minister adds that a contribution of $10 million will go towards the construction of a dormitory for the center in Kingston.
Because some of the adolescents, the teenagers who have gotten pregnant, their home circumstances are such that they may leave home and get a reprieve in coming to the classes, but when they go back home, it's either uncomfortable or the
Minister in charge of Post Cabinet, and we have the newly minted Parliamentary Secretary as well, Senator Apka Fitzhenley. So once again, we're starting in another 45 seconds.
Where's everyone? Mm-hmm. Good morning, Jamaica, and welcome to this week's post-cabinet press briefing. I know it's weird to see me and not to see Minister Morgan, but I have to start by thanking Minister Morgan for his 2 years leading this information portfolio. And I also want to note that when I became a minister a year ago, it's been 1 year, he was one of the first persons to reach out to me. He was one of the first persons to help me to understand how cabinet works and the inner workings of cabinet. So I do see him as a friend. He has done tremendous work in making this post-cabinet press briefing as professional as it is today. I looked at some post-cabinet press briefings from many years ago, and you can see the increase in the quality of the production. And of course, that's also thanks to the JIS team. And I want to acknowledge all the work they too have done with Minister Morgan. And so I see my role here as basically building on that foundation that he has built. And I thank him for having built such a strong foundation for me to continue this work. In terms of our schedule for today, we are going to be having our Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and she's going to be joining us to talk about the most topical thing, which is constitutional reform. And she will be coming up a little bit later. We have some persons in our audience that I have to acknowledge. I have to acknowledge newly minted, or well, to be minted later today, or lovely Senator Abka Fitz-Henley. I welcome him here today. And again, I am so proud of him and so happy to see his elevation in this way. We joined the Senate at the same time, and I know he will contribute a lot in his new role. I want to acknowledge also my Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Rocky Mead. I saw the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, but I see the Attorney General here too, and I have to acknowledge, and we have some members of the Constitutional Reform Committee here with us today. We have Dr. Elaine McCarthy, and we also have Nadine Spence with us, and I think more members may join us as we go along. Now, as I take over this role, I want to note to all members of the media that this press briefing is something that's very important to the administration. We believe very strongly that it is important to talk about what the administration is doing. And my commitment to you is that I will be open. I will give you as much information as I have. Where I do not have the information, I will get back to you. But just know that this is something that is seen as an important part of getting our message out to the people of Jamaica in relation to our work. I want to start this morning by speaking a little bit about some of the things that happened in the last week and some areas that we would want to note. And before I begin that, I have to start with a message of condolence. And, you know, it's always sad when you lose a member of any fraternity, and especially when you lose a member of the media fraternity. And we were advised this morning that Job Nelson, who spent 30 years, he has 30 years of journalism experience. He worked with The Observer and also with Loop, and he passed last night. It was an unfortunate, violent incident, and we express our condolences to his family. We express condolences to all who have worked with him and all who have been a part of his work for those 30 years. Again, you know, these acts of criminality, we have to denounce them. We have to condemn them as strongly as we can. And I know it's difficult for many members of the media this morning. And so again, I express my condolences to all of you. In terms of, and I see the minister has arrived. Welcome, Minister. In terms of some of the discussions from the last week, obviously the issue of constitutional reform has been front and center, and that is a good thing because our constitution is fundamental to us as a nation. And to have it being raised and the profile being raised and people talking about constitutional reform, that is an absolutely good thing. Irrespective of what side of the fence someone is on, talking about the Constitution cannot be seen as something bad. It belongs to all of us. And so I think for this administration, we're very happy that we've been able to have the level of discourse raised in relation to this area. And of course, with the Constitutional Reform Committee that has worked tirelessly for 1 year on this, we are very grateful to them, and you'll hear a lot more about that. The issue of water is obviously a very important issue for many people across Jamaica, and the administration has prioritized that. And a key development last week, Thursday, we saw Minister Samuda and with the Prime Minister commissioning the Hopewell to Fort Charles pipeline. And this is going to be able to assist 3,000 residents. And I know a lot of times we see all these new commissionings and it just seems normal. It's not normal for a lot of people. This is the first time in a long time they would have running water. And 3,000 residents last week were able to say, yes, I see the work that is being done by the administration in this area. Also, last week, Minister Vaz announced that we were going to get 100 new CNG, compressed natural gas buses, and they've been ordered and they've been paid for now. I'm told they were paid for last week, and they will be loaded on a ship and they will be here by July, which means that before back to school in September, we would have been able to get those buses in. And these new buses will make 170 additional buses that have been added to the fleet since Minister Vaz has taken his appointment about a year ago. And so this expenditure is unprecedented. We have an aging fleet. Many of our buses, as many of you know, if you put them out in the morning, they're invariably going to have issues by in the afternoon. We've had serious issues in this area, and it is an area that Jamaicans have complained about. And this is an area where the administration has listened and has done tremendous work and spent billions of dollars to try to address this issue. On another good note, in terms of inflation, we know inflation and the cost of living crisis is something that many people, not just in Jamaica, but around the world, are grappling with. And it is something that the administration takes very seriously. And we would have seen the actions of the BOJ over several months to try to rein in inflation. And as you know, with their independence and their entire ethos being around inflation targeting, that means that a lot of their policies would be geared to this effort. And we have finally been seeing some of the results of those actions taken by the BOJ, especially vis-a-vis or interest rate policy. And we have finally seen inflation trending down, and it's now in the 5.3%, which is in the band that the BOJ is working to keep it within. And that is a very important development, and the government remains committed to targeting inflation and keeping it at a level that will not lead to any kind of negative impact on the cost of living. And we know that that's been an issue for many people, and it's something we'll keep our eyes on. In terms of new police vehicles, that was also announced last week by our Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister. He noted that $4.6 billion have been spent on police vehicles, and that is obviously, again, showing the commitment to crime fighting that we have been embarking on. And in terms of the good news, again, cannot be overstated. Murders are down 13.1%. Shootings are down 19.2%. Rapes are down 33.5%. Robberies down 5.3%. Break-ins down 6.7%. Do we want it to be more? Absolutely. But we are on the right track. and a lot of the initiatives and policies that have been implemented, we are seeing the results of that. And it is something that we must applaud, and we must work even harder. And I know from the Deputy Prime Minister and his presentation in the Parliament, he made it very clear that yes, we are seeing these good results, but there is a lot more to come. In terms of the Justice of the Peace, we had 100 new Justices of the Peace commissioned last week. I think it was on Saturday, and that is a very good thing. We have now over 11,000 Justices of the Peace to serve every single area of Jamaica. And the Honorable Delroy Chuck has charged these Justices of the Peace to intensify their mediation efforts. And that's very important. Not everything is about, police actions. This effort towards conflict resolution and mediation, which is being undertaken by the Ministry of Justice, is absolutely important and is an important part of our goal towards reducing crime in our country, and even also addressing violence in our schools. And we know over the last week or two, we have seen a lot of reports in relation to violence in schools, and it's something that we take very seriously. And the Prime Minister gave very strong directives to the Ministry of Education and through the Minister of Education and Youth to amend and introduce any necessary policies and programs to stem this epidemic, and it is an epidemic, of violence in schools. And he expressed the fact that the administration is looking at it and is committed to finding solutions. But obviously, this is going to be a whole of country approach. It's not just the government and the schools. It's going to mean the communities. It's going to mean the churches having a role to play in bringing back our schools. Now, I have a lot more, but I will stop there because the minister is here. But just to note that there is a lot that is happening. Sometimes they can be missed in the normal news cycle. And so each week you will hear me talk through some of the key developments. And I see Minister Morgan in the room. He didn't get to hear all the nice things I said about him. But again, Minister Morgan, thank you for all the work you did. I hope to be as good as you've been in this role. I will build on your foundation. I would not agree with that statement publicly. All right, and so I'm going to now move to our guest for today, which is the Honorable Marlene Malahoo Fort, our very learned, effervescent, wonderful Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. She is going to be speaking today about the awesome work of the Constitutional Reform Committee. And we know the report was tabled yesterday in Parliament, and many of you may have had a chance to look at it. And so today we will be going through the work that has been done, the tireless work that has been done, and the consensus that has been built over many years. And we will also be able to take some of your questions. Minister?
Thank you, Minister Dixon. May I offer you my congratulations on assuming the responsibility for information, and also to congratulate Minister Morgan for the work he has done. And I see that you are being ably assisted by our new parliamentary secretary, Mr. Abka Fitzhenley. And you know, the parliamentary secretary is really a junior minister, for those who don't know. But I am so very pleased to be part of this team committed to serving our people well and ably. So good morning, everyone. Week 2, and I'm even more pleased to report progress on the work being done to reform the Constitution of Jamaica. This morning, I am joined by members of the committee, and I will invite them to stand with me because I know that you have your questions, and we will do our best to answer those questions. Last week, I indicated that the report of the committee would be made available, and this week I'm pleased to say the report of the committee is available to members of the public. Already, the discussions are raging. I must, however, ask everyone to read carefully. Read and reread, because already I have seen some inaccurate reporting, and I believe it is because of the eagerness to make comments on what is in the report without going through the sections fully. So my first message to everyone listening, whether here at home or overseas, is that you read the report of the Constitutional Reform Committee on the transition to the Republic of Jamaica and other matters carefully. If you need clarity, please seek clarity. We know that there will be other views. We know that you will be reasoning through the recommendations and you will want to have your say. So be assured we are listening very carefully. I have with me the learned Attorney General, Dr. McCoy. Will you please come, member of the committee? My co-chair actually is where I should have started. Dr. Mead, Ambassador Mead. There are so many titles for my able co-chair. Dr. Spence, who is the chair of the Public Engagement and Communications Subcommittee. Dr. Elaine McCarthy, the outgoing president of the Jamaica Umbrella Groups of Churches. We have Mr. Sujay Boswell, who is our youth strategic engager, advisor, and so much more. Oh, the young people bring a different approach to the work. Mr. Boswell has been polling left, right, and center at the drop of a hat. If we want to get the views of the young people on any of the many issues, he runs a poll. And even after the report has gone in, he has done some polls and in fact has written on behalf of the many groups that he has been engaging with. He has written letters to the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. We also have the liaison officer for the committee working between the Secretariat and the committee, Mr. Chris Harper. Chris has done an amazing job, and very often we do not see those who work behind the scene, and we take for granted what has been done. Able and competent, and I'm so pleased to have Chris as part of the team. He will not join us because he's not a member of the committee, but he is there and he is as good to answer any of the questions that you want as the committee is. Last but not least is my permanent secretary, Mr. Wayne O. Robertson. P.S. Robertson is a joy to work with. Dr. Lloyd Barnett, our local expert, is on way, and he will be joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, the report has been tabled in the Parliament as a ministry paper, and it has a summary of the recommendations. You should see that it is as clearly and simply written as is possible, dealing with this technical subject matter. This now enables us to have very focused conversation on the matters for reform in phase one. I think what we have been saying all along to members of the public, that there is a logic to the approach we have taken. It will become clearer to you. Now, many have said to me, Minister, I'm just understanding what you are saying. Sometimes you really have to have faith that those who are entrusted with the work is doing it the right way. And even if we disagree, even if we have other views on the matter, we need not be contentious in expressing those views, because I believe that we are working for our beloved island home. With that said, I'm going to invite my co-chair to say just a little again about why we proceeded the way we proceeded as things are becoming clearer.
Thank you so much, Minister, and my congratulations to Minister Morris Dixon as well, and Parliamentary Secretary Fitzhenley. It's been an interesting experience working on this very significant project. And of course, you know, I'm not an attorney. My role was primarily one of helping with the process. And I think the process is one which really could not have been avoided if you consider the magnitude of what we're doing. So constitutional reform involves a significant number of issues. Some issues that are obvious. So if you want to separate from the monarch, then clearly wherever you have the monarch or a representative indicated, that would have to be changed. That's sort of very obvious. But there are a number of issues that are important to Jamaicans. And as we went around the country last year, and sometimes I smile internally when there's a comment on lack of interaction with the public, because we had significant interaction, got significant numbers of suggestions. And although at the beginning, when we decided to phase, it was obvious that we should, when we got the feedback from the people, it was very, very obvious that we had no choice but to phase when you look at the significant number of issues that Jamaicans want us to consider. And how do you deal with significant numbers of issues when you have them? Phasing is one thing, and then you have to treat with how do you categorize the things that you're phasing? What do you put in which phase? If we were to do so subjectively, to sort of determine for ourselves what we consider important, then many Jamaicans would disagree with us, because there are some issues that we may consider minor, but they consider very significant to them. So an objective approach was taken in that the Constitution outlines certain procedures for things to be changed. And we thought it would be useful to take the most challenging, what we call in really lay language, because it's not written that way in the Constitution, deeply entrenched matters. So those that require several steps to change, including the word of the people by way of referendum. And we said, okay, let's take all of those in phase one. That objective logic, there was no, from my perspective, no subjective assessment of an issue to say it is not important or more important. Certainly not from my perspective. And as we heard from the people, it was obvious that that was a good thing to do, because there were many issues raised by persons which are equally important. And so for me, the phasing was a necessity, and the way we grouped the phasing made sense. Phase one, to deal not just with deeply entrenched matters, but those for which we could find consensus, because there are some matters as well that we could really have tried to address, but we did not find consensus. And we thought we would leave those for further discussion. So I can't comment on the politics, Minister, and that obviously we're in a political environment. I know nothing about the politics, but certainly from a process perspective, I don't see that we had a choice. And I think the committee did the best it could with the issues we face and how we had to group them. And I think this initial report is a testimony to getting consensus. And Minister, I think we could just promise the country that at the earliest opportunity, we're going to get into phase two.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, my co-chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have begun to look at the report, you will see that we set out a table of content. Now, everybody wanted to know what was happening with the committee and couldn't understand why they couldn't see every move, and found it difficult to appreciate that the level of candor that was required in addressing the issues under consideration meant that we didn't want to be afraid of being TikToked, or I heard someone said in one of the media programs that had the meetings been open, we could have just clipped a section and TikTok it out so you could see what happened. I know that everyone wants to know, and saying that there is a proper place for work to be done behind the scene does not equate to secrecy at all. We made it clear that you will hear and see the documents we have worked with. We have transcript for all the meetings, except I think 1 or 2 when the stenowriters were unavailable. But the report sets out the establishment of the committee, the terms of reference, and the terms of reference remind everyone that we didn't change course after we commenced. We commenced on agreement to proceed in phases. We say thank you to the many who have contributed to the work. The operations of the committee through the work of the subcommittees, the extent of the public engagement done, and we first met on March 22, and we held over 38 meetings leading up to the preparation of the report, 5 town hall meetings, over 80 other stakeholder engagement sessions were facilitated both face-to-face and online. The town hall meetings were held in each county within the parishes of St. James, St. Elizabeth, and Westmoreland, Manchester, and Portland. Alongside the town hall, we had stakeholder sensitization sessions in the parishes of St. James, Manchester, Portland, and Westmoreland, with participants from the private sector, especially the chambers of commerce, the ministers' fraternal, service clubs, community groups, custodes rotulorum, and justices of the peace. Alongside this, the Legal Education Division of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs engaged in over 200 sessions with civil servants across 38 ministry departments and agencies over a period of 11 months. In fact, there were 42 sensitization sessions with over 2,000 public servants. Additionally, sensitization took place with the 5th and 6th form students at some of our schools. Following different rounds of interface with the public, the CRC issued 2 separate sets of publications in the Jamaica Gleaner and the Observer on June 4 and September 21. The first was a call for submissions to enable the committee to consider any constitutional reform-related matter of particular importance to any member of the public or any group. And the second was a list of all the issues raised in the submissions and other commentaries which were considered by the CRC. And we ask whether there was any other issue that you consider. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, working with what we had, we engaged. And when we looked comparatively, it is significant, and it far exceeded what any other committee has done on the consultation front. But I got it that those who felt they should have been a part of the committee did not think that what was done was enough. And this is something we will have to work on as a nation. The fact that you are not personally part of something doesn't mean you have to decry it. It doesn't mean it is not good enough, because we are all working for a cause. Then we had our members participating in radio and television programs on RGR, IRI FM, Mellow, Cool, Love, Fire, Edge, Power 106, Fame, Gospel Jamaica, Nationwide News, Rebel Radio in the US, Television Jamaica, and CVM. And we did some 30 seconds public service announcement and a jingle. The CRC also partnered with the Jamaica Association for Debate for Empowerment, that's JADE, to host a series of competitions to include debates between the University of the West Indies and the University of Technology, Jamaica, and among high, preparatory, and public school. We're now joined by Dr. Lloyd Barnett, who, ladies and gentlemen, in case you don't know, Dr. Barnett has devoted his entire professional life on constitutional affairs. And he has worked tirelessly to help bring a certain understanding to the Constitution of Jamaica and the work that needs to be done to further the goals of independence. I believe that when the bill is tabled to abolish the monarchy, it would be a fitting honor for him and the work that he has done. Dr. Barnett, please come to the podium. Please come to the podium. I'm going to invite him to just share with members of the public the approach we took and how we managed the risks as we understood them.
Morning, fellow Jamaicans.
Morning.
I ventured outside of my competence and field and created a structure. And it reads as follows: reconstruction surgery on the body politic. The composition of our body politic is a spine of the courage and sacrifice of our national heroes, the organs of our freedom fighters, icons and leaders, the blood of our people's aspirations and self-determination, the thick skin of our advocacy and aspirations, all covered by an imperial monarchy. We are now preparing to initiate the process of transformation by the removal of the imperial outer layer. There is no reason consistent with our national identity and pride why we should, after 6 decades of independence, further delay this process of transformation. In this state of national consciousness, let us, with the instruments of patriotism and mutual respect, combine our skills in the desired reconstruction and transformation. The Constitutional Reform Committee has spent the last year in pursuit of these objectives. It has tabled or provided a report to the Cabinet, which consists of over 50 sets of recommendations. Some of those 50 have subdivisions. And to a great extent, it appears to us that most of those recommendations have support of all relevant parties, including the parliamentary opposition. And as you well know, in the last 2 days, we have been focused not on the consensus, but on the divisions. And although the divisions are, in the context of the totality of constitutional reform, fairly limited, we have concentrated on divisions rather than unity. And it appears to me that that approach needs to be discontinued, and we should seek to establish consensus where it does not exist, and to find ways of solving problems which can be solved once the determination to find a solution exists. And that is not for the CRC. It's not even for the cabinet. It's not even for the parliamentarians. It's for us as ordinary Jamaicans to find the final solution. So I'm appealing to you, to all Jamaicans, let us work together to find the way in which we can establish Jamaica as our own, under its own banner, with its own name and its own emblems. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can get a copy of my surgical prescription.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. Ladies and gentlemen, those of us who have been doing this work are not only passionate about it, but we believe it is the right thing that we are embarking on as a nation. And I do join Dr. Barnett in the appeal that a different kind of leadership is required at all levels. When Prime Minister Holness embarked on this process, he did so in good faith, with an understanding that it was what the nation was calling for as we went into the celebration of our 60th anniversary of political independence. Indeed, we must focus on the things on which we agree more than on the things which divide us. I'm going to invite Dr. Spence to share her observations with you from the civil society perspective.
Good morning, everyone. I have thoroughly enjoyed this process and learned so much from it. I threw my heart into it, and I almost didn't miss any meeting. In fact, when Mr. Harper showed us the register of attendance and I saw that I had supposedly missed 5 meetings, I challenged that. I still challenge that. I'm sure I didn't miss any. But I wanted to share something with you. Just out of graduate school, I got a job at the Institute of Jamaica, the Museums Division, and I was a museums educator for a while. And what I got immersed in at that point was the story of who we are as a people and how over time we've managed not to tell that story to ourselves in a convincing way. One of the stories I unearthed in my research on Jamaican history, and particularly the history of the people of Trelawney, was that on the day of emancipation, our ancestors took the implements of slavery, the chain, the whip, and all the implements that kept them personally enslaved and their bodies exploited, and buried them in front of the Baptist church and said, never again. This should never again. That was 1834. A form of freedom. 1838, we moved it further when we went into full freedom. And in 1865, we had another kind of understanding of freedom imposed on us or extracted from the British through the work of the people of St. Thomas. 1944, we had another movement towards independence, full independence. And then in 1962, we had political independence. The journey of our independence is not a one-shot thing. And we've been doing it, and we've been moving it along and improving the quality of it each time. And so the conversation in the public that has emerged with this is the quality of our final court. And I think that's a worthy conversation. But I think also the conversation that we have had, which is that let us do this in phases, is reflective of our history and the way our people have undergone this business of true and full independence. I think along with this is the matter of also our economic independence. And I think we have been working on that as well. And I think that as a people, we ought to be proud that we sat down this time in a time of peace. And Dr. Professor Albert always talks about this. There are different ways to make and break a constitution. One way to break a constitution is through war. But in a peaceful way, we have negotiated this process. Yes, there have been moments when we have disagreed, but that's a part of a democracy. The disagreement must be allowed for, and all our perspectives must be put on the table. Perspectives about process, perspectives about content, perspectives about the sides that we argue from, whether the political sides, the socioeconomic sides, the education, whatever side we come from, those are relevant and should be put on the table. And I think this process saw people coming together with different perspectives, but choosing to come to a consensus. And our process was truly committed to that perspective of consensus. And there were moments in that committee when I felt as if I would tear my hair out one straw at a time, because this committee would not move from a matter unless consensus was reached. And it exasperated some of us like myself, who would like to see us rush through the process, were forced to sit back and listen and hear the perspectives of the other side or the other perspective, because it was important. And so even though there's this conversation in the public about consensus and whether or not we got to consensus, I would like to assure you that we did in that room. There's another consensus to be reached with our politicians and the political leaders, and yet there's another consensus to be reached by the people. So I think that it was a worthy cause. It still is. And I look forward to phase 2 and the continuation of the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Spence. Yes, Dr. McCarthy, very briefly, and then we hear from Suji, and then we go into the recommendations and take your questions. I know that is a part everyone is waiting for, very quickly.
Thank you, Minister. And good morning, everyone. It has indeed been a journey, and I could echo a lot of what Nadine has just said. One of the things that comes to mind is the fact that as I listen to the conversation out there, I recognize that our people have come of age and they are at a stage where they want to be a part of the process. And as such, they want for their voices to be heard, and that is commendable. This whole constitutional reform has really stirred a lot of conversations, even on the road and in various groups. And we are thankful that the Lord has helped us to reach this point. One of the things that was mentioned, and I'm going to re-emphasize that throughout the entire process of our meeting and coming together, looking at this first phase and all of that, consensus was what was critical. And so all of the recommendations stated in the report that is now available to the public was reached by consensus by everyone in the committee. We had government representatives, we had members from the opposition as well as from the other groupings. And we respected the views of each other and discussed until we could come to a consensus. And I do hope that, as we look at getting through this first phase, as was mentioned by Dr. Spence, the question of the court is very critical. And I think now that the report has been released, this is now going to become a very robust discussion where members of the public need to understand the various options that that are available for us as it relates to our final court. So the whole process of further educating our public, that is critical. We have worked out a strategy where that is concerned. We have done some work in educating persons, but still there is much more to be done. And so I really am thankful that I was a part of this process. I have been in a learning environment, and I am thankful. And I pray, God, that at least the objective of that point of agreement that we all have more or less come to in terms of moving the monarchy, that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McCarthy. Sujay, very quickly, and then we are going to take questions. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I come from a community in St. James, Glendavon, and commonly one of the things I hear is a study thing set. And this reform process is an opportunity to show young Jamaicans that that is not how the things are set. We've had in our history many times when our political parties are divided on issues. And because of that, it sets back the progress of our country. The young people are looking, they are listening, they're observing, they're critiquing, and they're watching what our leaders will be doing throughout this process. Throughout the past year, we've engaged groups such as the PNPYO, the PNP Patriots. In fact, members of the opposition, led by Donna Scott Motley, Senator Donna Scott Motley, as well as Minister Malahoo Fort was a part of those conversations. We would have met with G2K and other politically aligned youth groups. We would have met with the National Youth Council of Jamaica, the different National Secondary Students Council, the Jamaica Prefects Association, and other nationally representative youth bodies, because we understand that this is a process that it needs to be inclusive. The decisions that have been taken at the table as it relates to how we move forward as a country were not determined without consultation and conversations. And the consensus that we've arrived at on the matters within the report has been reached based on those consultations and conversations. And so I am grateful to have been a part of this process. And I'm hopeful that within the next 10 years, we'll not be having this conversation that would have been going on for the past 60 years. And so I say to our leaders, our young people are watching, they are looking on, and they want to see a positive action in the interests of Jamaica, land we love. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the other members of the committee who are not here with us worked tirelessly in the cause. And I again want to put on record my appreciation to the two opposition parliamentarians, Senator Donna Scott Motley and Mr. Anthony Hilton. They engaged in good faith, they participated well, and what took place inside the committee is a good example for the rest of the society to follow. We worked in the presence of our differences. We worked respectfully and constructively in the interest of Jamaica. So now we get to the spicy part. We're open to answering your questions.
Thank you, Minister Malahoo Ford. And may I invite as well the newly minted Minister with responsibility for information back to the lectern, so both could field questions. May I take the opportunity as Minister goes to the lectern to congratulate her on having the portfolio of information, and to the newly minted Parliamentary Secretary at the OPM as well. And just to remind persons, the official swearing-in ceremony is at 2 this afternoon at King's House. Now, Minister, we do have members of the media here with us. May I then start with Ms. Small from the Gleaner.
Good morning, ministers. Sashana Small from the Gleaner. Minister Malahoo, can you clarify one of the recommendations in the CRC report as it relates to citizenship? It says Jamaican citizen should be the essential qualifying citizenship criterion for membership in Parliament. So can you clarify what essential here refers to? Is this saying that the only citizenship that should be allowed in Parliament is Jamaican citizenship?
Tell you what, I'm going to invite Dr. Barnett to assist in answering that question. I know the answer, but yes. Dr. B, would you please come to the lecture?
I'm sorry.
Please come to the lecture.
Yes.
Yes, essential means what it means, that is the critical and most important qualification necessary for the holding of these important offices. And it has been applied to the president also that we recommend should be established in the new Republican form of constitution. The question which has arisen is not as to whether Jamaican citizenship should be the essential qualification, but what is the impact where a person has dual or other citizenships. And the approach which was taken by the Constitutional Reform Committee is that other citizenship, which as we know can result from the fact that my grandmother married somebody else in another country, which gives me citizenship by descent, should not disqualify me. That was the basic approach we took, but focused on the essentials of that duality, and that is whether or not that person has a conflicting allegiance. And we know that there's a Jamaican decision which says it's not merely possessing dual citizenship that is the relevant criterion, but whether there is conflicting allegiance. Because we took the view that if a person is representing Jamaicans in our parliament, then that person cannot owe a duty to another state, which may sometimes come into conflict with Jamaica's interests.
That's it, yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barnett. There's a follow-up.
Dr. Barnett, but given the conversation that has been taking place in the public relating to dual citizenship, should we therefore then amend the Constitution to allow for parliamentarians to only have Jamaican citizenship to sit in Parliament?
Well, that is something which, as you see, has arisen since our report was submitted, in the sense that when we examine the matter, we examine it in the context of established principles and almost an established national consensus on what is the proper test. And so we extended and applied the test in the recommendations which we made. So this new dispute, call it that, which has arisen in relation to whether the nominal holding of citizenship, let me call it that, should be a disqualification, is one that we did not consider in that context. We dealt with the substance. So that if the cabinet were a committee appointed by the cabinet, responsibility to the cabinet, as far as I'm concerned, if the cabinet asks us to reconsider the matter, I'm sure all the members will be quite willing to reconsider it in the context of that new dimension.
I'm sorry, Doc, I figure you've answered, but just to ensure that there is out of an abundance of caution, there's someone online as well who is asking, is there a distinction that the committee would want to make between average citizens sitting and running as members of parliament as opposed to leaders of the particular party running?
That is the question which has arisen, I believe.
Yes.
That is one way of putting it. But the committee has not met to, as I say, to deal with it in that particular context. So it will have to be resubmitted to the committee if it is so desired.
Thank you, Doc. Let's go to Mahiri. Did you have one?
There is really no place for conflicting allegiance serving in the parliament. Before you can reach the role of leader of the opposition or prime minister, you first have to be elected a member of parliament. And that is why we also dealt with it at that foundation level.
Morning, Minister. Mahiri Stewart from Nationwide News here. Has there been any dialogue or the commencement of dialogue between the Prime Minister and the opposition leader on the matter of the final court? Because we know we're in a situation right now where the opposition leader says that he won't be okay with the process continuing unless we make the decision to go to the CCJ.
The last time the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister spoke, to my knowledge, was after the report was generated behind the Speaker's chair at the Parliament. And I know that there is some follow-up will take place. I think Cabinet only finalized its consideration on the report yesterday. And I know that based on the deliberations and the decisions taken, follow-up meetings will take place.
Thank you, Minister. I believe there's another question, Sushana, but let me just get to someone online as well from one of the media entities. Minister Dixon, would you be able to provide a specific timeline for the, thank you so much, Dr. Barnett. Would you be able to provide a specific guideline, says the questioner, on exactly when the buses will arrive as opposed to a roundabout time, according to this?
The plan, I mean, I'm obviously not, you know,
Greetings, everybody. Greetings. Welcome. You all, welcome. I greet you well. I trust that everybody is up and running and everybody is ready to rock and roll. Because if you're not, we are ready to rock and roll. So tweet a friend. Tell a friend that we are live. We are live in living colors. And we are ready to rock and roll. As you are aware, we are going to be discussing, of course, constitutional matters. Constitutional matters. Matters to do with our Constitution. And we are hoping that you guys will be ready to join us. Greetings, everybody. Hope you all can hear us loud and clear. Hope you can hear me. And if you can, just give us a shout out in the comment section so we can know that you are hearing us clearly. Good evening, Mr. Walker, Annette Williams, Evan Hartley, Everton Chambers. Big up yourself. Good to see you. Thank you all for joining us. I think the first person on this evening would have been Janadian. That's one of those Jamaicans over in Canada. Janadian. The usual suspect, Joan Violet, is here. Huntley Davis is here. And all the folks over in the diaspora. Laurel Parks is here as well. Paulette McDonald, how you doing? Greetings to you. Mr. Francis, Angela Grant, what's going on with you? I trust that all is well with you and yours. Devon, what's going on? Judith, welcome. Share the program, friends. Call a friend, tweet a friend, phone a friend, knock your neighbor, tell them we're live. And we are going to be joined this evening by our usual, I call them the usual suspect. Dr. Clovis Nelson is going to be here, as you saw. Dr. Nadine Spence is going to be here. And none other than the minister herself, Minister of Constitutional and Legal Affairs. She's going to be here. Minister Marlene Mullahu Fort. And when we get these people in our midst, guys, we have to make use of it. So there are questions, there are concerns, there are clarification that is needed. And I'm quite certain that we have a decent individuals who, in my view, are very capable of providing those clarifications. So we look forward to having that discussion. Let me see if I can remove this. Yeah. Having that clarification, whatever clarification is needed from those folks. yeah, so that's the slate of folks we're going to be having this evening. We are slated to start at about 7:30. We're a little bit ahead of time because we want you guys to share the program, to tell a friend, tweet a friend, call a friend, and tell everybody that we're on and that we are live, because we want to make sure that when these folks are here, we make use of the time. And, time wasted, as they say, can never be regained. So we want to make sure that we make good use of the time and we get all our concerns and questions out. Yes. So, again, folks, let me see what we got scrolling there. I think we got Dr. Nelson's and Dr. Spence. There you go. Boom. Right. So, yeah, it's going to be a beautiful evening. It's going to be a good discussion. I think the discussion is still heated out in the space as to whether or not there are persons in our parliament who are holders of dual citizenship and who, in some people's view, might not be properly seated. We don't want to speculate. We don't want to wonder if that's true. We want to get it from persons who are in the know. There's a ministry paper that was tabled in Parliament just a few days ago, tabled on Tuesday, and that was discussed, and there are some clarification that might be needed. I believe that the learned folks that we have here are capable of providing same. Dr. Nadine Spence was a member of the committee, and of course, we have no greater person than the chairman or the chairperson for the committee herself, the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, Constitution and Legal Affairs. She's slated to join us, folks. She's out in the field, as you know. She's not just a minister within that portfolio. She's also a member of Parliament. And the last time I spoke to her, she was out in the field doing what she needs to do with meeting and consulting with her constituents. So we look forward to her joining us. I see Dr. Nelson is backstage and he is locked and loaded, ready to go. I see Kevin Walters, you are in the chat, ready to go. Melva, Mackenzie, you are in the chat. Washi Foster, big up yourself, you are in the chat and you're ready to go. We are going to try to get some of our folks over on TikTok to join us. Yeah, we're going to try to get some of our folks over on TikTok to join us this evening, as we have done for the last few weeks. We have tried our best to incorporate our TikTokers over here to make sure that they participate in the discussions. Folks, this is something that we should be proud of as a country and as a nation. Jamaica is just edging over 60 years old. The United States of America, who we like to compare ourselves with, is over 240 years old. America is still trying to figure out how their democracy will work. They are still trying to figure that out. And I think that we as a country need to be very appreciative of the fact that we have persons who are capable of putting themselves together as a group and are able to sit in a room and iron out a constitution for us to move forward. And I'm saying this to suggest to you that we should not feel discouraged sometime when this level of discussion is being had. And at some point you will hit a little bit of snag here and there, because there are countries with way more resources than us. There are countries whose literacy rate is way better than us. There are countries with people that has more money than us, and they're still not able to figure out their own democracy. So I think Jamaica has a lot to give thanks for, and for that, I think we ought to just be thankful that we have persons who can really sit in a room and iron this out. Over 60 years ago, we embarked on the first phase of Jamaica becoming an independent country. And the same issues that we're having now, we had them then. Now, I say this to the persons who sometimes believe that because we have not found consensus on every issue, and we have not been able to move forward on every single issue, it is not reason for us to set this thing aside and stop the process. I listened to quite a few persons just recently discussing the matter. Dr. Nelson, you're here. I listened to quite a few persons recently discussing the matter. And one of the things that they said that was quite disturbing to me is that because we've hit a snag in the road, there are persons who are suggesting that we should just put this to the side and move on. And I think this is very shallow in thinking, because had our foreparents or our founding fathers took that said route, Dr. Nelson, and let me just bring Dr. Nelson in here. Greetings, my brother. How are you?
I'm always here, Chopper. Still trying.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you finding some time to join us. I'm just saying here, Dr. Nelson, that had our four founding fathers, when they hit a bump in the road to independent Jamaica 1962, had they pack it in and say we can't bother, perhaps today we would not be where we are today.
Exactly.
We would not be where we are today.
Exactly. And as explained by Dr. Spence.
Yes.
I like that piece that Dr. Spence spoke about in her presentation.
Yes.
And what the slave did with the shackles and the whips and so on. They made a trench and they buried it in front of was it the courthouse, I think?
Yes, it was the courthouse. Yes.
And
yes.
They made the vow, never again. Now, that is very significant, my friend.
Never again.
Never again. Right? A very significant statement.
Yes.
And we should remember these. You see, and, let me say this. And this is a little bit of an educational twist.
Yes.
To what we're discussing here and the relevance of education. And why is it? Now, I'm glad that we're back to teaching civics for young Jamaicans, or civics in our education curriculum these days. Something that I advocated for some long time, and I'm glad that it is back in some semblance. Because that very statement by the slaves who buried those instruments of torture and dehumanization is not known by most of the young people in Jamaica today. They didn't know that these kind of things happened. And so as we move forward as a nation, yes, let us pull ourselves from under the monarch. As I said in a previous discussion, one of the last vestige of colonialism that hovers over Jamaica is the monarch.
Absolutely.
And
and I'm happy you mentioned that, Dr. Nelson. We are actually joined by Minister Malahoo Fourth. Minister?
Hello?
Well, we'll just give Minister a few minutes here, Doc. But Doc, I've heard it, and like I said, I've heard the discussion recently where persons are suggesting that, because you're not getting consensus and everything, and you might hit a bump in the road, that we should pack it in and go. And I say to folks like that, don't do that, because had our forefathers done same, we would not.
This is what I'm alluding to, Chopper. This is coming from a platform of ignorance.
Absolutely.
And this is why civics lessons in early child education is so pivotal to our understanding ourselves and our nation.
Yes.
If these people were informed, in the way that they ought to have been, then statements like that would never be coming forward.
Absolutely. And that's why we have a responsibility to carry on with the conversation at the granular level. And just about, and we need to continue the conversation just at every level, a matter of fact, to make sure that every Jamaican is quite aware. You know, we have a lot to give thanks for, because I guarantee you that back in the 1950s, the discussion leading up to independent Jamaica did not get the amount of attention, neither did it get the amount of education that this current journey is receiving. And we should be grateful. We are at a better place. We are making moves, and these are big moves. And you know, I don't want to dig it deep in the politics, but the truth and the fact of the matter is that every time that Jamaica makes these sort of grand moves, grand steps, the usual suspect is always the same. Minister Malahoo Fort, join us. Minister Fort. All right, it seems like Minister is getting her connection together, so let's just give her a few minutes. But Dr. Nelson, we're still also waiting to be joined by Dr. Nadine Spence as well. She is also one of the committee members and who spent over a year, almost a year, I think, a little bit over a year in working on this journey here to take us into closer to full independence. Minister?
I wish I was on that.
Yes, are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, Minister.
Loud and clear. I greet you well.
Good.
Yeah. Go.
Hi, good night, everyone.
Good night, Minister.
Good night,
As I've
Minister.
explained to everybody, you are out in the field. I suspect you're still in the field. And
Greetings
yes,
and salutations. I'm actually joining you. Yes.
all right. So there's a little bit of delay there with Minister. As I've explained
Not
to
sure
you
what
guys.
is happening.
Right. As I've explained to you, she's out in the field doing the work, and I mean, this is no simple task, dear Dr. Nelson. I spoke to her earlier. She's out in the field in her constituency, meeting with different groups and having the conversation on various issues, including constitutional affairs and also her constituency matters. So I suspect that she might be in one of those areas that might be giving her some challenge in terms of connectivity.
That's right. I'm back with you now, so let us keep our fingers crossed that the connectivity will hold.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome, Doc. I have Dr. Nelson here with us, Minister, and we are discussing the ministry paper tabled by you just a few days ago in Parliament. And that ministry paper, you guys went through line by line to discuss, well, just an overview of it. We have been piling through it as laymen. I'm not a learned lawyer, but we've been piling through that document, and we're still waiting for Minister to come back on and join us. As I've said to you guys, she's going to be in and out because of her connectivity. But Minister,
with the spot. I'm back again, and I'll be back for as often as I need to be.
And I appreciate it, Minister. You have presented a ministry paper last Tuesday in Parliament, and
yes,
that paper. I'm not a lawyer by no means, but we have gathered in our little groups and we've piled over that document and we've read through it. Dr. Nelson, I might have said to you, Dr. Nelson is here with us as well, Minister.
Hi, Dr. Nelson.
How are you, Minister? Thank you.
Lovely. My pleasure. I hope that everyone found the report easy to read. I know some of the recommendations may be a little more complex than others, but we did our best to make the language as simple as possible and to provide a rationale for the recommendations.
And that's what I admire about the document, Minister, the fact that when we were reading through the document a couple nights ago, we were up for hours going through it. And we were reading through as laymen. None of us were lawyers. But we were able to really understand the language and what it really meant. There were little areas that we had some difficulty and some challenge in interpreting, and that's why we brought you here today to just put a little bit of clarity here. There's a few folks who might want to jump in and ask some questions as to what they would have had some challenge with. And I said, let me ask the minister to see if she can join us and probably provide some clarity. But I will say on the outset that the document itself was in quite simple terms, and I myself and others who are laymen were able to sit and read through and have a very good understanding of it.
I'm so encouraged to hear it, because the work to break and make a constitution is very complex and very technical. However, we know that Jamaicans are excited about it, even if they are apprehensive. I think everyone is sufficiently seized of the moment. I did hear you or Dr. Nelson say that the excitement that is building up now perhaps is much different from what happened around independence.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't around at independence, but I'm certainly very pleased to see that people are waking up and paying attention. Sometimes it takes a controversy to wake people up, but it is a righteous move that we are embarking on. And, you know, I am aware of the challenges that we are facing, but I'm not daunted by those challenges. Nothing worthwhile comes easily. And I see them as stepping stones, not as stumbling blocks, because what we are doing is right for Jamaica at this time.
Yes.
Yes, that's true.
What would you say, Minister, if I may?
Go ahead, Dr.
What would you say, Minister, from your perspective and your knowledge of the document? What would you say to the listeners that is the most fundamental recommendation as listed?
I think the starting point, we're seeking to achieve two goals in phase one. The first one is to get the Constitution in the form that accords with its status as the highest law of the land.
Right.
To have it passed by the Parliament of Jamaica, approved by the people of Jamaica, because the Independence Constitution was in fact written in Jamaica. It was debated in the Parliament of Jamaica, but it was not passed there. It came into effect through administrative lawmaking process at Buckingham Palace, and that is not a proper method to bring your highest law in place. So that's one. But the other goal is to abolish King Charles III, King of Jamaica, as our head of state, and in place to have a Jamaican head of state who represents the Jamaican nationality and the Jamaican identity, and who would operate as a unifying force across the nation. Fundamental. Fundamental. And our head of state, we are keeping our formal head of state separate from the head of government that comes after the general elections. We want the head of state to be a symbol of our national unity, and not put in place on a partisan ticket, even though the people who are elected are given the power in a representative capacity to make certain decisions on behalf of the nation.
The voice of the people is the voice of God.
Well, sometimes you have the voice of Satan too, you know. Distracted. so it depends on which people are speaking.
I hear you, Minister. I hear you.
Well, Minister, if I may just jump in there is and I see Dr. Nadine Spence has joined us. We're going to bring her forward in just a moment. But Minister, there is a couple of sticking points, and I know some of the folks might be happy now to ask some questions in a few. There's one section that speaks to the appointment, and I was at pains to explain a few nights ago, and I would love for you to try and explain it, because they might accept it better from you. The reason and rationale behind the secret ballot for presidency. I tried my best to explain it and to say to folks it's the right thing to do to insulate and isolate the president from knowing who vote for or against. Can you take a shot at that for us?
You went out of oh that boy. All right. So the process is a two-stage process. It begins with a nomination process and then a parliamentary confirmation process. During the deliberations, we actually looked at a number of options to put the president in place. Some people had called for direct election. We said that if the goal is to have a president who is a unifying force and is above the party, wouldn't be the way to go. So we began with, first of all, getting clarity on what we understood the people to be calling for, as we interpreted what we heard through our engagements, what we read through the commentaries, and what we just heard generally. And what we heard was the people asking for our head of state to be symbolic of the Jamaican nationality, the Jamaican identity, and to be a unifying force in the nation. And we have that in the Governor General, even though many people do not interact directly with the Governor General, but the office is above the partisan politics. And even when we have had Governors General being appointed after they have served in the political process, we have not had any example of any of them bringing the office into disrepute or lowering the standard as the de facto head of state. So we began there. If these are the high orienting values that the people would want in their head of state, then by what process do we put such a person in? And then what are the functions to be exercised by the office holder? So we also looked on what has worked in Jamaica. Currently, the Prime Minister makes a recommendation in respect of the Governor General, who is the personal representative of the monarch, but the actual confirmation is done by the monarch at Buckingham Palace. So it's a two-stage process with a nomination and a confirmation. If we are taking out of the monarch and the president now will be the people's, the head of state of the nation, then the confirmation would be done by the parliament. And this was a recommendation that was actually made previously by the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reform. The sticking point then became how would the vote be taken. So when we looked at all kinds of options, electoral college, we looked on simple majority. It is interesting that the opposition consistently wanted a 2/3 majority, and government seemingly wanted a simple majority, and it didn't matter who formed government and who formed opposition. Some views and some perspectives are just government perspectives and opposition perspectives. But in the committee, we were able to work through and to look at what would be the threshold that would signify unity in the appointment of the president. So we agreed on the 2/3 threshold. We also agreed that we would recommend that the two houses of parliament sit jointly, and this would be the only time that the constitution would specify a joint sitting of both houses, but that the votes would be taken separately and that the members of each house would vote with their ballot. The truth is that, you really want everyone to vote freely and without fear, freely and without having to take any particular line, respecting the nominations, making their own assessment. And we thought the best way to achieve that is to do it by secret ballot. Interestingly, secret ballot is what happens in democratic elections because we want free and fair election and we want people to vote freely without fear. And this is not to say parliamentarians would be fearful, but it is a tried and tested method of yielding an integrous result. And so we have made the recommendation accordingly.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Nelson.
It wasn't because we wanted to hide anything from anyone. You know, we just do not want the process to put in place the head of state to be shrouded in controversy. We want a process that has integrity and that meets all of the proper requirements.
Good, and that was one of the big questions when we took the document a few evenings ago, and we had over 200-300 persons on live on TikTok actually, and we're piling through. That was one of the questions that came up because some persons were of the view that what is it to hide, and I keep saying that there really is nothing to hide. It is a matter of protecting the integrity of the office of the president.
To look at it as something to hide is not if you frame it that way, you're going to run into trouble. So that was not where we came from at all with the recommendation.
The other question, and thank you for that clarification there. Anything on that?
I'm sorry. My question, Chopper, for the minister is, I understand what she just explained, and I pretty much in agreement with what I'm hearing. But my question is, from what demography of the society would such individuals be shortlisted? From the political sphere or from just the public at large?
You know, we set the criteria are set very broadly. First and foremost, you have to be a Jamaican national by birth or descent. But we limited the degree of descent to third generation because we thought that such a person, if nominated and confirmed, need to be really in touch with the Jamaica. And so if you achieved your nationality by descent, it should be derived from no further than your grandparent. And then we have a residency requirement to be permanently resident in Jamaica. And we know the concept of permanent residence. It doesn't mean you don't travel and go abroad. Temporary absence does not invalidate permanent residence for at least 10 of the last 15 years. And again, it's recognizing that Jamaicans are people that travel and settle far and wide, but for this high office, you need to be present in Jamaica. You need to know what is happening in the run-up to any confirmation. And then we have the general qualifications for membership in the parliament, which operates both by way of disqualification and qualification. So, you know, you can't have a conviction, etc., etc. You'd have seen what is set out there. So the expectation is that a prime minister consulting with a leader of the opposition would consider people of high standing to carry out the functions. This is not the first time a recommendation would be made to hold the high office. So I know people may be looking at it as, wow, who are you going to choose from? From any of the many obstacles hold the office and in whom we can be very proud.
So that we have Dr. Nadine Spence has joined us. Good evening, Dr. Spence.
Good evening, Chapa. Good evening, Dr. Nelson. Good evening, Minister.
Good evening, Dr. Spence.
Good evening,
so
Dr.
we have you guys on a repeat broadcast, really. And we're not going to stop until everybody understands. If it means that we're going to have to do this 10 times, it might be on the 10th time that somebody really gets the message. So I know you had explained this already, Minister. So I thank you again for explaining it a second time. And I'm hoping that the persons who have concern especially with that particular area. I hope your answer will provide the clarity that's needed. Someone here has just sent me a question. Can you ask Minister, has there ever been any contemplation of a minority report arising from the committee meeting? Why? Because the committee said the report was completed as a document which has consensus, and the opposition leader refused to have it signed by the opposition.
When we agreed to the terms of reference, let me just go back a little about how the committee worked. We looked at a composition that would be representative. So we have government, meaning from the government.
We're losing Minister there for
government and opposition to agree and the people to approve. I think I went out a while ago. I'm not sure how much you heard.
Yes, we lost you for a quick moment. We lost you right as you start there, Minister. So we might want to just jump back
All
over
right,
that
let
real quick.
me go back. I said, let me start from the start. The committee, regardless of any concern raised about the membership and whether it's representative, really had and still have members of government, the government side in both houses, members of the opposition side in both houses, and members of the electorate. Because the process requires a consensus between government and opposition and approval by the people. So whatever the concerns were, the committee reflected that kind of tripartite setup to enable perspectives to come from government, from opposition, and from the wider public, the people, the electorate, who will approve the changes that the parliament will make. The terms of reference were set out in draft, reflecting the policy approach of the government. Each member was given the document, and the committee was established 1st of March 2023, and we began work on the 22nd of March. The 3-week period was to be used by each member to go through the background documents, to review the draft terms of reference. So when we met for the first time, our first set of meetings actually were spent on looking at the terms of reference. The requests for amendment were all granted, with the exception of one, because there was some misunderstanding about the need to comply with government policy. And I explained that that had to do with the procurement guidelines that were in place, because the ministry would have to comply with all of the government policies in order to procure goods and service. So we proceeded, we settled the terms of reference, and we proceeded. We also decided that we would use consensus as our decision-making modality, and that if at the end of the day we were unable to arrive at consensus and there was any strong views to the contrary, we would reflect those views in the report. So from the outset, we worked with a process that would not necessitate any minority report, because we were going for consensus. And in the event that there was any majority view, or even if we arrived at consensus and there was any strongly held view, we would still reflect it in the report. We worked through a number of things. There were some recommendations that had different parts that did not not make it because we were unable to arrive at consensus. And if the nominated by the opposition leader raised issues, we were not able to arrive at consensus. We took out some aspects of those recommendations.
If Minister, I have a quick question before
Attention.
I forget.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Nelson.
At what stage of the development process did the oppositions express problems with signing? And I'm trying to figure this out because it sounds as if
that's what I'm saying to you. The committee was never given the opportunity to respond to any concern that they were consulting. In fact, there were occasions when we were discussing the form of presidency, for example, the committee was told that they needed to discuss it at the NEC, that's the National Executive Council of the PNP, and that time was given. They came back, they reported, we took into account, and along the way, it was my understanding and the committee's understanding that the nominees were consulting with their leader and their party. Now, when it came down to the final analysis, the committee was not given any opportunity to respond to any concern before the matters went public. I think that is truly unfortunate. Wow. And even when we became aware of it, we pleaded to say, all right, the committee had signed the report and we had not.
You're cutting out your minister. You cut out of the era where you were pleading with the members. I don't know if you're back.
Not sign before it on some of the issues. The opposition needed further time.
We're losing minister there. And that's a very important
yes.
there.
Am I back with you?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We lost you where you said you were pleading the members.
Right. I literally pleaded. I wasn't the only one to say, let us know. Do we indicate in the report that on some matters we could have identified them? You needed more time. I suspect that it was really unfortunate. I can't speak to
I want to ask, while we try to get Minister reconnected there, I want to ask Dr. Nadine Spence. Welcome, Ms. Sharon Hay Webster. That was your question we got in there just now.
Yeah. I really wanted to ask that question. You see,
yes.
Because it is said that it was a report tabled with consensus, and it brings into question the integrity of the terms of reference if the leader of the opposition is going to now come to the position that he has, which is to say they will not sign the report, yet the minister says the report is one which is tabled with consensus. It sends conflicting signals, and yes. I would love then, since we can't quite hear from ministers, we seem to be losing her. I'd love if Dr. Nadine Spence could fill in the gaps for us there, because I think it's a very critical point.
Yes.
As there is no minority report. And we know that with parliamentary procedure, if there is reason of dissent, inability to arrive at agreement, negotiated positions, then there's a submission of a minority report. there are some points on which there is no consensus, but this report, as tabled, which we've all been reading, this one which has arrived with consensus, however, does not have the signature of the members of the opposition. And there are two recognized lawyers themselves.
So that speaks to something else going on. Dr. Spence.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to hear you clear this one up for us, so we can see better.
Yes.
So what the minister said is very true. We spent about the first 2 or 3 meetings going through the terms of reference. We got the terms of reference way in advance. If there were issues that anyone had with the terms of reference, we would have raised it in the first 2 or 3 meetings. It would have been clarified, or the terms of reference would have been adjusted. And then we went on to execute the deliberations as outlined in the terms of reference. If there were all of the issues that came up for discussion, they were discussed at length. We discussed them at length. We revisited them time and time again if people went away and felt that they were uncomfortable with a particular statement. I don't know if you remember, one of the early things that happened was there was a press conference, and the CRC essentially said we've arrived at consensus on some matters. And at that point, the leader of the opposition had a press conference. It was on the matter of the selection of the president, and he had a press conference to say, what consensus? We don't agree with selecting the president as outlined as outlined by the CRC. And at that point, I remember the representatives of the government, of the opposition, came back and said, well, we perhaps spoke out of turn, and so we want to revisit that process, because having engaged, our leader having engaged, we recognize that we perhaps spoke too soon. And we went back through the process, and we deliberated, and we talked it through, and until we came to a consensus as to, what we would put in the report. So for every point that was discussed, if we never got to a consensus, it wouldn't state that there was a consensus. For example, if you read the report, I can't remember now, but there are matters where you would say that the committee was unable to get to a consensus on this matter. And the committee might make 1 or 2 suggestions based on what the popular suggestions were in the room. But it would not say that we've arrived on a consensus. It would make a singular recommendation on that issue. I remember the night when we heard of the first disquieting from the opposition. In fact, the minister and I were having a conversation, and she said to me, "There's a press release out from the opposition," and that press release had nothing to do with a subsequent press release. That one spoke to the Court of Justice, but the committee did as much as it could with the issue of the final court, because remember, we went into the deliberation knowing that there was no consensus between government and opposition on the matter of the final court, and understanding that consensus needed to be built around this matter. We went into the deliberations knowing this. So when on Monday we heard that I heard on the news that there was a letter sent by the leader of the opposition to the chair of the committee, and that the committee did not get to see the report, and so we were unable to respond. But in fact, we would have met the Wednesday before that weekend, and we would have gone through again the report. The report would have been on the table waiting for people to sign. I had signed earlier, and the other people who were other members of the committee had signed, and the 3 signatures were outstanding, and the report waited for 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, waiting on the additional signature. And so we never got an opportunity to respond to those concerns before they were put out in the press. So there was no, and as I said, all of the issues that we included, that we said consensus was met on that matter, that is what happened. The ones where there was no consensus, the report stated there was no consensus. So, that was my experience on the matter of consensus and what was included in the report. I thought what we were doing was genuine. I thought we were, all of us, opposition, government, civil society, youth representative, church representative, all of us at the table, I thought we were engaged in genuine conversation. At no point, but there was one member who obviously was there to do something else, right? But for most of us, I thought when we came to the table, we were genuinely engaged in conversation that was meant to move the country forward, and that whenever we expressed any concern, we shared the concern collectively. If we didn't agree, we could understand the other person's perspective. So I'm not sure that given how we progressed, Sharon, a minority report would have been thought of throughout the entire 1-year process.
Well, I appreciate that observation, because with parliamentary committees, if there are areas of disquiet and you cannot arrive at some agreement, some negotiated point, then you do have a minority report committee, which is why I appreciate the manner in which you have detailed for us how the committee undertook its work, and therefore the points within the report on which there was no finalized agreement, so therefore no consensus on those points, and why. So that is clear. And therefore can understand the rationale behind not signing the report.
To be honest,
it is politics of...
I think this is how our political parties behave in opposition. In 1997, I don't know, the JLP didn't sign the report in 1992, whatever. If you read, I'm reading P.K. Patterson's book, The Political Journey, and one of the things he said on the chapter on constitutional reform is that the opposition didn't sign it, but didn't sign the report. So I just thought it is part of the cut and thrust of politics. If you're in opposition, even though one of the things he observed is we came to consensus, but they didn't sign. So I figured that is how opposition parties behave. So I didn't think that it was going to raise the kind of quarrel that it did. Because I don't think it raised that quarrel then. And I've seen other committees work across the political divide where the opposition people don't sign. And I think it is understood that it is a posture they assume because they're in opposition. I'm not going to support the party's position, but there is not a beating down of the position. It is understood that it's part of our political tradition.
Okay.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy for that clarification. I think Minister has rejoined us. Minister,
I am with you, and I was listening to Dr. Spence explaining quite clearly and accurately our process in the committee.
And we have Rashima, who is joining us from social media. She's one of the TikTokers, and she has a couple of questions for you.
So, Minister, as you come, I'm going to hit you with a question now. So, what is the plan of action going forward from the government's perspective?
Remember, no mere talk will not amend the Constitution. Discussion, however deep they are, will not bring about the changes. The Constitution is amended by bringing a bill to Parliament with the changes and going through the process that the Constitution itself sets out. So we will proceed on the matters on which we understand there is agreement between the two sides in the Parliament, and that is on the abolition of the monarchy as our form of government and the establishment of the Republic of Jamaica. I know that the opposition wants the other branch of government to be dealt with at this time, but and I understand where they're coming from. I really understand it. But I'm also equally puzzled. It's not, I don't want the final court to be politicized. And somebody said to me, you know, the way they hear the opposition behaving about the CCJ, it's making them wonder if the CCJ is a PNP court. And I had to stop the person in track and said, don't go down that path at all. Please do not. So sometimes we have to be so careful
So
in
what I'm hearing you
how
say,
we
Minister,
posture around options.
what I'm hearing you say, Minister, is that the prioritization to move towards the Republic is not hampered by this move of the opposition.
Minister?
It's not a,
Well, who knows what will happen, but I know that Prime Minister Holness is committed to taking the process as far as we can, and the cabinet.
Go ahead,
Right. So we have a lot of work to do around the public education. That's one part of the work, but insofar as the preparation of the bill for Parliament, we are continuing along that line. Cabinet gave approval for the issuance of drafting instructions.
Okay.
The report itself will provide the major basis for the drafting instruction. We are preparing those instructions. The move. Huh? So we will see, ladies and gentlemen, changing the form of
we're still losing
Minister. Not hearing Minister. Good night, panel.
Let me just ask Rashima to squeeze her question in, and we have a couple of questions on TikTok as well. Go ahead, Rashima.
Sure. Good night, Chopper. You guys hearing me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
All right. So this question is for the minister, and Miss Spence can give me her opinion as well.
Dr. Spence.
Minister, my understanding of the CRC recommendations in respect to the qualification.
You're not
hearing me?
Yes.
You hearing me, guys?
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
All right. So
I didn't hear you.
All right. So my understanding of the CRC recommendation.
I'm not hearing.
She's not hearing you at all. Let's see.
I am hearing now. Please go ahead.
You're hearing me?
If you are hearing me, I'm hearing you.
Yes. Yeah. So, Minister,
I am hearing, yes.
The CRC recommendations in respect of qualifications to sit in our parliament, the Parliament of Jamaica, is that Section 39 of the Constitution and all references to the Commonwealth should be removed from the Constitution and replaced with ordinary legislation which defines who is a citizen of Jamaica and outline the qualification to sit in the Parliament. So my question, Minister and Ms. Nadine, why ordinary legislation and not enshrined in the Constitution? And doesn't it, by being ordinary legislation, leave it open for a political party with a majority to just come in and change it to fit what they want it to be?
Minister, did you hear that?
I understand. Yes, I hear the perspective. I hear the question. Let's be clear what the recommendation is. We are saying, going forward, we are not going to put the Commonwealth in the Constitution of Jamaica because the Commonwealth really evolved after the British Empire broke up.
Yes.
And the members of the Commonwealth began with a common head of state.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Queen Elizabeth II.
Mm-hmm.
That is what it began with. Where the Commonwealth is today, it's really a coming together of cooperation among friendly nations. The last set of people to be admitted to the Commonwealth never had a common head of state. So we're saying, as we move away from having the monarch as our head of state, we will take out the Commonwealth arrangement, which was imposed on us at the time when we became politically independent, and put it in an act of parliament, because we are remaining in the Commonwealth, but that is a matter of our choice. And so the entitlement of Commonwealth citizens to membership of the parliament, we are going to abolish that, because the only nationality that will qualify you to be a member of the parliament is your Jamaican nationality.
So the matters related to citizenship. This doesn't concern the matters related to regular citizenship. It's just dealing with the Commonwealth and Commonwealth citizenship.
So, Chapter 2 of the Constitution now speaks to the issue of citizenship, and it tells you that a person may acquire Jamaican citizenship by birth, by descent, by marriage, and also by naturalization or any other process that Parliament may approve in place.
I was very concerned about that Commonwealth entity as well, because I know it is a derivative of the British
yes.
Westminster style thing. So I'm glad to hear this. I'm glad to hear.
Not only that, Dr. Nelson, but there is little or no reciprocity. Right. In other words, many of the countries have long changed their own law, and are not permitting non-national to sit in their parliament. So that, as we make the changes and we define our own path, we are of the view that no other nationality should qualify you for membership, only the Jamaican citizenship and Jamaican nationality.
Right. Thank you. Minister, if I may, since you're already down the wicket, might as well you just knock this one out the park, eh? The section of the current constitution, section 39, section 40, subsection 2, that speaks to dual citizenship. Would you be so kind to explain section 40, subsection 2 for us?
About the allegiance section?
Yes.
Conflicting allegiance?
Yes.
Well, right. So if you, your parliament is a very special place, where you have to sometimes take action that may require. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Minister.
Well, whether you think it is or it isn't, it really is, because it is the place where you pass laws. And if, for example, your country is at war, that is the place you will have to make the decisions in, ultimately, on certain matters. And there can be no place for conflicting allegiance. That is why, even if you have another nationality, but you are in a place of conflict by your own act, you are disqualified from the parliament. Because the business of passing laws for peace, order, and good government, is a serious mission, right?
But what constitutes conflict in that context, though?
Because even when you go to war, you're going to war with a view to achieving peace.
So, Minister.
Well, the cases that have gone to the court, for example, say that if, as an adult, you take out a passport, or if you had a passport as a child and you renew it, then that, because a passport is not issued to a non-national, right? That is one act of conflicting allegiance.
So, Minister, Chopper, permit me to ask a minute. Minister, so my question, I am concerned about this as well. So, as it is now in our parliament, Minister, persons who now sit in our parliament on both sides of the aisle with dual citizenship, mean that they took out a passport when they become an adult, are they qualified or disqualified from our parliament?
You wouldn't be pronouncing on it like that, eh? You'd have to put the facts before. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Minister. Yes. Explain to me, Minister.
It is right. All right. So that the Constitution speaks about who is a foreign country, who is foreign, meaning alien, within the current construct, if you are a member of the Commonwealth or a Commonwealth citizen, you're not regarded as a foreigner constitutionally. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that's the end of the matter, you know, because cases in court usually are determined on the facts that are before the court. Another set of facts can bring another outcome because the Constitution also speaks to a foreign power, not just a foreign state.
What's
and
the
what
difference,
really
Minister,
does
if you don't mind?
Yes,
well, I
Minister.
hope
Thank you for saying that.
it will be
Let's put pen and
interesting.
paper out, guys.
No, it will be interesting. It's not so much my views that matter on
But
this.
Minister, I wish somebody would challenge it in the court to give us a clear understanding.
Hold on, no. I just want to know from Minister, what's the difference between a foreign power and a foreign state?
That's the clash.
Dr. Spence may tell you, Dr. Spence may tell you that at one point, for example, we considered whether if you were in the army of another place, even if you were not a citizen, whether you were pledging allegiance to that a foreign power in that regard. I know what you're getting at. You're getting at the dispute that has broken out around the leader of the opposition because of how he
possibly, Minister, possibly.
Sorry, and also about the article, Minister, that you Wildman wrote in the Glean a couple days ago. Did you read that article, Minister?
Remind me of it. It was brought to my attention, but
He said that
yes,
pledging allegiance to a foreign country is the issue in this argument, not dual citizenship. And he's saying that based on the Constitution, Section 40, subsection 2, no person that pledge allegiance to a foreign power or a foreign state should be sitting in our parliament. And he said that the Constitution did not make an exemption for Commonwealth. It said no person. Those are his views. So that's why I'm putting it to you now.
It did not specify for.
I have to tell you that I myself am quite intrigued by what is.
We lost you there, Minister.
Let me.
No, he was breaking up, Minister. That's why.
Okay, Minister. Go one more time. We're losing Minister there, Doc.
Sure, break up.
But it's interesting, Dr. Nelson, because
this is where law and logic clash.
Yes, because the truth is, we've piled over this document and we've come to the same conclusion that there needs to be some clarity. And one of the things I've said to Rashima and others is that you ought to find out, because there has to be a difference between a foreign power and a forein state. If there was any distinction, the Constitution would not document both.
But Chopper,
yes,
there is one fundamental line of reasoning that we should all embrace.
Yes.
When you go to a foreign country and pledge allegiance to another flag, you vow to give up your connection, your ties to your nation of birth.
But you and I have been saying this for over 2-3 months now. We've been debating this.
That is it.
And we've been saying it.
Yes.
So I'm happy that it's coming out now in the mix.
Yes.
Minister, you're still there?
Minister look like she gone.
All right. So Minister is out in the field, guys. And you know she's out there doing the work. But Dr. Nelson, I'm happy that this thing is coming out in the wash. As soon as Minister rejoined us, we have to take some questions from our friends on TikTok. Some of our friends here on TikTok, they have a lot of questions. I want to get a few in from Minister if she rejoined us. Okay, Sharon is back here. And
let's ask Ms. Webster, what's her view on that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can ask Miss Webster. Until Miss Webster, did you read the article?
That's a wicked one for me because I had to revoke my citizenship.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to join again. All of a sudden, I stopped hearing everybody, so I'm gonna join and see if my audio can improve.
We're hearing you now. Are you hearing us?
I'm not hearing you very well.
Okay, you wanna just hop off
Let
and
me
come
join
back?
and see if I can improve my audio.
Okay, no problem.
So, Ms. Webster, the argument on the table is, let me just refresh it for you. When you pledge allegiance to a foreign state, isn't it grounds enough for you to be disqualified to sit in Parliament in Jamaica?
By the Constitution, yes.
Yes.
Which is the reason why our former leader, who we shall lay flowers for on Tuesday, took his decision and did what he did. Even
Right.
though both his parents were Jamaican, he understood what was required and gave up his citizenship.
And made corrective actions. Took corrective actions.
Yes.
Yes.
And I had to do that.
Yes.
All right, so we have ministers back with us, and I hope we can hear her because we have a few questions for the folks over on TikTok. Minister, are you there?
Hopefully.
Good. All right, so we have some folks over on TikTok. You have some questions, guys. Go right ahead.
Minister.
Greetings.
Greetings. Minister, I want to make a fast statement and then I have a question for you. So I'm a member of the diaspora. I live overseas. I have all intentions. I love to serve my country. But let's say when there was a vote on the state of emergency, I was a member from the constituency that you now sit in. And I came in on Thursday and I voted in favor of that state of emergency. But I didn't want my family to experience it. So we got on a flight on Friday and we went back to Atlanta.
I just love these TikTokers, man. Go ahead, Minister. I love them.
I'm not sure what the question is. I'm not sure what the question is.
The question is dual citizenship, Minister.
No, he's saying to you, Minister. Let me break it down for you. He's saying if we allow a dual citizen sit in Parliament and they make a decision that has an impact on them or their family, they could do what others have done in the past, pack their bags and zoop off to another country.
That is why I say to you, the Parliament is no ordinary place. You shouldn't be preparing. You really, when you put yourself up to lead a nation or to serve your people, you can't have one foot in and one foot out, you know. You must be in this thing with the people.
You mean in the King's Yard, Minister?
Especially if the foot is in the King's Yard. and it's more than a foot. It's almost all the head and heart too.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Yes.
The Prime Minister has stated that he's in favor of people like me sitting in the Parliament.
I'm sorry?
Was that his personal view? No, he's saying that the Prime Minister is in favor of such persons sitting in the Parliament.
Well, remember, no. I mean, let's kind of depoliticize the issue for a little bit.
Yes.
Jamaicans for a long time have been advocating for a representative in the Parliament. And for as strong as the advocacy for, you have a strong advocacy against. When we looked at the issue in the CRC, we realized that Jamaica, we have to think of Jamaica a little more broadly than just Jamaicans who are on the island, but your physical, territorial space has significance in nationhood and statehood and all of that. So we have to find places for all Jamaicans to serve, especially those who are qualified, who have the skills, having gone abroad to achieve it. But the question is, where is the appropriate place? And if some positions require you to have no conflicting allegiance, as service in the Parliament requires, then we will have to find another place for you. Or if you do have citizenship elsewhere, you better know that if you are coming to be a parliamentarian, you can't have any conflict in the allegiance. You can only pledge allegiance to Jamaica in order to carry out the duties, the lawmaking duties of the Parliament.
A quick question, Minister, before we go back to the TikTokers.
Yeah, the TikTokers has the ball already,
It just flashed across my mind that we have a group of Jamaicans that I refer to as the liberators of the land. This is the Maroons. Under the new constitution on restructuring, where would they fall?
You know, the Maroons, you are presenting that as if there is no other view on the Maroons.
Yes,
But I don't know that I don't know that is a statement that is supported by historical fact. The Maroons do have a special place. They do have a special place, but if I were to agree with you on that statement, then both of us would be wrong.
Very wrong, Minister. Very wrong.
What else you do what?
Chopper, before you bring
hold
the
on, Rashima.
TikTokers.
Hold on,
Minister,
Rashima, I'm coming.
why is the CRC proposing to give a ceremonial president executive powers? Meaning, why are appointing of senators? Give us your guys.
But remember, only three. You need to put that question in context.
I get the sense that ceremonial duties seem to be a bad word for many people. Every state has important ceremonial functions which are not light. So, for example, swearing in a judge or a prime minister on one front is a ceremonial function, but in another, it is a requirement in order for you to participate and to discharge the functions of office. When we met with the Governor General, because the Governor General is the nearest thing to the head of state, I don't think many people know how much is done. Ceremonial duties are not idle or empty gestures. They are important. What we're saying is, in addition to those duties, the Governor General would, the President would be accorded powers as is now exercised, but those do not involve the daily administration of government. So I would rather we look at it as a non-executive president, because every time people say ceremonial, I think they think of it in a certain way, and it smacks of full understanding of what is involved in the performance of functions that are described as ceremonial.
So I agree. I would say I don't want to cover the program, but Minister.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry, Miss Ben. Minister, here is my views on a lot of the labor rights on the ground in the street, not the technocrats, not the CRC, and we could be misguided. So I'm glad you're here to help us. Based on what we see, and Minister, you don't have to agree now. Remember, I'm telling you, this are our views. When the IC was being formed, we were told that the IC is going to be independent of government, straight across the board, no political affiliation, nothing, no fear of favor, and nothing else don't do them work. But we don't feel, we on the ground, and a lot of us labor rights, we don't feel that they're doing their job independently. So we are now afraid when we hear people say independent persons now. We're skeptic, Minister. To be honest, we are very skeptic. That's where we're coming from.
I hear you.
Go ahead, Dr. Minister. Miss Spence, you can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm trying to get myself back on screen. I was going to say to you that a way to look at it, I was in the supermarket today and 3 ladies accosted me on the same matter. And they were saying, but ceremonial functions, and the minister is right that we have to kind of, pull apart what ceremonial functions are and understand that they are not unimportant. They are ceremonial, but they are important, especially in respect of issues related to our national identity. They are not political functions, but they are important functions. Right? And one of the things we discussed at length in the CRC is that we wanted a figure who, when we looked at them and when we looked at the work they were doing, we feel the same way we would feel if Bolt was getting a medal at an Olympics. That kind of feeling of national pride and that feeling of, regardless of our political divide, we feel the same way about this office and the duties it performs. And so ceremonial speaks to that recognition of Jamaican pride, and what that person would do would be perform functions that are core to us as a people.
Dr. Spence, you just provoke a thought. The medal ceremony at the Olympics or the World Championship is ceremonial, but it is important because it rewards and awards the winner. And that is when we see the flag flown, for example, and the national pride stir. So I think as a people, we need to come to a different understanding of what ceremonial functions are. There are different types, different degree, different level of importance. But ceremony by itself, is something important. It's not any and everything that you have a ceremony for. A ceremony is held for something significant.
We have another question coming from over the fence over at TikTok.
Blessed, good night.
Yes.
One at a time. God bless, then winner, and then rough one. So three chops. You have three questions.
All right, go ahead.
One from God bless, one from winner, and
You
one
can only
from
bowl one ball at a time,
God bless. Yeah, God bless first.
All right. Blessed, good night, Minister. Good night, everybody.
Good night. God bless.
Do we can go through having the people at the front of this thing and take the two political party from it, like get some and then person put them on the campaign chain to bring to the people, or we would like to see vote against the king. Just take the king out tight and deal with the Republicans straight. Nothing else must in this one. Just take it to the people. No opposition leader, no prime minister. You is just the minister. So the independent person go out and do the campaign and bring it to the people why they are moving from the British. And that is what we is focusing on at this time. And we have a way we could deal with like that. Make the referendum.
God is certainly blessing you.
Go ahead, Miss. I don't know if you got that question.
I kind of is he saying that the campaign should be done by the people and not by the politicians to ensure that it succeeds? Is that the gist of it?
I think that's where he's going.
He's talking public education.
The public education. Oh, I see. Well, certainly. But remember now, remember that the work of government has to be led. And a leader normally comes after general election and until such time when it is changed. So what I find, the battle that is taking place is really a battle about who gets to lead.
Exactly,
and we still have a year plus in this term if it goes to full length. And the
Lost minister there for a second again. But you get the gist of the answer though, sir.
No, because the question that I asked
get around a duly elected because
hold on.
we got the signal that this is the right thing to do.
Hold on.
We got
Hold on. Minister is trying to respond. Hold on a second.
God bless.
Go ahead, Minister.
Clear sense that the opposition was on board with. So there's a lot of work for a lot of people to do. But in all of this, please remember that a lay person can
Yeah, she's breaking up. But I think what Minister is saying that, your recommendation to remove the political or the elected officials from the process is really sort of a non-starter.
It's not that I mean. It's not that I mean. I don't mean that every move you have the prime minister, you have the opposition leader.
Educating the public.
The education part, like how you have Nadine Spence and those persons, you have a body that go out and educate the people and report back to the minister and the prime minister.
Well, got you. God bless. Dr. Spence actually is the chairman of the public education and communication, public engagement and communication subcommittee. So she will actually be leading a lot of the work in conjunction with others. And I mean, not just in the CRC, but in the wider society. So we already have a model for that. The head of the subcommittee that is dealing with the communication and education is not one of the political persons on the committee.
You
And one of
understand that,
the
oh, my
things,
brother?
Final follow-up now. My final follow-up. Final one. Minister, because why I say this? Because the opposition leader have it one way, I said this and it join up. So I am just looking, say, if you have somebody in the field, do the well education part of it and do it, you can know the amount of vote that in the field that you can know if you can go to a referendum without the parliament and without the opposition leaders and those sign. That is what I would like to know.
So God bless. You know that a session like this, for example, must count as proper engagement and communication because you're asking questions, you're getting clarification. When you get the knowledge, you then take it and go out there. There is no single way of people away from this session with a better understanding so that when you engage your group of people who are not on, you can bring the information. The report is there. When the bill is prepared and tabled, it will be made public for everyone. I myself will be going around because we have to get down to the PD levels, you know. That's how the vote is going to be taken.
Right. Another question
So
from
it's a lot of work that's ahead of us. In fact, the excitement has just begun.
exactly, and you can see it, Minister. We were up at 5 o'clock in the morning, from 10 p.m. till 5 a.m. going through this document. No joke. 250 people watching.
Chopper, remember when you're building a house, you know, you don't just build when it comes, when you can see it. The foundation, you go underground, you set it, and depending on the weight that you're putting on it, different things, different strength. So the work is just coming up from ground now, coming out.
Thank you. Another question from TikTok.
Good night, Minister. Your turn.
Good night, winner.
So this is my personal view. There should be no
Good night, winner.
Good night. There should be no dual citizenship involved in Parliament, whether it be on the Senate or be in the office of the President or any other position. That's it.
You went out. I am not hearing you if you are hearing me.
Okay, sorry about that. He wants you to explain what the Republic of Jamaica would look like when compared to the existing structure now.
Well, the work is being done in stages, so it's going to remain work in progress for a while, but significantly, Jamaica's formal head of state will be a Jamaican, not a foreign king who is put in place by a process over which we have no input or control. The head of our nation will be a Jamaican. We must not underestimate that at all. But a Republican form of government is really about the people being center stage. And that work is going to be a lot of work for us as a nation. So I am excited about this journey. When we gained independence, we began a journey. This is taking us into a whole other realm of that journey. The possibilities are endless. But if we don't change the form and the structure, we will never fully know what we can achieve. All right?
I think the last question, Minister, was also emphasizing the caller's conviction that there should not be confusion regarding dual citizenship in our parliament.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. There should be no conflict of interest as regards any laws, whether it be any form of contracts, whether it be any form of negotiation. The person that is leading the charge for Jamaica should not have any conflict of interest.
Allegiance. And is unstable in all his ways.
Yes, split allegiance, right.
Well, I said the Bible has many verses that we can be guided by.
Not
One that
serving two
comes to mind is
masters.
that a double-minded man is unstable. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
Yes.
A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Can we tweet that, please?
But the Bible also talk about not serving two masters, Chopper.
All right. Well,
Minister, first of all, I want to commend the government for leading the nation.
Yes.
speak up a little bit there. Tough one, rough one. Speak up a little bit louder, please.
Minister, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I'm no longer hearing you if you're speaking.
Go ahead.
Minister,
I am hearing you.
I want to commend the government on leading the nation in a national civic education, first in my lifetime. My question is, what was the difficulty?
Yes.
What was the difficulty that the committee had in setting a fixed election date?
I told you, Minister.
I think no. It's a good question. It's a good question. So the jurisdictions that have fixed election date have a completely different political culture. And within the parliamentary cabinet system, those that have experimented with it, they have had second thought about it. So you'd have known that England, for example, the United Kingdom more broadly, had moved for fixed election date. And no sooner had they
Lost Minister there for a second.
Some may go into the details and tell you there are specific reasons for it. But there is, while we understand and share the perspective that you may want greater certainty around when elections are held, there is a wisdom in providing for flexibility. And so in keeping with the decision-making modality that we would not make a recommendation unless there was consensus, we did not get to the place of making an outright recommendation on it. But we appreciate the call for greater certainty around when elections are held. The flip side of that, though, people say that fixed date elections put your government into a lame duck position from midterm because you go right into electioneering. It's a conversation that we should have a little more widely and hear the views and look at the pros and cons, look a little more deeply at the experience in other countries.
I think my position
Work
on
in
that
progress.
is my opinion on that fixed date, though, Minister, is that based on what the CRC is recommending, which is pretty much what exists today in terms of the period in which the life of the parliament exists, and then also an additional 3 months after that. I think that basically it's really giving you almost a fixed period.
Let me tell you, people don't understand what that recommendation means. Right now, the parliament has an outer life. So it says unless sooner dissolve. And the unless is what allows for an election to be called early.
Right.
If an election is not called early, the parliament will automatically dissolve on the 5th anniversary after its first sitting after a general election. It's not the date of the election it counts from. And then you have a 3-month window within which to call the election. If we change it and we fix the life of the parliament, it means that you can't call the election sooner than 5 years for the full life of the parliament. One committee member said that fixed term election only suit opposition. But remember, no, we are not making decision based on who forms government or who forms opposition. We made the recommendation.
Yeah, winner. We lost Minister there for a quick second again. And guys, just bear with us because Minister is out.
After she answer that, chaps.
Yes.
After she answer that, Joshua is next.
Okay, all right.
Mikey G.
All right, good. So forgive us, folks. Minister is out in the field, and we're going to invite her back again as soon as she has some time that she can probably hop on TikTok with us.
On what we believe to be in the best interest of Jamaica's governance system.
Yeah, we lost you for a good 30, 35 seconds there, Minister. But nonetheless, we're going to carry on. You're still there, Minister. Are you with us?
She have to come out and come back in.
I think Minister might have to just disconnect and reconnect with us.
Chopper, is Miss Spence still there?
Dr. Spence. Dr. Spence
Still there?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Spence, until the minister come back. I have a question.
Hold on a second, Rashima. We have Joshua online.
No, for the minister. The minister is back?
Minister and Dr. Spence sits on the same committee.
Joshua, Dr.
Go ahead,
Spence?
Joshua.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, sir.
All right, so I'm requesting an answer to these two. There has been much talk in the public sphere about the Prime Minister. What is the difference between the Prime Minister swearing to His Majesty's Privy Council and the opposition leader being a British citizen? They want to make a comparison with that. So that's question one. Question two, there has been much talk also about the opposition leader not swearing to a foreign power as opposed to one who has sworn. My simple response to that, and you can correct me, is that if you are already aligned to something, you don't need to swear again.
Correct.
So I'm awaiting your response. Thanks.
Dr. Spence?
Remember, that Jamaica, this state, operates in a particular way to the British crown. It's not the individual's relationship with the crown that is defining it. It's how Jamaica is set up constitutionally. So it's not a choice that one makes about how they swear when they take office. So I'm not sure how that question, you would have to give me a little bit more information on both of those questions. Because if you get what I'm saying, whoever swears to who is not a matter of choice. It's not as if the Prime Minister or the leader of the opposition gets up one day and says, I am going to swear, I'm not going to swear. There's a process that is laid down. No, when a leader takes office. So unless I'm misinterpreting your question, I don't know how those two would apply in this particular situation. If I get more information.
He's talking about him being a PC.
Well, I think what happened, I think Dr. Spence, what he's saying, and what is out there, because I've heard the same argument too, and Minister is back with us. He is asking if there is any comparison with the leader of the opposition or anybody who holds dual citizenship and who pledge allegiance to a foreign state or to Britain. How do you compare that to the Prime Minister who also holds a Privy Council, who swore to the King as a Privy Council?
Well, the Prime Minister is swearing because it is right now Jamaica's head of state is the crown, and Jamaica appeals to the Privy Council, and so those are a part of our government arrangement. So it's not a matter of choice. It's by virtue of the office.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharon, because
and I think she needs to make it clear that every Prime Minister except Portia Simpson Miller have been called or have been a part of the PC. So it's not a special whatever.
Right.
It's a part of.
So there's really no comparison.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so I guess you're trying to attract the ones who
conflate the issues.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah. And I'm glad you're here because, or this team is here because I think sometimes in order to score a point as opposed to making a point, we conflate things that don't need to be conflated, you know? And so I think this should help to clear up the point for those who are objective.
Yes.
You know?
Rashima, you have another question?
Yes, the other question.
Hold on, Rashima. Let me just have Joshua
I
finish
think
it.
the
Just sit up
minister
in
is
there,
back to
Rashima.
chopper check.
Go ahead, Joshua.
The other question was, you know, as I had said before, the argument is out there talking about the opposition leader and those who may find themselves in similar position did not swear or pledge allegiance to the crown because they were already citizens, right? By virtue of inheritance, as opposed to the prime minister who pledged allegiance, you know, which is the same, you know, you can almost call it part B of the same question, you know, or well, take out the prime minister. There's a difference between those who swore or pledge allegiance to the crown as opposed to those who did not swear. And the simple response that I've given, so I'm looking for clarification now, is that if you're already born in our land, it is understood that you're already aligned. You know, your allegiance is to that place, hopefully. So there would be no need to do it. And as opposed to the person who wants to become a citizen, who will now have to pledge their allegiance. So over to you.
Minister, Dr. Spence.
I didn't hear all of that. Go ahead, Dr. Spence, if you heard it.
Minister, question: do we now swear when we say? Because I remember when I was younger and Clarissa Glasgow used to swear in the members of parliament and so on. The swearing then and the swearing now are different because we now no longer swear to Queen Elizabeth, her heirs and successors. Minister, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what the question is talking about. Who do we now swear to? And if somebody is a member of the Commonwealth and their citizenship extends, for example, to the United Kingdom, do they have to swear when they take office in Jamaica?
No, I'm not talking about Jamaica and Sharon. I'm talking about...
That's Dr. Spence talking there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Spence. What I'm talking about is, being a Jamaican, and let's say I want to change citizenship, or, well, not change, but I would like to...
I'm not hearing him again.
You know, as opposed to someone who inherited it. And so the argument is being put forward. The leader of the opposition did not swear, so it should not matter, right? As opposed to the other person who is going to swear. But because the leader of the opposition...
Sorry, I'm not.
They're trying to...
I am not hearing.
We're not hearing you. You need to speak up a little bit more, my brother, please.
Wow. I'm going to try one more time. You're hearing me now? All right, let me back out and come back.
Yeah, we are a little low on his side there. But he's just trying to get the...
I'm trying to understand the point. I was hearing him, but I wasn't getting the point because is it a matter of the oath of allegiance and...
Yeah, I wasn't getting it.
Take the other person till Joshua
saying
come back.
that because the prime minister or because members of parliament have to swear an oath to take office, it's the same thing as saying...
As someone who acquires by virtue of renewing a passport, per se.
But it's not
that's
the
what
same
we're talking about. But Mikey G, you're next.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
All right, first,
Your background's a little noisy, so speak up louder for us, please.
Commendation, Minister, on the process that has been employed, which has now resulted in the document we now have. And is what is causing the public to become more engaged in this process. I know that there's been a lot of sniping from people in the public space. So my question is,
Not hear nothing.
question that are going to be put in a referendum.
You're asking how would the questions be phrased?
Yeah, the framing of the questions is important. And at what stage they're going to put the thing for a referendum.
Okay, so he's asking at what stage would this go to a referendum and what sort of format would be used for the questions?
So there is a lot of guidance. We're paying very close attention to the expert guidance on this matter. The referendum comes after the bill is passed in the parliament. So it has to go through the parliamentary process, because what the Constitution says is that for these kinds of changes, the bill does not become law unless and until the changes are approved by the people. So when we get to that stage, we're actually have been looking at the guidance, and it's more around simplicity and the dualities between a status quo and the change. We will try to keep it as simple as possible, looking at what has caused other referenda to fail in other places. So we will talk more about that. That's the second stage. That's a further stage of the process. But we will have to begin to educate the people, because they will have to know the content of the bill. What the Constitution says is that the bill that is making the change has to be approved by the people. So it really would be along the line about the bill abolishing the monarchy as a form of government, establishing the Republic of Jamaica, but in very clear way for the people to understand after they would have been educated fully on what is contained in the bill. And hopefully they also would have paid close attention to the debates in the parliament.
Minister, could you outline that process?
Go ahead.
Outline that process, Minister, the parliamentary process after the...
Right, nothing gets to the people. Nothing gets to the people unless something is passed in the parliament. This is what a lot of people don't understand. It's not just a matter, it's an approval that the people will do of what the parliament has passed, right? And they signal their approval in a way that the parliament will prescribe. So we haven't done one in independent Jamaica. We are looking at how best to do it to meet the parliament, the constitutional intent, and having the people have their say in the process. But nothing gets to the people until and unless something is passed by the parliament.
So the
and in particular, the House of Representatives.
Could you outline?
The process is laid down. It's a very complex process that is set out at Section 49, subsection 3 of the Constitution. So it begins with the tabling of the bill, and then you can't debate the bill in the Parliament unless 3 months have passed between the tabling and the commencement of the debate. In that 3-month period, we will be engaging in very deep education, and also the intention is to have a joint select committee so that we can go through the bill. And then when the debate commences and concludes, you still need another 3 months to pass between the end of the debate in the House of Reps. So you have 6 months dead time.
Just a second. Hold on a second there, Mikey. Let me just have Joshua finish up. Joshua, you're back on.
So probably about, and then it goes to the Senate after that.
Very much. I don't know if it was answered, but it's the same question. I'm saying that there has been much argument trying to conflate the two about one who is by true inheritance or by birth is a British citizen versus one who had to swear allegiance. You know, and they were saying that, you know, I think the argument was being posited that, boy, so there is a difference, and so they really are not, quote unquote, they didn't have a choice, they're not connected to a foreign power. My response, and I seek your guidance on this, is that it is already assumed that you're already aligned to the government, that your allegiance is to the place that you were born, or you receive it through inheritance. So there would be no need to swear again. the person wants to become a citizen, it is of necessity that they do so. Over to you.
The question you're asking is
I'm
if
sorry, I
both,
did.
Joshua, you have to make the question as simple. Listen, our duty is to simplify the whole process. So the question you ask no need to be complicated. Simplify the question. Are you asking if the person who swear allegiance by way of holding up the Bible and saying swear to the king, or the person who get a birth certificate that says him is an Englishman, are they one and the same?
Chopper, may I suggest that, I mean, for the time being, we have a situation playing out.
Yes.
I think the way in which the leader of the opposition handled the questions around his citizenship, he has walked himself in quite a pickle. It's not so much a legal thing right now, you know. It's just that the way he responded left us with more questions than answers.
You know, Minister, I have a question for you. And I know this question you might have to come back to us with the answer. But I want to ask you, are you aware of any arrangement with countries such as Britain where whenever their foreign subjects or expats work in another country and give birth to a child in another country, they are issued a British birth certificate as opposed to the certificate of the country in which that child is born?
As a general rule, in the diplomatic service, if you are on your foreign service and you are born to a parent who is serving, you of your country.
So, in other words, Minister, let me break it down.
Well, I know that is what obtains for Jamaica. I'd have to remind myself if there is something specifically in the Vienna Convention that deals with it. But I know that,
If I serve my country, if I'm serving Jamaica and I'm deployed to Venezuela, for example, or I'm deployed to Australia, and my wife gets pregnant in Australia and give birth in Australia, does that child get an Australian birth certificate or a Jamaican birth certificate? That's the question, really.
For the Jamaican Foreign Service, you get a Jamaican birth certificate.
Oh! Oh!
Chopper,
Minister,
you're a troublemaker, you know, Chopper.
Minister, if I goes to Australia on deployment from Jamaica,
I can always double check with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it's an issue that arose recently in a discussion that I had with members of the diaspora in Washington, D.C. And I also had the issue raised with members of the Jamaican Foreign Service in D.C. because they were asking for greater ease of getting the Jamaican birth certificate, because that is what they are. The child would be entitled to a Jamaican birth certificate.
you know, I worked on a military base for about 5 years, Minister.
But I can double check. Just if there is for accuracy.
Like I said at the outset of the question, Minister, I know that question. I did not want you to answer it right now because I know you would need some time to double
Any
check.
more question from TikTok, Chopper?
Well, don't give me one because you know accuracy matters.
Yes.
So we have to at all times ensure that the information provided is accurate and up to date.
Thank you very much. But I wanted to come back to us with the answer to that question. I don't want anybody to run off now. My TikTokers, please don't.
Yes, don't report on this one. Let me verify the information. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Mikey, go ahead.
You have an assignment, Minister.
That's very well. Remember though, some countries allow citizenship by birth.
Yes.
So once you're born there, automatically you get citizenship by birth, and then Jamaica who allows it by dissent, you also get it that way. So it really depends on the rules.
Yes.
Let me check
You have
so
to
that
be
the
happy
answer can be correct.
I think
Yes.
you're pleased, Minister, that this conversation surrounding the Jamaica moving to a republic is one that is hitting the right tone, and the right people are involved in the conversation. People at the grassroots level. Some of the folks on
Right
here.
leadership.
Yes, yes,
Right.
absolutely. Mikey G, you have another question. Go ahead, my brother.
By the way, while Mikey G is coming with his question, I have to, I have come away with such a high level of respect for Prime Minister Holness. And here is why. Since Jamaica became independent, just about every prime minister want to take Jamaica to a republic. But none of them has been prepared to take it to the length because everybody's afraid of a referendum, in particular the other party, because that is the joke around it.
Yes.
And Prime Minister Holness knew upfront that it wouldn't be easy, but he believed that it is the right thing to do, and he also read the signals that were given to him.
Yep.
You don't know how it troubles us deeply that on something that enough people in the nation are agreed on, and what we thought was a position from the opposition, that they have now decided that they're making all kind of fuss about it.
Yes.
And the happenings around the Caribbean, Minister, Barbados, for example, is also reinforcement to the Prime Minister that this is the time to move forward.
Yes.
No, the nation invited the government to reflect when we were coming up on our 60th anniversary of independence.
Right.
Every time Jamaica celebrates independence, the nation reflects on what we have achieved and what we have done. 60 years is significant.
Right.
And the opposition leader, the current opposition leader, in fact said, don't bother, put it to a committee, go straight with it.
Yes.
But of course, there are other things that we said, if we could have consensus on which a referendum is required, we would just do them together.
And
Once we are agreed.
And the Prime Minister also told the King that Jamaica is moving on.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, Minister.
All right.
We now have another question for you, but before Winner comes in, Minister, I want you to tuck this little one right beside the birth certificate research. A diplomatic passport in Jamaica, can it or has it ever been issued to an individual without a Jamaican passport? In other words, do you have to have a Jamaican passport in order to be presented with a diplomatic passport? You don't have to answer that right now, Minister. Just keep it close to your chest. Winner, go ahead.
Minister, good night again. How do I say this? Probably you won't be able to answer.
That's fine.
But could it be that the opposition leader or the parties playing politics? In that, if we should look at Barbados, who carried out a referendum and became very
No, Barbados didn't do a referendum, and Barbados had no opposition at the time when it made the transition. Prime Minister Mia Mottley had won all of the seats. There was no opposition.
Okay.
And their constitution did not require a referendum.
Okay, but she became very popular because of the Republic move.
But she was popular before. She won all seats.
Yeah, but she would have gained some momentum even outside of that chopper. But could it be that the opposition itself is afraid of this move, as it would have given the government popularity and forced them into permanent retirement, I would say?
Gentlemen and ladies, my view is that because of how the Constitution of Jamaica is framed, it requires us to look at this issue of transition into the Republic beyond the next election. It really requires an exercise of leadership in a different way. And Prime Minister Holness has taken on that exercise of leadership. It requires a coming together of the society, of the nation, of the political parties in a way that we have never been able to do. So when we agree that something is the right thing to do, we really have to step up to the plate. Otherwise, we're not fit to lead a nation.
Yeah, it's a collaborative thing, yes.
Yes. Any more
True.
questions from TikTok, Chopper? Because of my time again.
Go ahead.
Joshua, hold
Hold on, Rashima. Them said Joshua have one before you. Go ahead, Joshua.
Thank you very much. Minister, I have a bouncer.
They say when you get a bouncer, you must step out of the way.
Leave alone, Minister. You're a good boss woman.
So let's say we also a British citizen, and we're either at war or with the talk of reparation on the table comes to the fore. So on one hand, I'm the prime minister of a country, but I'm also the citizen of another country, right? What position would that prime minister find his or herself in?
Did you say you were holding a bouncer? No, let me put it this way to you. You know, it's not just any nationality we're talking about. What is very interesting in this matter is how Mr. Golding himself framed the issue. No, what I'm saying, what is interesting is how Mr. Golding himself framed the issue. Mark Golding say you can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And then now, when you look on his own dual nationality, he has 1 foot in and 1 foot out. So he really walked himself into this pickle. Nobody pushed him there. He himself put himself there.
If you research, Minister, when you do the research and it comes out the way I know it's gonna come out, it will be both feet in the pickle, not just one.
No, but all right. So you have done your research, but just I think the Gleaner cartoon was hilarious, really hilarious in how it depicted it. It's not we frame the issue like that, you know. You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
Rashima,
and then some.
Minister, it's my understanding that the CRC is recommending a independent, a non-executive president that is independent. That means it's not politically appointed, right? Correct, Minister?
Well, that doesn't quite say it. It's a non-executive president nominated by the Prime Minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition and confirmed by the Parliament.
Yes. So the BS, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Isn't that the same process now for Governor General?
No, slightly different. Only that it is similar to the extent that you have a nomination and a confirmation.
Okay.
But the confirmation is going to be done by the people's representative in the Parliament.
So Mark Golding is suggesting that in the interim, that both sides cannot agree. He's suggesting that we should let the Attorney General be the head of state until the guys can come to a consensus. What do you think
Let
about
who
that
be the head of state?
No,
Let who be the head of state? Who is he suggesting? The Chief Justice?
There's two parts to the question.
Excuse me, Chapa?
No, saying there's two parts to the question.
No, I am reading from Mark Golding 4-page letter.
Because the CRC has a position on that too.
What is the CRC recommendation?
We are taking the judicial branch out of the executive. We're separating it out. Can you imagine if the Chief Justice, we must take the Chief Justice out of court for as long as it takes? What if a matter ends up going before the Chief Justice that needs to be adjudicated on? No, man. We consider that very long and hard. What happened in the current constitution is that the Chief Justice is one of the highest offices. And so it was understandable in that context as to how you would place him in the line of succession. But we want to keep the judicial branch separate.
Go all right,
And
good.
so we believe that with because the executive and the legislative branch overlap, but the judicial branch is held separately by virtue of the functions that need to be performed by the judiciary.
And
Different set
Minister,
of functions than the executive and legislative functions.
all right, part B now. Touch up, I don't know. Mark Gold in his letter saying that, Minister, that in a situation, he say one can envisage a situation where a firm-minded president stands up for the principle against a given government in some matter of national importance, such as declaration of state of emergency in
Break it up.
dubious
Very
circumstances,
well there.
and the peeved government then evokes this parliamentary procedure. So is there a situation where we could find ourselves in that situation, Minister?
No, no. If you look on the grounds that are set out, you see, Mr. Golden is trying to use his dispute about SOE to paint everything,
Exactly,
right?
Minister.
The grounds are no, man, no, man. He must come better than that. He must do
Yes,
better than
that's
that.
what he said, Minister. Go and read it. Four-page
No,
letter.
must do better than that. Yes,
But
I
we
saw
don't
it,
have to waste what he
but
said. We already know that his argument
yes,
is
yes,
useless.
yes.
The position of the CRC as it relates to the first question you asked is the position that I think a lot of Jamaicans identified with, you know.
I agree.
And that's why
I agree, Chopper.
yeah, I
But
don't really
Chopper, don't knock her down. Don't knock her down. We're just saying
No.
that
have a look
it's
of quietness.
unfortunate. The removal process is based on an established procedure and grounds, and the grounds would have to be made out so that he is really muddying the water,
Yes, Minister.
because you're going through a whole process. First of all, you have to allege the ground, and it's not grounds at large, and you also have to substantiate it.
Right.
Yes.
Minister broke down. Chopper, Minister broke down.
I am right here, not broken down at all,
No,
standing
Minister
tall.
is there,
So basically, Minister,
And it
there's
wouldn't
no
be
possibility where a firm-minded president can go against the government.
But the
It has never happened.
president is
It
not.
will never happen.
No, but we're taking out the president out of the legislature completely,
Okay, Minister. Chopper,
right?
allow the minister to
When
talk. Me not learn, you know.
the powers that would be given to the president as head of state would be powers that are not involved in the daily administration of government. We know that the opposition and the government have different perspective on the use of SOE. We
Yes.
agreed up to a certain point. We have a different approach to fighting crime.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you something. What stared the government in its face, if we had not resorted to the highest powers available, the bloodshed and mayhem would have been a lot greater.
I agree.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
the CRC have already, gentle folks, conducted a full assessment of the legal, the legal and the constitutional infrastructure of the country.
Work in progress. Work in progress. But I can tell you
But
that.
but what he's saying is that we did look at all of the options that could have been available. We did.
Yes.
And so
we did.
we thought of the Chief Justice, we thought of why the Chief Justice, we thought of why not the Chief Justice.
President of the Senate.
Because of
Speaker
that,
of the House.
President of the Senate.
Right.
Thought of
It's
all
a
of
thorough
the
investigation that was
but we had to
conducted.
use some principles, and the principle of keeping the legislature and the judiciary separate was what made the Chief Justice not a viable option for us.
Yes, Dr. Spencer, I agree, and I agree. But the thing about it, I'm glad the minister said it in a chopper. The opposition leader is trying to muddy the water and confuse Jamaican people who do not like to read and don't understand. So it is for the minister to come and explain to us.
Rashima, you and I are on the social media platforms day in, day out. It
I know
is
we have the minister here.
our duty to invite persons like herself and Dr. Spence and others. And I'm hoping that minister as a chair will put the word out. I know Dr. Spence has always answer our call. Doesn't matter what time we text her and say, Doc, explain this. She's always there. And if we call her 5 minutes before the show and say, Doc, you can come help us clarify some questions, she's always there. So I have no doubt that we need to create these environments, continue to create more environments that we can invite people like Minister. Because this thing here, look here, I will feel proud 20 years from now that I did my part in making sure that Jamaica is fully removed from the clutches of colonialism.
And to say as well, Chapa, one of the things we want people to do is to invite us to their community, even if 5 people you have together for
Exactly. Yes.
And you want to invite me or you want to invite us, or I can come.
Meetings,
Another member. We will
absolutely.
come and have the conversation if you want to set up a Zoom chat with 7, 10, 20 people so that we go through it together. We'll do that as well. So we want Jamaicans to reach out to us. Part of the education program is we want to have I was talking to another interested Jamaican the other day who was saying, let us go on the corners and in the bars and have the conversation.
Yes,
we don't need to have a formal meeting in a room. That is one of the things we'll have. But if people just put a group of people together and say, can we have a Zoom chat later? Or can you come to our community tomorrow at 5 o'clock for about half hour, 1 hour, give us 2 hours, we'll do that. Because we want people to be seized off the report. We want people to have them questions. We want people to write down
the Citizen Association meeting.
Yes.
Right. And the town hall meetings.
And the town hall. And we will continue the town hall meetings. We have been to St. Anne. We are going to St. Anne. We are going to St. Catherine. We are going to Trelawney. We are going to St. Thomas. We
want us to go into the markets.
Exactly. Wherever people are gathered and want to have conversations with us.
Talk to the churches.
Have made a commitment to have those conversations.
Yes.
Talk to the churches, Dr. Spence.
Yes?
Get the churches involved.
And the church, yes, because we do have a church. And we have
you're back with us? Yes, go ahead, Winner.
It will be an uphill battle. Well, it will be a battle, maybe up the hill, because we have persons on social media who are actively undermining the process of moving away from the monarch and putting doubts in the minds of Jamaicans regarding the constitutional reform that the government is trying to empower itself as it regards to the new constitution to remain in power indefinitely.
Well, we have to push back at that. And I think the pushback, Winner, for us to do what we're doing now is to do times 10, double up every platform and to get more people out there to speak on the issue, to get more people appraised of the issue so we can go out there and spread the gospel. I think we can push back against them. In every show I've seen, every movie I've watched, the bad guy might look good in the show, but at the end of it, good always conquer. And I believe that if we continue to push these issues and have the discussion at the local level, I mean, this doesn't require any highfalutin conversation. And I'm happy that the actual document that is presented, we were able, Dr. Spence, to sit over it as laymen. We're not lawyers. We didn't have a lawyer on, or we didn't have you on. We had other persons. We just discussed it. And it was quite simple. It was easy for us to interpret what was happening.
Yeah, but that's one of the things. Yeah, but
go ahead, Doc.
So I've been sharing it with people today when I was in the supermarket. Some ladies came up to me and they were saying, but we can't have We can't leave the king and then leave the court in a and Mr. But Trinidad, even though the CCJ is in Trinidad, Trinidad does not Trinidad still calls on the Privy Council. Even though Barbados went into its Republican status, it took a year or two before it announced that it was withdrawing from the Privy Council. So we have evidence across the Caribbean that people do it stage by stage. And one of the things I have learned about a referendum process is that you can't confuse people in a referendum. It can't be a whole heap of things that you put on that question. Right? And the reason why we are going to the people on these matters that require a referendum is because the Constitution says they require a referendum. The matter of the final court does not require a referendum. It requires a parliamentary decision by the two houses of parliament. But more than anything else, our Constitution says that these matters must have consensus or a consensus between government and opposition. In other words, government and opposition must be hugging up when they ask the people vote for this. There should be no lackluster approach to it. There should be no rancor. There should be no. So that's why I'm surprised at this, because I saw the leader of opposition's call in parliament. I saw that, so I thought, okay, so we are on the same. We're singing from this same hymn sheet where this is concerned. We shouldn't be here because we were at the point where we all agreed that this was the best thing to do and we were going to go about it. So the fact that we are now quarreling, kind of problematic, because we can't have a referendum in the midst of a quarrel on an issue.
But Dr. Spence, let me ask you this though. Let's say what exists now persists. In other words, let's say the opposition is adamant that they're not going to come to the table. They're not going to have any discussion on this. Is there a way for us to move this process forward without the opposition?
No, there's not. We must have the conversation. The Constitution requires it. If you decide to serve in any high office in Jamaica and the Jamaican people say they want to move away from the monarchy, those who are the servant of the people have an obligation to follow through with that request. That's why we haven't done it before, Chapa. It's because it required a consensus. It's not easy. No other. I don't know that there is any other country in the Caribbean that has that requirement.
No, the Jamaica Constitution is a unique one, It's comparative to the rest of the Caribbean island.
Yeah.
Our Constitution, if you look at it, is almost as if the Union Jack put clauses in place to hold on to Jamaica indefinitely.
Yeah, it requires a consensus.
And Minister back, I was just asking Dr. Spence, Minister, but she told me outright that there is absolutely no way. I was asking her if there's, if the opposition insists that they're not coming to the table to have this discussion, if there was ever a way to move the process forward, and she says,
well,
absolutely.
yes, no, there is, yes, because the founding fathers in their wisdom realized that it may be difficult for a Senate, for example, to support the government, because our Senate has a constitution guardianship role. The requirement for at least one opposition senator to vote in favor of a measure by a government where 2/3 vote is required means that you can't get it without at least one opposition senator supporting it. But even for those provisions, the Constitution says that if you don't get it, you can go through a process of passing it a second time in the House and then putting it to the people for their approval. But in such a case, it would require a 2/3 vote to approve it in a referendum as opposed to a simple majority. So a lot of people say we have not, with the low voter turnout, it's highly unlikely that you will get it. But I don't know.
Minister, you're very hopeful, Minister.
Well, I am hopeful, and I will continue to be hopeful because I do believe that this is the right thing to do. And I believe that when Jamaicans are sufficiently educated, I am keeping faith with the people that they will make a decision beyond the partisan tinkering and do what is right. I know that the leaders will be hesitant to do it because of all of the views around a holding of a referendum. I understand that. And some are saying that you shouldn't go forward. We really want it to be, a matter that brings the nation together in a way that it has not been brought together before.
I am as optimistic
I'm sorry?
as Minister. I am as optimistic as you are, Minister. And I was just about to say that we do have the opposition leader in his own voice supporting the initiatives in the early formation of the whole movement. And all we need to do is tell the masses of Jamaica that we need to move from under Britain. So if we can put those sound bites together, I'm sure if it goes to the people to make a vote, I'm sure we will triumph because the people just need to know.
At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, there are some political realities that we can't lose sight of. We are at a time in the political cycle where the sides are competing against each other. But I do believe that going forward, we have to find what it takes to cooperate on the things that we need to cooperate on and compete on the things that we need to compete on.
Yes.
Minister.
So many may think that I am naive, but I come to politics wanting the best for Jamaica and my fellow Jamaicans. And each of us has, different capabilities, different knowledge on different matters. By and large, the Jamaica as a nation has great potential, and we have seen glimpses of that potential. And it's for us to really get our act together and get our nation on the path that will enable us to realize our true potential. We have achieved a lot in many areas, even the gains that we have made recently in the economy. I mean, this is an area that we have struggled with for decades. We have now gotten a clearer picture of the kind of leadership that is required, and that took place across administration,
Minister,
it took place across administrations. Yes, ma'am.
Minister, based on your recollection, can you have the opposition leader and have voted with government on any legislation since 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I can't
Yes, and remember even when we started with the SOE, when Dr. Peter Phillips was leader.
Since 2020, Minister, since 2020.
Yes. And we have.
I have no recollection. Can you remind me of like two so I can change my narrative tomorrow in my talk? I've been saying the wrong thing.
Well, on the contentious issues, when they pull apart, I don't think they have voted, but we vote to pass the budget, for example. We vote, there are a number of measures. The Bail Act, hello. Don't forget,
the Bail Act.
When I first put out the bail bill, oh my goodness, it was decried.
I remember that one. You're right.
We never even had a minority report after the Joint Select Committee. So I think there is a proper place for coming together. I just think that, I am hoping that the opposition will step back and consider the matter a little more. Because as one person said, if Mr. Golden believes that he cannot support this process on what we are agreed on and then expect to implement it, should he lead the government, he should really think again.
That's what I said to Minister. Those were my very same statements.
Renz has a question for you, Minister. Renz, go ahead.
I wanted to ask Minister if it is that the vote in Parliament or Senate in relation to the recommendation of the CRC, can it be done in secret or it has to be openly known?
No, yes, the voting on bill is open voting. Remember that currently the Jamaica Labour Party can attain a 2/3 vote on the government side, but we can't attain it without in the Senate, right? So some people say if the electorate has given you a 2/3 majority in the House, what do you do with it? Do you not use it when it matters in appropriate cases?
Use it. Absolutely.
In appropriate
Use it.
cases, why would the founding fathers of the Constitution write a provision in, if not because they understood that there may come a time when you may need to do it that way? Because if you don't have 2/3 in the House, there is nothing to go to the Senate.
Right.
Right? So remember now, it's not usual that a government gets 2/3 in the House. Both PNP and JLP have gotten it in recent time. The PNP got it time before, but generally the results are much closer. So that we have to step back and really think through this. Think through it. Partisan politics will never, the way partisan politics is practiced now, it is not going to take us to the place that we need to take it, that Jamaica needs to be taken. And those who are going after the highest political office in the land have to step back from the existing political instinct and really look at what our generation of politicians should bequeath to the next generation. We can't continue like this. We honestly can't. Prime Minister Holness is doing all he can to take the nation down a path where those who come behind us will find us faithful. And we want to assure Jamaicans that this is not just about the narrow partisan interest. We really believe that when you are elected to govern, you must govern, and you must govern in the best interest of the nation. So if there is anything to gain for us going into the polls, is for people to say that we are bold in making the changes that we believe need to be made in the nation in order to put us at a better place so that our people can realize their potential and become the great nation that we can be. We have seen so many glimpses of the greatness that we're capable of. And when our Jamaicans step out on the international stage, we are truly better than the rest. We are as good as it gets and better than the rest. Look on where you have seen it, the pockets of excellence. We want to mainstream excellence in the nation. It's a lot of work that is ahead of us. We can't afford to slow it down. We can't afford to wait until we can do it all at once. We are going to take the steps steadily in the right direction.
Yes.
And that is what
one final question
on
TikTok for you, Minister. One final question on TikTok, and then we're gonna release you from
yes,
these fast
Minister,
bowlers. Go ahead, sir.
Minister, good night.
Yes,
again.
sir.
God bless you again. When you remove from the Republic, from the Privy Court, from the British and the Republican, do you still use the name the Queen or the King, or you use the name Jamaican?
No, we wouldn't use the king or the queen. So, for example, the king and queen are used in cases. So you have R.V. John Brown, for example. R stand for Regina when Queen Elizabeth was alive. No, it's Rex. That's a Latin for king. Regina is a Latin for queen. You wouldn't be, it would be the state of Jamaica against someone.
So, like
So no, we wouldn't be.
No, we say God save Jamaica instead of God save King.
Yes, or
I like this.
Yes, we
God
still would
save
want
Jamaica,
God to
not
save
every day.
everyone. We still want the God to save everyone, but we wouldn't be on the duty to say that because we would no longer have the monarch as our head of state. We will always want God to save our head of state, and we always want God to bless our nation.
Yeah.
Okay, God bless you and thank you very much. And may the good Lord bless you and the Prime Minister. I don't know have a blessed time go through this in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. It shall be done for the betterment and the future of our generation to come and our generation that present in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I am
God
so,
bless.
Dr. Barnett said that he was one of those who remembered clearly when the Union Jack was lowered and the Jamaican flag was raised. I have glimpses of what Republic Day will be like and what it will come to mean for generations to come.
I would like to be here, Minister. Please, let's get it done.
I would, Minister, I would love to be a part of that, but I just want to say that based on the utterance and the behavior of Mark Jefferson Golden, I am not so optimistic as you. That man has been flip-flopping, changing his mind, changing his narrative.
Who is this speaking?
This is Rashima on YouTube,
Rashima,
Minister.
I don't even think members of the PNP agree with Mr. Golden's stance. Some may do, but I get a sense that many don't. Some in my constituency have said to me, boy, they are puzzled by it. But sometimes, you toe a party line because your leader said you must do this. Remember that the PNP are agreed on the move to a republic. They are agreed on it.
Then, Minister, let me ask you a question then. If the PNP agreed on it, why then Mr. Hilton and Miss Donna Scott Matley, two grown persons, not children, stand up beside Mark Golding quite as a lamb and allowing Mark Golding to go on to put out that statement?
You're a political activist? Come on, we mustn't lose sight of politics.
Minister,
and this is what... No, yes, the political realities are what they are, but we have to be bold enough to help our leaders when we see our leaders going down a path that is not in the best interest of the nation. We have to find the courage to say, not firstly in public for embarrassment, but you have to think this thing through. That's why insiders have insider privilege. But I guess for them, they're only seeing election.
Yes, Minister. The PNP has always been a party, Minister, that seek party first before country.
Minister,
but the people have facilitated that kind of culture. In all fairness, we the people now will have to rise up and say if this is the right thing to do. That's why the people's approval is what is required in it. Because if the two sides in the parliament agree to it and the people don't agree, it still won't happen.
The Minister, I agree, Minister. I'm waiting to see what he's going to do during the debate. I'm waiting to see his behavior in the debate when the thing is tabled. I'm waiting to see.
I am keeping faith because I believe Jamaica is a nation with great potential.
Minister,
great potential.
You understand what I meant when I said that the voice of the people is the voice of God.
Real one, you are going to get the final question. Rough one. You have the final one for Minister. Minister, I did say final. Forgive me.
I'm sorry, since the leader of the opposition kind of delayed the process, there's an easy one, a low-hanging fruit in the parliament. I think MP Bobby Montague introduced a private member's motion calling for the prayer that is the disgusting prayer that is prayed in parliament to be changed. Would the government show us as a demonstration that they're serious, change that, move that motion forward?
I tell you what, on Tuesday, stay tuned to the parliament. You're going to see something happen in the parliament this Tuesday that will show you that we really are serious about moving on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Watch parliament on Tuesday. All right.
Tell her rough one. What you said?
if I love you one more time, Minister.
I'm not saying it's a prayer that's going to happen, you know, but stay tuned. Right. And we mustn't be mean when we talk about prayers. We pray for everyone.
That is true. That is true. Absolutely.
All right. So
Well,
we
Minister,
pray for everyone.
We thank you for stopping by.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate all the support there because this is not an easy road.
No, it's not. It's not. And we definitely will reach out to you again. Dr. Spence, you have the last word. Your final comment.
Yeah, just for people to do what you're doing now, apprise themselves of the issues. Any material, even if we think it is difficult to read, when you read it 2 or 3 times, it becomes less complex. So let us do our own research, do our own readings, and seek out the people who will have conversations and clarify so that we are all having the same conversation.
Thank you.
Chopper, let me have the last word now until you say Dr. Spence is a bright lady, you know.
1 second there, Doc. 1 second. God bless. Just a second.
I say I am going to take the ministerial privilege and have the last word from your panel.
Granted.
And to say that the nation, I as a leader in the nation, I'm so pleased to have people like Dr. Spence, gifted intellectual, who is putting her talent to work for the nation. Not all of us will do it politically or run for office. But I really want to commend her to this audience as someone who's a solid thinker, and the process has been enriched by her participation.
Agree, Minister.
Thank you kindly, Minister, for those kind words.
We echo those sentiments, Minister.
Yes.
Dr.
All right.
Spence, I thought you and I had a resemblance somewhere.
Is it that you're looking for some commendation too by association?
Integrate my especially if you're from St. But I see Clarendon, so I'm not.
Well, just to say,
family roots, really.
There you go.
Just to say, you know,
Me too, Newmarket End.
Moko.
Kilmarnock.
Kilmarnock. So we do have some resemblance.
The minister was saying something, Chopper.
Hold on a second. No, we're not going to put the minister. Listen, we're not going to put the minister in a politics position right now. You know. Listen, my job. Listen, when we call the minister in our green shirt, that's that different conversation.
Yeah, when she come on TikTok, see if that
when she come on TikTok, when she come on TikTok, she will put on her green shirt. Right now,
green shirt, we deal with that.
Is the minister.
Yeah, man, when she come on TikTok in our green shirt, we deal with that.
I don't expose the minister to the politics,
yeah, man.
right?
When she come on
you
TikTok.
know, but fun and joke aside, this is how I know that we have what it takes as a nation, because you may say that in joke, Chopper, but it is something profound. There is a time and place for everything. I'm engaging you in my ministerial role, and you know that rises above the partisan politics.
Absolutely.
When I engage you, but the two are not separated, you know, but the role, the function of the office is just a little different. All right? So when you say things like that, it just reinforces that I have every reason to be optimistic in this Jamaica land we love.
And you know, get more tribal than me, you know, Minister. Me can
Oh dear. All right.
We thank you for your hard work.
Blessings.
Thank you,
Minister.
Thank you.
Yes, blessings and honor. All right.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Dr. Spence.
I am signing off. I am exiting, and I wish you all well until we speak again.
Yes, thank you and good night, Minister.
Thank you,
Dr.
Minister.
Spence.
One love.
Thank you.
Chopper.
Yes.
Very good. I want to
hold on a second. Ren's on the floor.
Program tonight.
Hold on, Munchie.
From the minister, do we need the opposition in order for us to bring it to a referendum? She said no. You don't need.
No, you don't need him. You don't need him. No. The only problem is.
It can be brought to it can be brought to a referendum to the people. However,
but
it will require a a 2/3 majority from the people.
No, the 2/3 majority.
Consensus. No man, hold on. If there's a consensus in Parliament, the majority, when it goes to referendum, whatever the majority say, that's what will go.
But,
so if it is that there's no consensus in Parliament, no consensus at all, and you go to referendum, you need 2/3. If it is that there is consensus, the majority rule.
I needed to clarify something on that though, because I needed to find out, Dr. Nelson, if the majority, the 2/3 majority, was 2/3 of votes cast, or 2/3 of who's on the voters list.
2/3 of who on the voters list. That is why Bruce Golding is saying we will not get it.
If it is 2/3 of who is on the voters list, then it might be difficult because
that's
the voters list is not accurate.
Which means you'd have to turn out the vote. You have to wait.
Yes.
But not only turn out the vote, it means that you'd have to get the voters list corrected first.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
Who on the voters list?
No,
up to date.
I believe a third of it is incorrect.
Get an up to date.
Who on the voters
That's
list?
enough to be dealt with. But
that is
nonetheless,
why,
I believe personally that the government should move the process right through. Wherever it stops, let the record show that this government had the balls to do it.
Right. But you know, Chopper, I am convinced, as minister said, I am with her in that corner. I am convinced that anyhow this thing touch the voters.
Yes.
It is a done deal.
Done deal. That's why they don't want it to go there.
If it
I
reaches
think
the hands
if
of
they
the voters,
educate the people the right way.
And we will. And to be honest with
especially
you,
the young people between 18 and 25, Dr. Clovis, carrying at the school.
Mr. Boy, let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
We can pass it.
Let me tell everybody something right now for the records. All we have to do is tell the people, which they already know for the most part, that Jamaica is moving from under the Queen
That's
and
it.
the Queen.
That's it.
it.
That's it.
And the opposition is trying to stop it.
That's it. The government, if the government is worried about skewing the opinions of people, they don't have to worry about it because the government don't have to do the PR. Private entities like us who have an interest will do the PR.
The last vestige.
The minister is Chopper. The minister texts that she's still on. She can clarify.
Listen, the last vestige of colonialism. The last vestige of colonialism.
He came in at 10:02.
Yeah. Minister say, hold on a second. Minister is still here.
She's still on.
I decided to come. Are you hearing me?
Yes,
Minister, we're hearing you.
All right. So I was hearing the conversation. It's not the 2/3 of those who are on the voters list, but 2/3 of those who turn out to vote.
Oh,
all right.
That's
we can get
that's
that.
Right.
It is not
right. It's a simple majority of those voting and a 2/3 of those voting, not the total number on the voters list.
That's even better.
Thank you, Minister.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Minister. We have work to do. Let's get to work.
We
do not stop the
all right.
process, Minister.
Can I bid you farewell now?
Yes,
ma'am.
Do you understand? All right, good.
If we mobilize,
that is important. That you clarify that.
Yeah, man, we
see
get
that
it, Chopper. We get
because
it.
if it is 2/3 majority of who vote, we got that in Parliament just now, you know.
Chopper, ask the TikTok if them here. Coming on if them here.
TikTok heard, man. TikTok is right here. TikTok heard that. 2/3 majority, meaning 2/3 of vote cast. And that is doable.
Listen to me. Bro God is going to push forward because Bro God
Minister, I say to the CRC, do not stop. Let's take this one to the PNP. Let me put on my political hat now. Let's take this one to the people.
Yes.
If back in the 1950s, when our founding fathers had the same task ahead of them, if they had relent because of pressure from the opposition,
yes,
we would not be here today.
Yeah, man.
And I say to our leaders today, let's go for it.
Let me go put on my green shirt, Chopper. May I come? Put on my green shirt.
Which one?
Chopper. This is when you play.
No, the 2/3. What Minister just clarify is that what is required. People are saying that because the opposition step away from the process, meaning it's done. No. What Minister is saying is that there's still an avenue that we can take, which is getting the confirmation from, hey, no ring no bell over here, you know.
I mistake me make.
No bell.
I drop on me kisses.
You can't cool off a little bit, man.
I'm gonna put on my green shirt.
Anyhow, may I clarify with the minister saying you're coming in your green shirt and your bell. Leave that alone, man. It's a time and place for everything, son. It's not labor right time now. It's everybody's time. Anyway, so what minister is saying is that because the opposition walk away from the process and refuse to sign the document, doesn't necessarily mean that the process is dead. Because once she goes to Parliament 2 times and run it through Parliament, you can now go to the people. The only difference is that the threshold for the people is 2/3 majority. And we had a concern just now whether it was 2/3 majority of who is on the voters list or 2/3 majority of who turned out to vote. Minister came back and she clarified that it is 2/3 majority of vote cast. So whomever turned out. Who's that?
Mute all that. Somebody come up when I post in my back.
Oh, really? Oh boy. Anyhow. So the clarification is made that it is 2/3 majority of vote cast. And we are saying that that is good news because the truth is, I think if you package this the right way, you could easily get 2/3 majority.
It might be easier than the other way.
Oh yeah, I think it is easy.
Yeah,
I think this one is easy. I didn't even know it was so easy. That's why I keep asking: is it 2/3 majority of voters list or vote cast? No, the clarification is there. So, folks, we should encourage the government not to stop, not to stop, but go forward.
The atmosphere is right for it.
Bring it to the people. Let the people decide.
Yes.
Yes.
Chopper.
Yes.
Right, you know?
Chopper.
Yes.
Oh, you like
Yes,
the
sir.
fact that my slogan keep ringing through time and time again.
Yes, man.
The voice of
the people is the voice of God.
Of God.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I think
Bring-
Winner just said something.
Go ahead, Winner.
Winner, repeat.
That this clarification even bring the Republic closer to the hands of.
Oh, yeah, that's simple clarification right there.
Exactly. Which is what we're saying.
Preventing the movement of Jamaica.
But that is a conversation that we have to have with the common man.
And then Chopper, here's the problem now, right? If Marky British and the PNP is so confident that and thinks Jamaican people want the CCJ, let's put it on the referendum as well.
You can put it there. Simple. Simple. Let's go to the people.
Come on board and let's go to the people.
Let's go to the people.
He might have
go to the people again.
He might have thought that he bought a bouncer to the government.
No, he did not.
It is not. He did not. We are not afraid. Let's go to the people.
And it turned out to be a ball that even Court the Walls could lick for 6.
Let's put both of them to the people, Chopper. Move from the king and move from the CCJ. Let's put it to the people.
Bring it to the people.
Yeah.
Bring it to the people. We are not afraid.
They will not try to say if they can't hold you up. I mean, what is wrong with having the people choose?
I don't know why they're afraid of the people.
It will be more exciting going to the people.
Let us educate the society and do not underestimate the intelligence of the Jamaican people.
It is going to be more. It is going to be so much more exciting when the people have their hands on it. It will be jubilee again in the streets.
Absolutely, and I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of that.
14 or maybe 15 parishes. Jubilee.
Chopper, did you read the letter that Minister Vaz wrote to the Gleaner?
I read it. I read it.
Dr. Nelson, did you read the part where Darrell Vaz said the private motion bill that Mr. Michael Phillips brought, Chopper? telling the government to bring it to a referendum for the people to decide about living from the king. That's what the letter say now. What a man can flip-flop, Chopper. And that was in 2021, you know. And now we say that you don't want a referendum again. No, sir. We can't trust the man, Dr. Nelson. We can't trust him.
They cannot derail this train. This train will carry no backbiters. and it is going straight through. Right? Let's play some culture. Let's play some culture.
Narrative they're trying to push, they're now telling the people of Jamaica that we weren't ready for independence from the British.
Well, they have something to see.
They want to push the narrative of no republic. They might tell people no, so we're not ready. We weren't ready for independence, so we're not ready for republic. You can't love parties so much.
Who's saying that? Who should say saying that?
It's ready. At 62, a 62-year-old man is
Who say that we're not ready?
Maybe then we were not ready. But 62 years later, I believe we're in a far better position. Jamaica is now being used as the poster child for economic reform. And I think if that's not readiness, then and all the dots seem to align. So if that's not enough reasons to head in this direction, knowing that all the pointers, the dots, the T's that are crossed are in line, then we will never be ready hereafter. So full steam ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, sir.
I am not in support.
Let me say this. Here is what.
Let me say this.
Hold on there, Rush.
Let me say this, Rush, please. I am not in support of any argument that from 61, 62 people were not ready. Everybody is ready for freedom, whether they understand the processes or not. Right? But so then the people might not have been literate enough to know the process. And then some person somewhere made the determination for them that they are not ready. Nonsense. People are always ready for freedom.
Thank you. Chopper and Dr. Nelson, here is what was in the private motion bill that was tabled in Parliament by Michael Phillips. 1. Take the necessary steps in accordance with the Constitution to remove the British monarch as Jamaica's head of state and establish a new head of state of Jamaica to be known as the President of Jamaica. Appoint a small committee of appropriate professionals to undertake a 6-month public education exercise on the desirability of having a republic system of government instead of a monarchical one. Therefore, hold a national referendum to approve the necessary constitutional changes. This was 2020.
Yeah, but I remember that one. I remember that, yeah.
So what happened since then and now?
Political expediency, mama.
Politics.
Hello?
This is where we're seeing steel poles. Politricksters want to drink human blood.
Yes.
With concrete hearts, they know no love.
What's that, rough one?
What's ironic, I don't think a lot of people remember that when the conversation first started, we can go back and look it up. The Prime Minister said, there is more than just becoming a republic. We must also become financially independent.
Right, yes. And we're getting there.
And we're getting there, yes.
Yes.
Things are actually
If you're on, you have to mute your mic, guys. Yep. But I think this was a good one, guys. It was 10:15. We're gonna be out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming. Rashima, you got something else you want to say, Mama?
No, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to take me a command tonight because this was a hard work for me a while ago. What I'm saying to you guys, you labor writing a TikTok, keep the conversation going about Marky British. Don't take one foot off a Marky British neck.
Hello, Mrs. Listen to me carefully. You see the question I may ask the goodly minister to come back to me with an answer.
Yes.
Learn something about me.
Chopper.
I never ask a question when I don't know the answer to.
You're a bad boy, Chopper.
Remember
I keep telling you that. I laugh at that question, you know. I know exactly.
Anytime you hear me ask a question, me already have the answer.
Me know you, Chopper. Me know you. Me not look for you.
But me like when me sit down in my seat, me sit down good.
Yes.
Well, Miss Boyd, you look good in your green shirt though. The color fit
Yes,
you.
Papa, know me. I only because me never me get one if you come up here with no green shirt since night.
But the
You
color
know
fit
me
you,
not put
man.
on my behavior,
Color
you know.
fit you well.
Me the worst
Hey.
ever right with the boat.
Winner, you heard what the minister said? That there is an arrangement in place.
Come Tuesday.
That when you go to a country, you can also obtain your nationality and not just the one, or not the one in which you were born.
Yeah, because you're a diplomat.
Yes. Now, let me ask you something. There's a gentleman whose father came from Britain some time ago, landed in Jamaica, and his wife got pregnant and gave birth to a child in Jamaica.
While he was a diplomat.
Could it be, hypothetically,
So
could
that
it
baby
be
has diplomatic
the child
immunity.
got a British birth certificate? And by virtue of that, if I'm right, Dr. Nelson, could it be that that individual to date really do not possess a Jamaican birth certificate? Hello?
Chaps, I want to ask though.
Hello? Chopper, right? Hello?
Answer question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Interesting. Who this one? She say hello.
Yes.
Yeah, what I want to ask though, Chaps, right?
Yes.
If it is you get the citizenship through your spouse,
Mm-hmm.
can we assume that happen? Alright, no, that's not the question I can ask. If a Jamaican get citizenship from them spouse in America or England, can you then turn around and give your spouse Jamaican citizenship?
Not in England. You can't be you can't get naturalized in a foreign state. You have to get naturalized in the state that you want to be naturalized.
So yeah, and that's what I ask, if it is that you are actually British and you give your spouse British citizenship, can this spouse then turn around and give a Jamaican
If you file,
citizenship?
if you apply, but in this case, the case that we're talking about, it doesn't seem. I think you're dealing with somebody who have an entitlement posture. So my assumption is that he wouldn't apply for that because he believes that hey, I got it.
Chaps, how did he obtain the blue book to begin with?
Well, the blue book happens to be a diplomatic passport.
Oh, so wait, you get the diplomatic passports.
Hello.
You don't need a Jamaican passport.
Hello. Did you know that if a man from Venezuela or a man from Australia is living in Jamaica and becomes acquainted with Jamaica and Jamaica, the government of Jamaica engaged this man to become an ambassador or to become a diplomat for Jamaica, that individual can be issued a diplomatic passport.
Oh, so
did you know that most parliamentarian has two passports?
To the government at the time, it could be that he because
hello. I don't know. I'm just saying most politicians
well,
I
the
know.
The question that she just asked about the specific time in history, which is the most likely time when such regulations were potent, I should say, then chances are it is so.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger now. Don't shoot the messenger now. I'm just saying.
Dr. Clovis, I see a word.
For people, his wife is not a Jamaican. She was married, but she now has British citizenship. Remember, so she made mistake and show her passport. I'm sure how far they went, to try paint a narrative. The video that they had, she accidentally showed her British passport.
Whoa. Can I ask you a question? Are you talking about the passport that was tapped on the screen like this? Bang?
It was burgundy. By the time it reached the screen, it turned blue.
Oh, so hold on. Oh, yes.
Books were together. The two books were together.
Yeah, two books.
So when the books were turned, what they call it, face down,
Which have in our hand
exposed.
So the burgundy book is which book?
Somebody screenshot it and expose it.
So the burgundy book, do you know that is the CARICOM passport?
No, that's a British.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the color. It's resembling the color of the British passport.
Well, you hold on a second there.
So then I noticed that Chops can't find the video again. They must
Member said Chopper have diplomatic passport. CARICOM diplomatic passport.
Oh, yeah.
Chopper have dual citizenship, member.
I got two books here. I don't know if this can be seen, but I have two books.
Chopper have a CARICOM and him have a dual citizenship book.
Screen record, but the original that they put up themselves is removed. People catch up on.
Chopper, let me see if I see a book like where Marky British have.
Renz.
Yeah, man, I saw Marky British one did look.
Renz, my name actually get a Beverly Manley, and I'm speaking in
So
court.
Chopper, I never know you're a British citizen too.
Bunchy said never knows me a British citizen, missus. Yes. Yeah?
You got that one a while ago, not true?
Tap up the line.
Which one? No, Joshua. Okay, which one not now?
No, I'm saying.
Anyway, gentle folks, I am going to exit,
Anyway,
right. Well, Dr. Nelson, as always, you become our resident expert
on your program.
Yes.
I will soon send you the bill. Don't worry.
Not a problem. We appreciate you, sir. We appreciate you. Sometimes we put Dr. Nelson on the promo without even asking him if he's available. But we appreciate you, Doc. Always.
Listen, let me say this. We
Hold
are
on a second, darling. Hold on one second.
We are at a critical juncture.
Hold on 1 second there.
Right?
Mark.
In our history as Jamaicans. And from this moment, give and take a few here and there when I'm traveling, because I do to travel, I'll try my best to sit in with you, Chopper, so we can discuss this, meet the people where they are, help to clarify these gray areas so Jamaica can move forward. So it is my pleasure to do that at any time, short notice or no short notice. Because at the end of the day, we pass this way but once. And we have to make sure to do whatever we can as we go through. So we will not pass this way again.
Thank you.
We are going through a historical tunnel.
Yes, we have come.
Right? We're going through a historical tunnel, and it's a one-way ticket. So I will put aside everything that I have that may create a problem or slow me down so that my voice can be a part of this narrative.
Yes.
And this discussion. You know what I mean? And that's just as simple as it gets. There comes a time when you have to put aside all of your aspirations and whatever else you have.
Country first.
That will take you away from country first initiatives. And this is why I fly to New York.
Yes, sir.
This is why I do what I do. Not because I'm getting a salary from nobody. That's my own money is being spent. But at the end of the day, I am happy. I am proud to be out there for brand Jamaica. And that's the bottom line.
All right.
So
Thank you so much.
That's my farewell speech. That's my farewell statement. Until next time, Chopper.
Yeah, man.
All right, sir.
Enough respect.
Until
Thank you,
next
Doc.
time, guys. One love.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. All the best. Rush. Go ahead.
Chopper, I put on in pajama rub up with in beer rum now, guys.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Go on. I have a question.
Yes.
If you were born in England,
yes.
say your parents were born in England and then come to Jamaica.
Yes.
Can you get a Jamaican passport to say that you were born in England?
All right, hold on. If you're an English national, and you were sent to Jamaica as a diplomat, and you.
No, I'm talking about your parents left England. So your mother, right?
People want snacks, so.
Is a Jamaican. She live a Jamaica. She come down here, and she have no. She you are born in England, but she come down here to Jamaica with you as a baby.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Can she register you? Can you get a Jamaican passport to say
Yes.
you were born
Yes,
in
you
England?
can.
You have to go back to England to get
No,
a
you
birth.
can get a Jamaican passport because you can become a naturalized. My son was born in the United States, and he has gotten a Jamaican passport. Because
I know somebody.
Yeah.
The father
Because I'm a Jamaican.
She I know a lady that she was born in England, but she lived her entire life in Jamaica. You understand? From she's a baby, and she didn't desire to go to England. It was America. She left and go. She didn't want to go to England. You know. So I don't know if she had a Jamaican passport, because I thought you had to go back and go get a English, you know, you have to get an English passport. You understand? So I'm wondering, you know, because some people have said, because the opposition leader said he's a Jamaican.
Well, he's a Jamaican, you know, when you really check it.
Yes.
But there is something. Look here.
Can also be a naturalized Jamaican.
Yeah, exactly. You see, the issue right now, you know, is not so much whether or not Mr. Golden is a Jamaican. I think the issue that we really have is the fact that he tries so hard to lie to the Jamaican people, and it gets no worse than that. I think he deliberately misrepresent the facts. And he had several opportunities where he could come clean and say to persons that, yes, I hold a British passport and whatever. He could have said that. He did not. He deliberately make other statements to suggest.
Chops, if there is nothing wrong, if it's legal, like they're pushing, no, why try to hide it?
Exactly.
Two, notice that each time he's on it, he keeps stressing on the fact that his father was the one who got it for him.
Right.
He never make it seem like he at any point
renewed it. So his father got it for him. And he's 50 years old. So that simply means his passport would be the.
There needs to be something wrong with him.
No, his passport is a special passport. He would have a special passport,
He
Ren.
didn't have an intention to get a Jamaican passport because he waited so long.
Right, so.
Because he was doing fine with the English passport, so he didn't really have an intention.
So these are the questions that we have.
A man who have no assets in Jamaica, you know.
Well, yeah.
This man have no
How much million is in the UK?
His children are British, his wife is British, everybody British.
Oh God, this is not looking good though. But
Jesus.
That's gonna come back to us now. Minister is, I bet you by tomorrow, I'll get a message from Minister that says, here are the facts. And if the facts is where I think it is, all road lead to Garden House come Tuesday.
Yes.
Everybody.
I want to say, Chubbs, one of them, you notice that him run out of Parliament quick last week Tuesday?
Yes.
He went Parliament very early last week Tuesday.
Well, we'll be there this week.
So,
all who can make it to Kingston on Tuesday, please let us meet at Duke Street, 12 o'clock, 12 noon. And make we hang out down there and wait. Because if him no want to move by free will, he'll be moved by force. We will be going to Kingston come Tuesday. So for those of you who are on the live and can make it, please make your way to Kingston on Tuesday. No inappropriate placard. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Look, you had a question before. Hold on, Mark. Yes. Is like your birth certificate or when you're born or which country is something private that should be private that the public, you know, you're a representative in Ghana House.
When you're at certain level of leadership, nothing is private.
Because I'm saying Obama had to present his birth certificate, you remember?
Of course. Trump asking for it.
Look here. You see, where people born, people that they tell us, boy, me born 1940, me born 1960. People say me born in Jamaica, me born in England, me born. Yet people not hide these things, so me not know, you know, because he's saying that it is private information when what's his name? That I can't remember. He's saying that it's private. So
When you're at that level of public office, nothing is private. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, you know, there's a question I could keep asking, and I'd love to hear the answer. Where's Mark? Who is Mark Golding's mother? And really and truly, living here with Sir John Golding while he was here, who is she?
Sir, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, sir.
Very important question. So then that is a great mystery. If nobody knows his mother, and can say she was living here between X time and Y time, how then are anybody sure that Mark was even born here? Very important.
Da da dee, da da da. The plot thickens. The plot thickens.
Me say.
Hiroshima.
Me tell you, me can't manage them in a chopper. I just send me tribal. Hear them people in over TikTok. Hear your TikTok people when them are going.
TikTok, hold on a second. Me don't like this though. This is not good. TikTok, this is not good. 200 and odd people on TikTok, and we are at 47,000. That is not good.
Exactly.
If everybody give me 100. Please, man. Me not ask you no gift, you know. Me not over here beg no gift. All me a beg is that on the top the screen so the live people can get some likes.
Anytime me tap it boss a beard, what them something name?
Confetti.
Fancy pretty thing.
Confetti again. Well, bust up some more, man. Please, man. Just go up on the top of the screen. Give me 100. Give me 1,000 top each.
Anyway, I remember as I was saying, when I read about the history of even Bustamante, of Edward Seaga, Michael Manley, Pattison and Portia, I can hear that their mother was born here. Seaga's mother was born in St. Elizabeth. Michael Manley, mother and father was born there. And even if them did the born a foreign, you hear that they came to Jamaica with their husband and lived up by Red Hills Road or Stony Hill, or them live in Moko Clarendon until X time. And at that time, Mark went to me no hear nothing about this lady. Who is Mark Golding's mother? And was she ever in Jamaica?
Then, you could have asked a question like that. Mr. Hemmings. Mr. Hemmings. Mr. Hemmings.
The investigation has shown that for 2 years, Sir John Golding was not in Jamaica and no one knew where he was.
Mr. Hemmings and Mr. Joshua. Triple J.
Did you say Mark Golding's father came to Jamaica to have him and not his mother?
Triple J.
But it not even must look so.
You know, so now go too far now with this thing, yeah? What kind of foolish is that?
Yes, sir.
What kind of foolish is that? All my folks over on TikTok. TikTokers, if you all have not subscribed to the YouTube channel. Hold on a second. We soon get to Seaga. Seaga born in America and give up him citizenship for my boy. Not like this, man. Yes. But anyhow, he was not asked, he did voluntarily.
And it was done before there was a constitution.
Absolutely. Mr. Gentlefolks.
Come back to school
gentle folks over on the TikTok, please. There's a YouTube channel that we're trying to build, Chops Media on YouTube. Please go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Press the notification bell. That simply means when Minister Malahoo Ford come back to tell us whether or not the possibility exists that such man could have received a birth certificate that says England and not Jamaica on it, you will be the first to get notified when we put that live up. So please hop on over to YouTube, go to Chops Media, and ensure that you subscribe and you follow the page. Remember, folks, we're also on Facebook. We cannot leave out our Facebookers. And I apologize because I didn't take any questions from the Facebookers. But Facebook people are chopping block. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. We're also on X, guys. We're still on X at Chops Media. We're on TikTok at Chops Media. And we're on YouTube at Chops Media. So every Sunday, we do what is called a simulcast. And we're coming to you live right now from all 4 platforms. All 4 platforms. And I will say to them folks over on the other side, do this what we are doing right now. Do what we are doing right now and beat we. All right?
That's what Miss Kitty had said, you know. You could have never do this and beat me.
Beat me. Do this and beat me.
That is it.
What I know is if the mother and the father are British, and if you even born out of the country, you're still a British. So you will obtain citizenship by inheritance of the mother and the father. You don't need no visa figure, because once you're born with mother and father England, you're a British. So you can't even go across before you even get a passport. If you go look for your passport.
You see this book here, folks? You see this book? Road Not Taken by Colin Morgan Dennis. Road Not Taken.
We have seen the book, but we're aware that's the one with the Green Bay.
No, not Green Bay. This is it. This is.
I'm a citizen by descent. Go ahead, chopper with the book.
Okay, my brother. This is Road Not Taken by Colin Morgan Dennis. This speaks to the Brigadista program in Cuba. He was one of the Brigadistas and he wrote this book. So please go online. Go online. Get you a copy. Road Not Taken. Colin Morgan Dennis.
Remember, chaps, when you did that chopping block, that same man come on and talk him whole life story.
Absolutely. He's now in Canada. I need to reach out to him again and see if I can get him back on board. I am also slated, hopefully, to speak to one of the survivors of the 3 kids that were shot at Top Hill in St. Elizabeth. I'm slated to speak to one of them. One of the gentlemen is still alive today, doing very well. He was one of the 3 kids that were shot. 2 died. 1 is still alive. I'm going to have a conversation.
I first met you about it.
Oh, Top Hill. An incident where political violence took a horrible turn. PNP was on a campaign down there, and they saw at the time, the JLP candidate, Mr. Cecil July, I think it was. And they chased after him, couldn't find him, run through a house. And they fired shot in the house, hitting 3 kids. 2 died, 1 is still alive. There was a former prime minister who was charged for that murder. But because the case wasn't properly presented, he got away.
Which prime minister that?
Do your research.
What year was it? What year was
Just type in Top Hill. Just type in Top Hill, man. 3 kids got killed.
Chopper want to.
I say you have people you can't ask.
It was in
I want to
76.
suggest another book too.
Yes, sir.
The Manly Memoirs.
Huh?
The Manly Memoirs.
Mm.
You know, it's a must read by the wife of the ex-wife of, you know,
Eddie Siaga
Sydney.
Memoirs too. Eddie Siaga Volume 1 and Volume 2.
Yes, you need to get Siaga Memoirs and David Panton's
Oh, no, not when come here and promote none for PNP and promote for Labour, right? You know, not doing it.
Look here, what about David Panton's book that he wrote about Manly?
I would love to see that one. Where's Munchie? Munchie's gone? I don't understand Munchie. And tell me say she not go live tonight.
Run Munchie because you never give her a chance to ring her bell.
No one can ring a bell over here. Tonight is not bell night. We have to keep the minister out of that fray. No, but the truth is, I mean, I think the minister did very well. She handled herself. And Dr. Nadine Spence, as always, man, she's always responsive. And I think we have a duty to help them to spread the gospel and to spread the word. And by the way, you guys on TikTok, you guys are doing a great job.
I would like to get clarity.
Hold on, Rent, whenever I hear what Chopper was saying.
No, I was saying that you guys on TikTok, you guys are doing a great job in keeping the issues alive and keeping the discussions alive. I appreciate you all. Believe when I tell you that.
Thank you, man.
Yes.
How you spell
CHOPPSMIDIA. One, that's it. One word. MEDIA, sorry. Chops Media. CHOPPSMEDIA. One word. One word. Can somebody post the link in the chat? We can get Sujay. We can get Sujay for.
The statement by the PLP, where they're saying that they weren't consulted.
We can get
So
Sujay. We can bring Sujay on. Sujay Boswell is a youth representative on the committee of the CRC. So we can bring Sujay next week, and we can also bring. We could bring not next week. I don't think we have to wait until next week. We could do a TikTok with Sujay, and we could get another person from the committee, hopefully one of the legal minds, and see if we can get some more information. But you guys are doing great. You guys are up late at night, holding the fort. Joshua and Philippian and Renz and Jay and Janadian and Tough One and everybody here, pretty much.
Munchie go till the next morning.
And Munchie, she's on the late night run. This morning, men are having knock fist a little bit, but that's okay. Still love her. Hard work. Yeah.
Why do you insist on calling me Tough One? I am rough.
Oh, Tough One, rough one. All right, rough.
No, can't bother.
Sorry about that, rough. My apologies. Don't kill me for it.
My professional throwing on you, man.
I see Bridget Watson is in the chat over there. Big up yourself, Bridget. I see Bartley Swaby. I see Mario Henry. I see Colleen or Carleen. I see Jean. Who else? I see Michelle. I see Maxine. I see Carl Muir. I see Mario Henry. Wow. Truth Seeker. I see you. Cornell Elvie. And Michelle Wildman. Big up yourself. Pamela Barrett, big up yourself, you all. Love you all and appreciate you guys coming through to support the thing as always. TikTok, you guys are awesome. Renz, keep it locked. Janadian, keep it locked as usual. And all my other friends over there, over the rum bar, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Big up to Anthony, original. Big up to the man called Dotty. Big
So
up.
you hear that Mr. Mayor Sweden was here?
Mr. Who?
Mayor Sweden.
Mayor Sweden.
Oh, he was here?
Kingston Mayor.
He was on the live?
That's what I'm hearing.
We should invite him, man. I have a couple questions for him,
So why you don't invite him on the...
Where is he?
But no, I mean, some other...
Officially?
Time. Yes.
No, I'm going to have the space him right now.
Okay.
Oh, we can go to Munchi.
You know what, Munchie?
We can go to Munchi.
Munchie that ram put him rough.
Anyhow, folks, all good things they say, Ren. Instead of not coming out, when there? Let me see.
Him ask me if we make him and the MP work together. I'm going to tell him about him and no MP yet. And he told him they're from the same party, same house. So I told him can't work together.
Well, you know, they might have some rift in the party, so you don't.
They might, you never know.
It's an excuse not to represent the government, not to do them work and then blame the government.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
Having issues in the party, you know.
Mm-hmm. But hold it there, guys. I want to get a cup of coffee and come back. I'm not going to bed yet. Hang on a second.
It's not the issues in the party. It's simply not to do them work so that we can point fingers and say, see, the government now give me the money for do it.
Okay.
That is so true.
Yes, Pacha, we're not entertain the PNP cases. So we're not entertain over there, we're not entertain them over here.
And Charles, so my soup come off.
We want to school them, you know, so we can't school ourselves all the while. We have to school them too.
Who was on the live today talking about the book by David Panton? I can't recall.
I don't know. I was at church that time trying to repent of my sins.
You sin every day, Joshua.
Of all the person I thought you would have been the one to take up for me.
Yeah, you don't know me.
Alright. That's so man of the boss.
We're not throwing under the bus, but guess what? I'm your friend, but I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Alright.
Listen, I give a lot of jokes as well, you know. I love to make people laugh.
That's why the boss meets you because I'm me and drive it.
That's a good one. Mark.
Okay, yes, King, yes.
I'm here.
Your name Mark, you know, you're supposed to be taking up for the other Mark, you know, you're treating so rough.
Not in my life, his life, not in father life, and in mysterious mother life. Not you crazy. I was mad.
It's so mixed up. I'm not changing your name.
I've got moving from Mark to Cross.
Never. That's a crazy one. Yes,
Mark, I'm on the Constitution. Wasn't there a page on the Constitution that had stated the groups that were consulted? I'm on it right now, searching for it and can't find it.
That's the second. I think that's the second to last page.
Okay.
I think that's the second to last page. It have a list of persons who no, it's not who were consulted. There are persons who are not on the group who gave their opinions and had expressed their concern, and they list the names of them. I think it's the second to last page. I probably want above that, but it's way down.
I'm at page 97 now, and I'm seeing a Dr. Bird.
No man, I think those lists, that list came after the oh Jesus, what is that thing called? The preamble. Cause you had a set of contributors for preambles. The last preamble was from Senator Malawu Fort herself, and then they had that list of people who made contributions.
All right. I saw those persons. It says preamble here, and it says preamble submitted by Dr. the Honorable Lloyd Barnett, OJ.
More than one of it. I know for them.
By Randolph Rossi. Honorable Marlene Mallow Fort.
Go below that, that listing of persons who contributed outside.
No, below that now it says national symbols and emblems. So that's where
continue. Continue.
Then
It's supposed to have a list of persons who contributed outside of the panel.
National pledge, national flag, we give the thanks, national prayer, sorry. CRC attendance register, that is the last day. So everybody was basically, and this is important, you know, the last day of sitting, and this is critically important because it gives you all the names of persons who were there. Mrs. Lalita Davis Mattis, and she wasn't even part of the original team. I got a total number of meetings, and I find this very interesting. Well, the parliamentarians have the least number of attendants, and that's kind of expected. You know, I find this interesting for more reasons than one, you know. One of the JLP representatives that was there had the greatest number of absence. And the reason I find it interesting because this narrative that is being promoted, that the Prime Minister is trying to push his will on the people, you know, this would nullify that argument right away because of 4-1. The government representative outside of the AG was absent 3/4 of the time. And then the next person after that was Senator Ransford Braham. You know, so this nullifies that argument that the government is trying to push its will because the opposition persons were more present than the government's persons, so they would have been able to contribute even greater to the process. And after all of that, you want to stick up the process because you want us to remain under the Queen because you're one of the Queen's subjects. Interesting.
Can I say something?
Sure, Andrew.
Somebody, I don't know who the moderator is, but I asked a question and I think they blocked me. But just for the record, I am a labor writer.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
And I'm trying to follow up this more thing. So, from what I gathered, from what has been stated, he was born in Jamaica.
No, we still haven't been able to prove that yet.
We still haven't been able to prove that.
No.
But from what we know today, or we should say he was born in Jamaica. Because I think he did say he was born in Jamaica.
No, words and deeds. We have proven that a lot of things that he has said.
Okay.
That we have been able to ascertain so far that the majority of statements that he has given have proven to be false. And on the strength of that, we can't just take his word anymore.
Okay, so he has a record. Where did he go to school, by the way?
He said Campion. We're still searching for that record.
You know, I saw somebody, sorry, Mr. Andrew Graham, but someone said, what all these Peter Bunting versus Mark?
62.
And they said they go to school together. That means one was in some grade and the other was
right.
Another grade. Almost that they're talking about, right?
That means Peter Bunting was a holdover. We kept him back in class several years.
I won't get involved in that.
The talk is like they were in the same class and they, at the same grade level as well, at least.
All right.
The same grade level. There's so many discrepancies and holes in the story.
Let's continue to hear from Mr. Graham and see what he said.
Yes.
No. I was just asking the question because.
Oh, that was the only question.
No, yeah. My thinking was, yes, he may be lying, but if just for argument's sake that he was born in Jamaica. Just go along. We take that for under face value that he was born in Jamaica.
It's difficult, and let me tell you why. Because if he was born in Jamaica, then it probably has a different spin. I'm not totally sure yet. We'd have to examine all the different factors. But go ahead.
Yeah, just say he was born in Jamaica, and simultaneously though he owns a British citizenship based on his parents. Okay, being British subjects. That wouldn't disqualify him from running as leader of the PNP, and should God forbid, they become the majority party, we become prime minister.
One moment, a vehicle is passing, so it took away what you were saying. You said that should or should not disqualify him. Which of the two?
Should not.
Okay.
Say the PNP should get the majority and they become the leader, the governing party. He then, on that basis, would become the prime minister.
Well, if he's the leader of the People's National Party, more often than not, yes.
Yes, he would become. But the only issue right now was the fact that he was lying or trying to hide.
But it's not as simple as that, Mr. Graham. And let me tell you why. Being born in Jamaica does not necessarily mean that you're not a British subject. And being a British subject, it depends on whether or not you renewed your passport. Because if you had a passport that was not renewed, then you would not have, by virtue of the fact that you did not renew, then it would open up the doors for you to be prime minister. But if you at any point in time renew it, then it excludes you from being prime minister.
Okay.
So that is one of the technicalities. And it's not so much just about that. It's also the fact that from the very beginning, he was not truthful.
He was not truthful.
I mean, over a space of about 2 weeks, he kept furnishing different stories. Different stories regarding the one item.
Without speaking the truth.
That was his problem. He was trying to hide it rather than...
Right. So if you know that he himself came out later and said, okay, it is not illegal. Now, if you know unlawfully used, not illegal, if you know that you're in that situation and it's not unlawful, why then are you going around in circles? What is it that you have to hide? Why it's so important to hide it? You want to be leader of a country. You spoke highly at all times about probity and transparency and accountability. That has been something he has been on the campaign trail on record as saying continually, and yet you are not practicing the very thing that you have been campaigning on. So how do we then know that we can trust you? You have not yet reached, and we cannot trust you yet. Can you imagine when you reach there?
If you ever reach there, not when. If.
Right.
If.
You reach there, that means if you ever reach there, you'll be a tyrant because nobody can talk to you.
That be Hitler in the making, boy. Modern day Hitler in the making.
Yes, man. Because you don't have to try to get there again, normally people lie before they get there. No, right. Lie before they get there, and the lies don't contradict themselves before they get there. Because the lies kind of in a straight line. He is lying and he's being caught flat-footed.
Caught in the slip.
I'm Joshua, just a point.
Yes, sir.
Joshua, previously you were asking for the list.
Yes, sir.
The list is on the list of persons, of people and organization that made submission outside of the CRC committee. It's under Annex 2.
So that's
Annex
page what?
2.
Page what?
That's on my laptop here. I'm seeing page 67.
All right, so I'm one page below, I think. Oh, no.
Are we looking at the Constitution?
Emil Fraser.
Are we looking at the new Constitution, guys?
Yes, I'm looking for those who were consulted in the process, because persons are trying to push the narrative that there was no consultation.
Consultation was wide, man. Was wide. The consultation was wide. I think that's it. I think that's at the top, though. Who the groups that were consulted?
No, those were on the consultation team who were part of the team. Those are the top.
Yeah.
I think Joshua was asking about persons outside of those on the CRC committee who made contributions.
But there are other entities who submit. Remember, it was open to the entire public, too,
So here's what I'm going to ask you to do, Mark. I am currently at 46 of 52. Look at your page at the bottom and tell me which of it says.
You're at 46, Joshua?
I'm 46 of 52, which is page 63.
I'm not sure more. You'd have to go up more than that. You have to go up to page 67.
Right. I'm saying look at the very bottom of the page. It says page. It says page 49 of 52. However, the counter at the top of my screen says I'm at page 66, even though it says page 49 of 52. All right, so it's the same document that you and I shared, right?
Yes.
All right, so look at the bottom of the page that you're on currently. It doesn't matter which page you're on. Look on the bottom of that page. There are two numbers there. It would say page, and it would tell you which page, and then it says off, and then it would tell you which page.
Those pages I'm on are on the Roman numeral, and it would be page 9.
All right, so
page 9 because right.
All right, so I'm gonna go down to the Roman numerals. That kind of help.
Numerals, page 9. That's IX.
All right, so I am.
All right, Cornell.
IV3 dot.
I am sharing the link to the stream in the chat, so if you guys want to jump in, that's fine.
I'm looking.
I have a few minutes more before I go.
All right, so I'm at IX, right? List of people and organization that made submission. Emil Fraser, right?
Good, you feel better?
Right.
And if you look
at people outside of the community that made contribution.
And if you look at number 6, you see the best name of them all on it.
Joel, I don't know.
No, number 6.
Number 6, Philip James?
Yes. Yes, you see how nice that name sounds. No, it's just the surname. That is just a beautiful name.
When I come off of the people in like, what?
Well, there's a person who came on and cussed up a whole heap of bad word earlier. You heard that person though?
I heard them, but I was telling Rens to block them because, and it should be, you should be able to find them, But, that person should be blocked forever, man. You know what we're trying to do with our chops.
Yeah, man, I know, man. Kick him teeth, I want to hold him. I want to hold him and make him get denture. I would want to hold him, make him go get some denture from the health minister.
You have to be a jumper there. There's somebody here, Donald White. He's asked a question. I don't know if anybody can answer.
Donald White, what's your question, man, brother? Come on up in the box, man. You got a question?
It's written there.
What's he saying there? What's the question?
I'm not seeing it at all.
Why is now them want to investigate Mark Golden? Is he what? A criminal?
Or is he
a wanted man? I don't think so. I don't think so, sir. But why do we want to investigate him now? Because now is the time that he wants to lead us. Now is the time that he wants to lead us.
Mr. White, when you're an ordinary citizen, you see, you live your life as you choose. But
When you want to lead us.
Yes, when you decide that suddenly you want to hold the highest office in
It's
the
a different. We want to know the time and day your wife.
Yeah, man. Even if you go to the toilet 10 times, we want to know.
Yes, remember, I am employing him. He's my employee. I need to know about him.
See, somebody gave the answer here at the last statement at the bottom.
He calls it upon himself.
Yes, I think that's
He lied to us.
Yeah, he did it all himself.
Yes.
And he caught
He think he could throw a spoke in Jamaica's wheel.
When they did it in Parliament.
Or we're gonna wrap that spoke around his damn neck.
No, he wasn't presenting it for Libyans. He was supposed to present a budget.
Oh, yes, he was. Oh.
We're going to use that spoke and turn it into a noose. I don't want to screen record me and carry go viral with us anymore.
See, somebody else is supplying another answer here. I tell you, these people on TikTok, they're bright.
But I tell us that TikTok is the place, man. You see the type of questions that hit minister from TikTok.
Right. It says the British law says none of its citizens can be in a foreign army, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, certainly.
But we want a British subject to lead our army.
To be not just lead, but be the chief of defense.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, man. Wants to lead the army. What the hell? Like, seriously, bro?
You know what I find interesting? Chopper.
Tell us, Mr.
Because
Joshua.
the Rastas always bonfire upon white man, and one of them came last week and suddenly start telling me how much black or white it no matter.
Yeah, man, I saw them stay, man. PNP them, man.
I said to that Rasta man, I said to him that mean when enough ask no reparation. You know that was the last I heard.
But he can't get no reparation from Mark Golden. If Mark Golden can't reparation, Mark Golden family member have got pay up to you know. His colonial parents who are British subjects who own slaves in Jamaica.
Conflating the issues here. Let me help this person out. Grace Jones. Fighting in a foreign land is different from fighting as being a citizen and joining another army. In other words, if I'm a Jamaican, right? No, if I'm a British citizen, I can't come and join Jamaica's army.
I still got 200 and odd persons over here on the platforms over here watching, you know, guys.
So you're saying that they fought in Israel. Yes, sometimes you have coalition forces. There's a thing known as coalition forces, which means that forces are joined together, or you fight on behalf of a country. But they were never part of the Israeli army. Two different things, Grace Jones.
Poor Grace.
Somebody's saying here, why haven't we heard a word from civil society condemning Bunting's action at the Police Federation conference?
Mark Golden lying to us.
We have a group named Civil Society.
No, the JFJ, the NIA, the same JFJ that has the face like the PNB.
I'm asking again. No, I'm asking again if we have any group in Jamaica known as Civil Society.
Not while you have Mark Golden.
Marky British man, Jaja. One British. Rifle. And now we have Marky British.
And sometimes when it doesn't even arise, so long as they
make things up just like the opposition.
Oh boy.
There goes Grace again.
All right. Let me
about Israeli and British citizens, and they went to fight in Israel. Blah blah. Grace.
All right. So Grace Jones, if that is the case, they broke their own law. That's not.
You mean is that our Grace Jones, the actor, Jamaican actor?
No, I'm sure it's not our Grace Jones.
Who tell you that?
Right. But Grace Jones, if they did that, they broke their own law. So it's for them and Britain to sort that out. We are sorting out our affairs here.
Somebody's asking here on YouTube. Lily is asking, Chops, can we find out what kindergarten school did Marky British attend, or he went straight to high school from birth? Hey, you just make a block you. This Lily person, I'm gonna block you. Lily, block. Eh?
That's very interesting. You know, he never gave kindergarten, he never gave prep school. You know, he just mentioned the high school.
I am going to block Lily. Lily, you deserve a block. Lily said, let me repeat.
No, in fairness, Joshua, he did say he went to Mona Prep.
Oh, you did?
Say he went to Mona Prep.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's what's up.
And Campion College.
Okay, Lily, he went to Mona Prep and he went to Campion College and then he went to the University of the West Indies, correct?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, he went to England to go to school.
No, he never went to university.
So he's a born Jamaican. He's a son of this side.
I'm telling you what I heard from Mark's mouth himself. Mark said after he left Campion, he taught for a couple of years, and at 19 he left for England.
Listen,
So,
Marky G is a son of the side.
So he didn't go to sixth form. Hold on.
Marky G is a born Jamaican. He's a son of the side. Marky G love this sea. I love this side. No matter where Marky G go, Jamaica is his home.
I heard from Margaret G. mouth, it's on tape.
Yeah, so
Margaret G says that he went to Campion, taught for 2 years, and then left at 19 for England.
You don't have to play the tape, me don't believe you.
So he went to sixth form or what?
Miss, Joshua, no propaganda around here. You will have to play the tape.
I will look for it.
Play the tape.
If I can find it, I'm going to look for it and put it out.
I'm bringing on Mr. Morgan, Mr. Noel Morgan. Good morning, sir. It's 11:12 in the PM. Good afternoon, good evening, sir. How are you doing?
There's somebody says he went to Oxford, so first he went to you and now he's Oxford.
Oh, Jesus. This is getting worse. Mr.
So Reagan says he finished high school in England and then went to Oxford.
Would it be possible that he's M16 agent?
You know which one I believe? You know, hello, of all the, listen, of all the, you mean MI6, all the theory put forward, you know which one I believe?
Which one?
The one that says, and I'm going to read it again for you, the one that says, if he went from basics, from birth, right into college. Mr. Noel Morgan, I see you join us, sir. How you doing?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen and ladies.
Well, there are more ladies in the chat, man. So nothing wrong with pluralizing.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I think it's clear that there are a number of things that are not clear about Mark Holdings.
You mean it is clear that some things are not clear?
Yeah, absolutely not. It's the whole thing surrounding his birth, where he was born. He showed it with suspicion, and that's not clear to us. His British status is that him clear to his own party.
Well, I can tell you something. You give me about another 12 hours, and I will tell you exactly the status as it relates to birth.
Another thing that is showed in suspicion is the age of his wife when she
Whoa. La. That are sacred grounds now.
Everything about him is just so suspicious.
Listen, there's no record of the wife's data year of birth on the internet.
Hello. Is there any record of my date of birth on online?
You're just chopping.
You can go and find out Tiaga's wife's date of birth.
Oh, you can?
You can search.
So you are telling me that you cannot type in Mr. Golding's wife and it comes up, her bio. You want to tell me that thing they don't have it? Yeah, let's try it. Come on. All right, so I'm in front of my laptop. Let's try it. Give me the name. Come on. Huh? SANDRA?
Hold on, let's just find that out.
Then why is it saying in the search, Sandra Golding date of birth? Why is Google preempting me? Tell me. Tell me, baby, why you tempting me?
So Google is going to put up the most common search for.
That's what they just did. They just told me that somebody's looking for her date of birth. All right, so let's see what Wikipedia has to say, because Wikipedia has her date of birth here. So I don't know what you guys talking about.
You said our date of birth?
Well, hold on. Oh, my apologies, because what Wikipedia is telling me is that Mark Jefferson Golding, born 1965, 07, 19th of June, sorry, 19th of July, 1965. He's 58 years old. St. Andrew, that's where he's born. Huh?
59 July coming.
Yes. I'm not seeing anything for Miss Sandra Golding, but I'm gonna look here. I have a little app that I pay for. I can find anything I want to find.
Okay, I do that sometimes. You
So,
can search for anybody in America.
but I just see a picture here of Sandra Golding. CEO, she's CEO of Feed the Minds?
No.
Who is this?
Somebody said that
You wanna know what she looks like?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This person looks beautiful. Hold on a second. Let me double check.
somebody said she was born 17th of July 61.
Who born 61?
17th of July what?
No, man.
That's what Metal is saying.
Definitely not what I'm at. I'm at 1965. Chop up.
Huh?
You know what I would like?
Tell me, sir.
Somebody should find something on them on her at the registrar department or marriage certificate and birth certificate.
But why don't you want to pry into the ladies thing, man? Come on, man.
No, Chapa, let me tell you why. Let me answer that.
Tell me why.
I'm a former major investigator.
I know you are, sir, and a very good one too.
Good. So here is now. If it is proven that Mark had sex with her before the age of...
Oh, yeah. Listen to me now. Listen to me now. Listen, man. Listen. Don't walk the road I go there, because I don't have no big heel boot. To go up the 11 steps.
Mr. Morgan know how to handle.
No, man. Mr. Morgan is good, man. Don't worry. Why you give me alarming? I'm just being funny, but don't worry. He's good. He know what he's saying.
That he had sex with her. If that makes conditional. Before the age of consent. Bear in mind that sexual offense, there is no
statute of limitation. Then let me ask you something. If I had sex with a young lady underage 25 years ago, and she say no gosso, and you say something gosso, what are you going to do?
Very good. Let me answer that. When was the first child born?
You can't dig up into that. If me say me not get raped, if a woman says she not get raped.
No. You're going to use scientific evidence.
All right, so there's a politician who was alleged to have hit a lady with a chair. The lady said me never get licked. And me who no sick. And the man said me never lick the body. You no can't prosecute.
Chucks, that's different, because the age of the child, the age of the mother at the birth of the child can help to work to solve that issue.
What I would do is, Chapa,
Yeah.
I would proceed. Once I find out the age, you shall be charged. And then when you go to court, you ask the judge to order DNA. Don't leave.
You can't prosecute, man.
What?
Can't.
Chucks.
Eh?
Mr. Morgan, you know, so Mr. Morgan knows exactly what he's talking about.
I know Margie is an expert in the field, man. You don't have to worry about it. I know.
The police would make out what is known as a prima facie case
Yeah.
against him. He may be convicted or acquitted. That is a matter for the court.
Hey, you see what the TikToker?
Chops.
Yo.
A little of the information here is incorrect because his father was never an orthopedic surgeon.
No. He was what?
He was a rehabilitation physician. Two different things.
Isn't he a polo biolitis?
Right, but he was not an orthopedic surgeon.
Wasn't he the man who brought
Polo to Jamaica?
Listen, don't quote me on that.
No, it is alleged.
Mr. John Golden was an honorable man. He was a British subject. He came to Jamaica at a time when we needed those assistance, and he played an integral part.
No. It came 6 months. Polio came 6 months after he came. He never came here and saw it.
Whoa, yo. What is it, sir?
The polio got here 6 months after he got here.
What Hiroshima there? Hiroshima forgot to take over this part of the show. Come here. Yes, I need bell for ring and the submarine for knock and something. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, I'm gonna send you a little information that you need to take a little time with. You know, not right now, but I'll send it to you.
Joshua.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a little with the permission of the group. I just want to stay with Mark, but I want to change the topic a little bit and speak a little about his about the referendum. Not the referendum, the conversation that he just recently took about the Jamaica becoming a republic.
All right, so just 1 second before you go there, Mr. Morgan. They said Golding was admitted to the bar. Which one of them?
When did I drink?
The boss said BAR stands up by a rum.
There's a DJ project asking a question. What transport did not travel to England the first time?
We don't know right there. So somebody is asking the same question here. Trivia. In 5, would it be possible that he's an MI6 agent?
Things are possible.
Very, very possible. Anyway, Mr. Morgan, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. I was watching a video today, a TikTok video, a YouTube video, in which the presenter, I think it was 41, something like that, you know, that
411. 411.
Yeah, right, 411.
Right.
Very informative.
In-depth. Very in-depth.
And information driven.
Right.
Factual and information driven too.
Yes.
He said he took very profound points.
Right.
He presented Michael Phillips's motion that he moved in the parliament, in the lower house, calling for the country to become a republic by the 60th anniversary. This was in 2020. The motion was moved December 2020. And it showed Mark Golding beating the best in parliament more than anybody else. As Michael Phillips made this resolution, moved this resolution in parliament. Now, Golding himself did a presentation in parliament calling for the country to become a republic, have our own ceremonial president rather than representing the Queen. So what I gather from that now is that, and if you notice, the Constitutional Reform Committee along with the minister, are moving full speed ahead to implement. I don't know if you observe that. They are moving to implement, and the presenter in that program is saying that Golding's best bet now is to change his position again and join with the government. Because he can't stop it. You get me?
Yeah.
Because the stage is set now for the government to go right ahead with it. And if I am now making the point that if he should change his position, that would reinforce the narrative that he's a flip-flop.
And if he doesn't, he's still be in trouble.
You know what that caption said? The caption on that presentation? That a PMP member of parliament lands JLP as an electoral victory. That's what the caption. That is so. I mean, she came hard, you know. I want you guys to look at that video, 411 video, and take a look at it. There's a lot of information here. That I mean, well-grown information that is showing that it is clear, you know, that not only Golding, but the entire PMP is taking a battering with this British up, you know. They are taking a beating because a lot of them did not know. The PMP that I know, the politically savvy PMP, would not put up Mark Golding for president, knowing that he was a British.
You remember you have this lady Karen,
Karen Cross.
Karen Cross. She always itch out against her. So
yeah, she's a comrade.
Yeah, she's a comrade.
Right.
And Natalie also.
Natalie Slack.
Yeah, Stock.
Stock, right.
STSEK.
Correct, yeah man, you're right.
I'm surprised I haven't seen anything from Karen.
No man,
Karen not ready for him yet, man.
Karen is out there. Karen has a lot of stuff out there. And she's beating them to the ground. She's beating them hard.
Karen have an attitude to just wait first and wait, and then she just come on firing.
Yeah,
no man, Karen is one of those persons. You remember when you used to watch Caveman?
Yes.
For the older people, you remember Caveman?
Yeah. Yes, man.
With his club, Karen is like Caveman, hide behind a door.
Only one that came out of that club, you're a Ghana.
Yes, man.
But you notice their followers on social media, you know, the only straw that they have, they're like a Joni man holding on to a straw, you know. And the only thing they can say is that the Constitution makes provision for and if you listen to you wild man is debunking that, you know. Wild man is saying that section 40, subsection 2 of the Constitution prohibits anybody from holding dual citizenship or from swearing allegiance to a foreign power. Office in the parliament or the Senate. While man is saying that when he was in Grenada, a case like that emerged, and they were going to take it to the Supreme Court, the border. But he said some lords from England were there. When they look at it, they said, no man, you're right. He said, they look at it, and he said, the Grenada Constitution is just like Jamaican Constitution because both countries are Commonwealth countries. And he was talking to Emily, and Emily said, I'm sorry, that case didn't go forward. But it seems to me that the Labour Party has a case for court.
And that is why they can't tell you everything, because they can't show your hand right away.
No. They're moving at it very, very strategically. In my view, it doesn't matter whether or not Mark Golding wins the case. It is insignificant whether or not he wins. It's going to damage him more.
And one of the things that crossed my mind, even though it was never said, if that tape is admissible in court. When he said move ahead right now, and both government and opposition agree.
These matters are what I call legal complex matters. And I have no authority to speak on. So the laws, and I tell you something, the PMP has a strategy that I think we should begin to use, you know. When they have these cases that are dubious, they use a citizen to file the lawsuit.
Right.
So we need to adapt some of those. We need to learn from them, you know, man. They're very strategic.
I was thinking the same thing about that.
Yes, man.
Hey, when Mark Golding took up leadership of the PNP, he told the country, you know, that he took the position to bring the PNP together. He never took it with the intention to go to Prime Minister. I don't know if anybody remember that. So do not underestimate the fact that Mark Golding quite aware of where he is. Okay?
Indeed. And that is why he does what he does. Okay, I got him to lose.
Exactly, because he said I wasn't intending on going there. Anyway, I just wanted to hold this together. That if a by-election come and my friend can get a seat, then him come hold the seat. Remember that theory not gone to the door yet? Sir? No, sir. I am not going to call any name, sir. We have dual citizenship, you know, so we have a seat there.
Who you just asked about Peter Dumpting?
Hey, I have dual citizenship too, you know. So I have to be careful. I have the blue book, and I have my yellow, my bro, what you call it, burgundy book, and I have my blue book. I can knock it for the camera just like they did.
I'm a citizen of Portland, I'm a citizen of Manchester.
So if it's anything you can run from Jamaica, I got to watch it.
I'm a citizen of St. James. I'm a citizen of St. Elizabeth. I'm a citizen of Kingston. Keen and Green, use a different one and they come over here so much.
But Chops, I want to put forward a thought to everyone here, you know. I think initially when he came in, that was his original intention.
Yeah, but shit changed.
The party so that his friend can get it.
Yeah.
But having been there and the lust of power.
It looks sweet. That warm up to it.
Yes. So we can look for a little bit of bumping between the two. And if Peter Dumpting can't get a seat except a toilet seat, then we will have something on our hand.
One thing we can tell you.
Yes, sir.
Remember one certain then accuse him that he leak out certain information.
That's what is being said.
What if a Dumpting? What if a Dumpting stab gold in their back? A Machiavelli style, you know.
The man is a narcissist. Listen,
It look like a mountain licking in a virgin.
Him worse than a pipe without
Hey,
water.
come to think of it, you know. It look like Bunting pull off another Machiavelli, you know. Where book when read him again? Which book then say Bunting study again? Which leader?
Helen, he never went to Mona.
Because look at this now. Him cut out some people clear the way for Golden. And now he look like him a cut Golden now for clear. No, but Peter, you're the best. Yeah, man, he neutralize him, man.
No, man. If you first lick him up.
Who is that?
We don't tell the embassy say him in a job. They don't take a visa.
Well, me don't know if he did tell it, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Margie. Me never go up 11 step yet, my boss. And me don't intend to. So me never know who tell who. Yeah, well, them. Okay, sir. I don't know who is them, sir.
Exactly. The new courthouse in Jamaica use elevator. We have to put them still.
Elevator. The courthouse of Jamaica have elevator, man.
So, Mr. Morgan, you're probably the first one will be tried in the new courthouse.
With the elevator. Where him now go there? We're live on the stream. Sandra Hibbert, how you doing? Other Francis, big up yourself. Go ahead.
Joshua just said that Bakra British was
Hey, you know, hey, Maggie, me not cut you, but you remember my brother named Wani British?
Yes, man.
I wonder if my market British you so far. A rifle.
thing.
Two of them, man. Two of them get shot.
Two of them did. Anyway, just a while ago said he was put there to unite the party. How successful do we think he has been in doing that?
The man is great. The man took the party from the dirt. What you talking about?
Yes, done a fairly
The man take the party from the dirt and make labor, make PNP stop costs.
No, they're having problem right now.
Hello. The man take the party from under the dirt and bring it somewhere. We don't have to give him credit. No talk loud. That's true. Give him credit.
Money, youth, money.
It no matter when you use, sweetheart. We could have used it too.
What's his name? Lisa and
But we don't have nobody in England with 7 million on their account. Duh.
79 point.
79 point how much?
3.
Well, we don't have nobody with that kind of money.
And you know what I find interesting, chaps, we're going through is so-called assets.
Josh. It's pound the talk now Jamaican money.
Pound?
No, that is Jamaican money, but we're going through his assets last night, you see?
Yeah.
And another thing I found out is that he owns a house. Listen to me now, you know. This is real estate that a millionaire owns. That is only valued, well, when it was bought initially, it was valued at 20 million. Now it's 40 million. This is a millionaire. So you're saying to me that you and somebody who is not even a middle manager good, the value of your house as a millionaire and their house is basically the same.
But hold on, man. A scheme house man own. Man own a scheme house of a Portmore. That thing one. Anyhow, that thing one a school. But Gavin Mead, over Gavin Mead, or about Cumberland. In add on a little piece for the back and kitchen and little something and make it up. But Lily is saying
my friend Chopper have, well, shouldn't use Chopper, I should use Maker. My friend Chopper money taller than that.
they say, hey, you them say how much, hey, you them say 3 Benz me have.
Hold on.
A 3 Benz me have.
Me just find out from one well, I don't want to use the term that is normally used by a certain friend of ours that like to ring the bell. You know? But over one corner over so where the initial is AS. Right? I heard him with my own ears thing why is you control certain things, don't see
Yeah man, them say me have contract as CRW. You never hear about it? Say me have contract on there and me control all of the Chinese them and me don't know a word in Chinese. Chang pang pang. Me don't know all of that. But them say me control the Chinese them. Them say me have 3 Benz. Them say me have 3 Benz. What them say me have again? Them say me get contract and one MP give me whole heap of contract and me have how much Benz. Hey, I want to me love doing them. I can tell you this now. I like when people associate me with wealth. You see, if they didn't say me broke and pauperized, I would have a problem.
So hold on. That means you not live up to your name then.
But Maggie, a long time I no drink a beer, no Maggie. So
Hold on. My good Adventist friend, you invite for go.
Sir Morgan, no, we can't drink. Non-alcohol wine, man. No, me and Maggie can't drink some non-alcohol wine. Maggie, I'm a friend.
I would have to call him a Adventist after that.
Them not Adventist, man, you forget?
No, man, you're Adventist. You're different.
No, man, you're Adventist, man.
You're not Adventist.
Thus saith the Lord, man. Thus saith the Lord, man. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, man. 7 days shall thou labor and do all work. Hey, Noel, a long time I no link up and drink a little irritated water here, my friend. We so link up.
Right.
Because I was sell one of my Benz and cash out. So me have some liquid. Hey, me never see some people full so them have me all boat over there, brother. So me have riches and me never buy none of the Finsack house. That's my biggest mistake. You should buy one of the Finsack house.
The good thing going Chopper. In getting those Benz,
yes.
You never live up to your name in the process.
Exactly. I never chop for the Benz, boy. I work damn hard.
When you come in that place, you leave me a chops?
Oh yes, man. Have to, man. Yeah, man, we have to, man. We have to. Me there shortly. Me there in a minute, you know.
All right, no problem.
In a quick minute, me I did them, man. And we can't make them study my movements, Margie, because you know it go already. We can't make them study my movements, because you know it go already. Yes, man, definitely, man. Yeah, oh, yeah?
Yeah, man. Go to some work on a machine right there.
Okay. All right, that's our word, man. I'll be there. Very, I just snap your finger, boom, Milan.
Tell me something. Does Mark have brothers and sisters?
Say again.
Right.
Hey, you know some. Hey, you know some. I go block you. What is brother name? I go block this brother here now. What's his name? I go block the brother here now. Can somebody block this brother for me? What kind of question that you ask? If Marky G have brother and sister?
Alright, so here what happened now. Let me give you the true story. It's the same like how Superman came. To save Earth without brother or sister.
And so Marky G came to save the PNP.
Yes.
Hey,
to save Jamaica.
we can say that laugh after Marky G. Marky G again groans.
No, but he asked a really good question.
Yeah, no. It's a great question. The unfortunate thing, just like Superman, you can't find him brother.
But Andrew, don't believe that we're gonna block you. It's a little thing we learned from.
He cannot find anything about his wife on the internet. You never hear him talk about a brother and sister.
How you mean you can't find your wife on the internet? All right. Take a bet. Can we find Juliet Holness on the internet?
No, you can find a picture of her.
Can you find Juliet Holness, the wife of the Prime Minister, on the internet? You can?
That's too easy. Try something harder than that.
All right. Let's see.
Right now, you can find Matthew Samuda's wife on the internet.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Can you find Warmington's wife on the?
No, be careful.
No, it's public.
Can you find Warmington's wife on the internet?
You can't find that which doesn't exist.
What do you mean? Why not married?
We don't know.
All right, leave Warmy out of this. Because I don't want Warmy if I cost me, I have to run away now. I have to run from America.
You have to call him by his real name, not Chopper.
If Warmy ever hear this, we can't come back. If Warmy ever hear this, we can't come back to Jamaica. So.
You know what I say?
Eh?
Take out the M out of it and put another R right.
Warrington. All right. And the boss said, hey, you know, so I want to get on next. I want to get Warmington on, man. Trust me.
Yes, man.
Next week,
Listen,
please.
and you know, and another week you get.
Yes, Henry. Mario Henry. Yes, that's the same Margie. Yeah.
You get another week you get on Vaz, man.
Well, you see when Vaz come now, Obama go drop you now.
Warrington and Vaz.
All Vaz are going to just ask some question and gone, you know. You know Vaz him do it already. He just ask question and gone.
Yeah, man, throw a grenade over.
But we don't want Vaz come because they must say Vaz go and get information through classified sources. So, you know, yeah. But I tell you folks, this is, we're taking it for a joke and having a good laugh about it. But it's a serious matter. The matter of Jamaica's sovereignty.
It's a matter of national importance and national security, you know.
But I still appreciate the fact though that we have come so far in our political maturity that we can have these conversations and we can even joke about it. We can have fun and we can argue them and we can still, you know, feel connected to the process without, because years ago, I tell you, I wasn't here in the 50s when Jamaica was moving forward for independence. But I guarantee you that the level of discourse that we have now, we didn't have it then, because I don't think the people at the time were so involved, you know, and that's why Bustamante was able to simplify. Bustamante was able to simplify the decision for the Jamaican people. When he said to the Jamaican people that you have to choose one from zero left not, you know, and when, you know, there was a question that was asked of Busta, you know, what is Jamaica's, what is the party's foreign policy? You know what Bustamante's answer was to that?
No, I didn't
we are with the West.
Simply put, eh?
I love the man. I love the man. He keep it simple. Keep it simple. Him say you don't need to complicate none. Just make it simple to the Jamaican people, and that's why I love him so. Yes, yeah, Maggie.
You had Kevin over and Chang, I think, on your program.
Yes.
And Kevin accused you and others.
Yes.
Other liberals.
Yes.
That we allowed the PMP to get away with the night that was
True.
When Bustamante wrote some of the most powerful letters that
Absolutely. How can a man who was a writer to a newspaper be a dunce?
Yes, and write so many powerful letters.
Only the people who say it are dunce, and them are the dunce. The ones who.
Right, because they're the ones who are not reading.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Well, they get through Edward Siaga to CIA and then
you know, I was on a live the other day where comrades were putting forward that narrative, and when I begin to give them a history of Buster, the next thing I know, the person who came after me said, "Boy, I saw them labor rights when they get paid if you can spread narrative."
That's how they have this way, when you call them with facts. They either run, get up, or they find some little thing to say. I choose themselves out of it. When facts are put before them, they don't accept it.
I have a question. Did the minister say that the constitution was written in England?
The original constitution?
Yes.
I didn't hear it.
The Constitution was written between both England and Jamaica. There was a back and forth because the draft document came from England, the original draft, and I think the original draft came to us. We edited it, and tweak it to suit and add what we wanted to, and then bring it back to them. But I think the original draft came from England. We weren't the original drafters. The original draft came from England.
So the constitution was made to suit the country of England.
Not the country, but it was made to suit the what do you call them? The
British Empire.
Well, yeah, and the countries that made up the oh Lord. The Commonwealth.
And positive soul.
Yeah, big up yourself, Chuck.
So this Republican road now will really give us.
It's not a Republican. It's the road to Republic. Yeah, the road to Republic. I remember now. Hear this out for a second. Remember, this is not the first time. There was a time when Jamaica had a choice to either go with Federation, which is the Caribbean Federation, and Bustamante said, "No, let us go to independent." It is similar to what's happening now, you know. Let me tell you what is similar. The PNP would love us to join the Caribbean Court of Justice, but the Jamaican government is saying the PNP wants to go to CCJ, and the Jamaican wants to go to JCJ, Jamaican Court of Justice, or JCJ. So it is CCJ for the PNP, JCJ for the JLP. Because I think Jamaica's position, the JLP would prefer to have a local appellate court. That's their preference. But I think the JLP is cognizant of the fact that we are not at that level yet and would prefer to maintain position with the no, not CCJ, with the Privy Council until we're at that level. Yeah.
So would a referendum be a choice between any of the three?
No, well, not now, because we don't have consensus yet. We don't have consensus on that yet, because that has not been.
Because I know of people who have spoken with,
Yeah,
who just don't want it either in the Caribbean and Jamaica. I'm telling you that.
they want what?
They do not want to know that final court is in Jamaica and not the CCJ either. So the other alternative would be the Privy Council.
Well, I tell you.
They probably don't have enough info
or reasons why, but they're just saying that they don't trust nobody around this area. I
think there's a common argument about the trust factor. You see, one of our senior former prime minister made some observation recently, Bruce Golding, where he said he would have read some of the rulings of the CCJ, and he's quite impressed and basically comfortable with the rulings. And I listen to Bruce Golding, and I have a lot of respect for Bruce Golding. But here's the difficulty I have with that position. Why he would have examined some of the cases and the rulings of the CCJ, he didn't speak to examining the appointment process of the judges for the CCJ. And I believe that the problem that Jamaica has is with how people are appointed, because that's where the problem and the difficulties could come in, is the appointment of judges. So until he examined that aspect and come back and say he's comfortable, I still have some doubt. 200 plus persons, can you give us some taps, please? When I'm begging no gift, we just want to tap up the screen so we can get the likes up, so we can be in the For You page. So give us some tap, man. Give me 1,000 tap each, man, and bring us up to 100,000. We're at 85,000. We need 15,000 more to get us to 100,000. Can we do that? Yeah, we can. Yeah. So tap up the screen, man. Because we're not leave here tonight. No, Munji says she's not going live tonight, so we must hold the fort. So we're holding the fort until she comes. She soon come, man. She's probably going to take a nap. She soon come. Okay. We're going to tag team this tonight now, because we're not leaving here until tomorrow. Right, Joshua? Where's Joshua? Hope Joshua is here. I hope he's rested, because we have to hold this together until daybreak. Right, Philippian? We're not leaving this.
I have work in the morning.
That's fine. That's fine. Dr. Brian Chang. Dr. Brian. Dr. Chang. Yeah, man, I'm here, man. Somebody's echoing. Go ahead, Dr. Chang.
Good evening, Chopper. The question I want to ask you, have you paid the $3 million that you would have stolen from the city?
Yeah, man, I paid a lot of money. I paid a whole lot. What's the other question?
What about the 21 billion you would have?
Have you paid for the I don't want to say it, because if I say it, I might get in trouble.
Have you paid the money you would have stolen from the chairman?
Get out of here, you son of a bitch. Get out of here, you faggot. Get out of here. Make him come back. All right, make him come back. Come back, Mr. Chang.
I want to interact with him.
Come back, Dr. Chang. Dr. Brian Chang. Come back. Come back, Dr. Chang.
I want to talk with him.
Come back, Dr. Chang. Where are you? Come back. We could add him back. Where is he? Come back. You son of a bitch. Come back. No, man. Come back, Mr. Brian. We don't cut you off this time. Come back.
Don't run, Joy Brian. I've been longing to talk to you. One time, them tell me I must come on your life.
Come back, Mr. Brian. Come back, man. Hey. Come back.
No. Be careful.
Come back, man.
So why Joy Brian running?
Tell him to come back, no, man. Tell him to come back, man. Go ahead and come back, me at him. Son of a bitch. That's why they kick him off. Come back, Mr. Brian. Come back, man. Where is he at? Come back, Mr. Brian.
Let us have words, Drake.
He now come back, man. Tell him to come back.
You and I have a plate for the longest while, and we finally.
Tell him to come back, man, please. When there? Come on. We now cut you off again. Come back. Where is he at?
Come, Dre.
Come. Come, Dre.
I don't like how the PMP them let me not collect my money. The other day they had a wanted post about for job. And after my plan to call the team to collect the money.
Joshua, when things like this happen, they're trying to distract us from the conversation. So let's start the conversation.
No, them can't distract you. Come on.
That is true, but you see, Dre and myself want to have a 5-minute conversation undisturbed. You know?
They have not come. Come, Dre, man. Come on.
Just between me and him alone on TikTok. Nobody else.
Oh, here he is. He's right here. He's right here. He's right here, man. He's right here. He's right here.
Where are you?
I think he's on.
No, man, I'm watching here. My friend Dre. Come.
He's on, man.
Alright. You see, them robbed me out of my money. I was supposed to turn in truck and collect the money. And them take him off of the water list.
They will have truck over there as wanted.
Yes, you never know that. Someone posted us out with his face and everything on it. It's not a joke.
But it went into the FBI.
Oh! What am I go hard, man? I tell you. Where is he at? Him now come back. Come back, man. Come back, Mr. Chang. When say name Dr. Chang.
Dr. Brian Chang.
I never seen this in my life.
What I call it?
Yeah, this shit is funny.
No, the first one imagine.
Describe you.
Business. Yes, so you make it expire, okay? Let's start a conversation. Don't be distracted by them.
No, we're not distracted.
Intention. Yeah, let's go.
How long we have had this issue? 10 years now?
No, it's more than that. Oh, the CCJ?
20 years.
No, man, it's about 20 years because CCJ you're talking, right?
Right.
It's just, if it's not 20 years, it's just a little under 20 years because I remember at one point in time, we were asked to do research on it, right? As attending an institution that I never completed. And they asked us, it was part of the project that we were given.
Maybe it was 20 years ago.
Yes, just exactly 20 years ago.
2001.
All right.
23 years in.
Right.
My initial position when it just started is for it to run along with the Privy Council for a minimum of 10 years and to see how well it works. So maybe that's why Bruce Golden is coming now to examine some issues and to see the results that are getting and so. But I think that the JLP was called because Siaga was the first person who objected with it. Siaga knew at the time what his objective was. So and the PMP is getting more aggressive now for the CCJ because a number of their big they have and them big giant man cases and all them big cases of charge all kind of people, them big young cases. So and they probably think it's a better chance to get some results in their favor from the CCJ than they stand to get from the Ugandan case. That's my take on the whole CCJ. But the JLP has been opposing it for over 20 years now. But I don't know that when I heard that we should have a solve of our position because the corruption thing in Jamaica is real in our corruption in Jamaica is real in the whole sector. All over.
It's unfortunate because we have a culture of corruption and unfortunately it's not any different across the rest of the Caribbean.
Exactly.
You know, but here's what happened. I'd rather take my chances with the corruption here than to pay my money to go outside of Jamaica and go face the exact thing.
Well, that has not been the case. That has not been our experience with the London based Privy Council.
No, man, I'm not talking the Privy Council.
I get you. Right. Outside of our border.
Right, because here's the confidence that I have with the law lords in England. I am not necessarily in favor of them, but I'm in favor of their judgments, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
I believe that we should indeed move from the monarchical system. However, I don't think the time is right, and the reason for that because there has not been enough time, and not in terms of duration alone, but in terms of enough testing to we have not been tried enough. No pun intended. Right? I think there are certain cases that would face them that has not yet faced them for us to say, okay, they have been objective. Take, for instance, with this new thrust by the opposition to in almost every situation to take the government to court, even sometimes when I don't think it requires that. You know, and with all of the old boys going to Norman Manley Law School, you know, that for me is a concern. And then the other part of it is that locally we should have had enough confidence in our own court system here, in spite of all the nuances and challenges that exist. You know,
we really should.
We should. And what we have to do is to try our courts a little more, and wherever the kinks are, that needs to be ironed out.
Can I say something? This is my take.
Right.
This has been an opportunity by all and Sunday to go through the Constitution tooth and nail.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, more of us will understand the Constitution. I've never even looked at the Constitution before now.
You serious?
No, really. I'm just telling you, and I'm sure I'm not alone here. That I've never looked at the Constitution before all of this. So what I'm trying to say to you now, that most cases we think of it going to an appellate court. I put the government cases one side. I think about real criminal cases that are more prevalent in the court, more, and I think our justices when they're chosen will be fair. It's fair, and we're not talking about politics now. We're talking about the judge situation based on the law, which is now under the microscope. And so I have no fear if we, once we find a sensible way of actually choosing them, of course, like having odd numbers in the thing, and what I don't know what the makeup would be, 7 or 5, whatever. But I am thinking that we might be fearing unnecessarily. Because most cases, is not, no one again, you have a case where people have parties and situations. I'm talking about real life people, whatever cases, those are the cases that are going to be more popular going to the, I think we have more of those people going to the appellate court. So I am thinking, we are crying where we don't need to cry.
National Media Second, you see, see back in I think was it 2018 when Justice Sykes calling the media and a quest to publicly humiliate the government with the NITS ruling.
Yeah.
From that time then, we recognized that there was something wrong with the justice system and that the Jamaica Labour Party would have never gotten a fair share in this.
But you see, you're taking it back to the situation where this is Jamaica we're talking about, and you're taking it back to the situation we're talking about opposition versus government. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the purpose of the appellate court, the final court of justice. So there are other cases that will be judged with the final court at the end of a trial, at the end of a conviction, a person appeal.
What I'm saying is that the pressure that I'm getting from most people that who want to make it stay for a while, you might be talking about 15, 20 years. And I don't believe we need to wait so long. And that's just my opinion. I just believe that once we have gone through the Constitution in 5 years, we're going through the Constitution now, basically. And some people to the so we basically understand the Constitution and know the Constitution. And it's going to be more, when after that court, when there's an interpretation there are factors that has happened in that case that would have made the person who appealed the appellant have an argument. So I think we might be worrying about what we don't need to worry about.
No, but clean green. We must not conflate the issues, because the Privy Council, no, not the Privy Council, like the CCJ is different from, is separate and apart. No, the final court that we decide to use is separate and apart from the thrust towards republicanism. Republicanism.
Yes, I know that. I know.
Okay. I just want us to.
You know what I'm running from. You know how we, Jamaican and I say, from a long time people say we not independent. Oh, we independent, we still not. And you're going to have that rhetoric going to still be. In other words, I would love to know that all of us are proud at the end of this next exercise here. We're proud to know that we are the Republic of Jamaica. We stand with that. We're teaching civics in school, and the kids are warming to all of that. But then someone just throw a wrench at the work and say, yeah, but we're still send the kids to England. That's what I'm looking at when I'm saying the way I'm speaking, the way I'm speaking. And I don't like to get that narrative out of the thing. I want to move forward. Let's move forward. That's just we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Okay, well, if we're not there, we're just not there yet. I don't know.
I just want to follow up on your bit.
Yes.
We are coming from a situation, you see, where we never had the law that allowed the prosecution to appeal a conviction. We know of that. I think the opponent is terrified by that.
Yes.
The opponent is terrified by that. That is why they want to bring things closer home.
Okay.
You follow me? Remember in the current case, Father Llewellyn said he said she had the benefit of to appeal an acquittal. This is the one that she would go after. She said that.
Okay.
In that case. I move now to some of the cases that the PMP took to court and that have gone in their favor. It would not be in the best interest of the government and the people to appeal them. For example, in this case, if they appeal, it's not going to end up the next bill.
Yes.
Before the court. So and the PMP knows this, And if these courts are stuck against the government and have been used by the opponent, and I'm saying if government knows they are pretty worth to say, then they would know that an appeal would not be healthy for good governance, because it would pull up the business of governance. So now that they have got a ruling in their favor, people have got a ruling in their favor in relation to the office of the DPP. The DPP have appealed that. And I'm sure that the lawyers will advise them and the matter. So, but there are some cases, because what the worst thing can happen here that could happen is that the verdict come after Parliament 65.
Yeah, that's true.
They would have still PR 65 as the DPP. You understand?
Right.
I don't think they can appoint one until the case is resolved.
Or until C65.
Or until C65, yes. Whichever comes first. Yeah. There is there somebody I know very well, Cardet Thompson.
Yes.
She's from St. Anne. She's a daughter of a good friend of mine, a retired deputy superintendent.
Don't give so much information.
Eh?
Don't give so much information.
True. Well, I know, but I'm just saying that the professional extraordinary, and she knows her job. She knows she's dedicated, and she has been at the office. I remember when she moved from Sentan, she was the time of Sentan.
Okay.
And she moved from down there to the DPR close to 20 years ago or more.
Okay.
So she's an experienced prosecutor, and she has spent a lot of time around Canada. And I've been on so he got court. So in a good time, that was good.
Okay, I just wanted to throw that point of view in the mix because it is going to be, it's a debate we're going to have for a while. And I think when we're done, we will have examined all options and whatever decision we come out. I will, as a Jamaican, abide by it because I think I have a duty to do that. So it's just that we need to just throw everything in the ring and then we pick it out and see it out and come out with the best way out, the best way forward.
Best possible way.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It's critical, you know. Yeah. And whatever we do, you know, one of my challenge with all of this is sometimes I think we forget that it is Jamaica that we should be thinking about and not the color.
Thank you.
You know,
I totally agree with you.
Yes, man.
Too many times we get caught up with the color that we support as opposed to what is best for the country.
Yeah, that is exactly why sorry, Mr. Walker. That's exactly why I put it that way because we know our argument about how we're not winning some of these cases that we might be thinking about on that night, but the court is not just for that is for the average Jamaican who have a case to somebody look and give them and get justice be served. You see what I'm saying? So we have to think. We sometimes we tend to think that we're there. I want to think it's it's not everything that's about PMP versus DLP and DB versus PMP. It's about situations that arise every day. You know?
What about running the CCJ in tandem with the Privy Council?
Wow.
And that is our final appellate court.
That is happening now. The CCJ is responsible for industrial relation matters, so it is happening now.
Okay, that's what's happening now.
Jamaica is a part of the CCJ now.
Yes.
All right, folks over here on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram, or on X. I want to just take time out to close out with you guys. It's greatly appreciated. You guys have joined us, and you've been here from 7:30. Matter of fact, some of you have been here from about 7:20 or 7 o'clock when we started to stream, and it's now 12:12. So thank you. The 103 persons over there on X, another 64 over on YouTube, and we have another 17 over on Chopping Block. I want to say respect to you all. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate you guys coming through and giving your support as always. For all those folks over on X, I beg of you, please to hop over to our YouTube channel and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on YouTube. We're also on TikTok at Chaps Media. So please follow us and look forward. Click that notification bell that you'll be the first to get notified once we go live. Because in a matter of days, we'll be hearing from Minister Marlene Malahoo Fort again on some of the questions that we posed to her, which she's going to get those answers and come back to us. We thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for sharing the program. Thank you all for tweeting and telling a friend that we're on and that we're live. Thank you, Cornell. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Orlando, Sandra, Carl, Lily. Who else we got? We got Adore, Warren Nelson. Big up yourself. Mario Henry. Enough respect to you. Orlando Peters. Big up yourself. Good to see you again, my brother. And all the folks who joined us earlier: Jennifer Hill, Bridget Watson, Colleen, Jean Sellers. Big up yourself. Michelle Wildman, and all the folks. Maxine Wildman. Big up yourself. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for sticking and stay. Joan from down there in Clarendon. I think Joan is probably overseas now, but Joan, big up yourself. You're one of the usual suspects, always here. O'Neill Robinson, big up yourself. Thank you for joining us. Mikhail, enough respect to you. Clifford, big up yourself. Thank you for joining us as well. Thank you for sharing the program. Thank you for telling a friend, treating a friend, and tell Denzel, my good friends, Denzel Myers, big up yourself. Fabrizio Lee, big up yourself. Morris Senior, big up yourself again. Janadian, good to see you. Sharon Bailey is in the building. Big up yourself, Sharon. Betty Pattison, my mummy, big up yourself. Mama Betts, enough respect, enough love. See, my mom is in the building as well. That's why I can't be everybody because my mom is in the building. Sharon Bailey, big up yourself. Tony White, Mikhail, Don B12, big up yourself. Patrice Ricketts is in the building. Patrice, big up yourself. Who else we got? I think we might have touched on almost everybody who joined us this evening. Let me say again a big thank you to everybody who joined us, and thank you all. It's 100 and odd persons here. If you can go ahead and give the live one more share, so that everybody who is on and everybody who's coming on in the early wee hours of the morning, they'll be able to see it and can watch it. We thank you guys for sharing. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. We are trying our utmost best to be as consistent as possible, where we have this program every week, every Sunday at 7:30. And we are looking forward to ensuring that we create good contents, informative contents. We want to bring the best and the brightest minds on to flesh out these issues, and we want to make sure that we have the audience to absorb the information. Right now, we are dealing with the matter of constitutional reform, and we're going to continue to have the conversations so persons can appreciate and get clarity to any question with them have. So when people have questions about constitutional matters, we're going to bring the people on who are part of the framers of the Constitution and make them answer these questions. So at least you guys not out there trying to figure it out by yourself. So my duty and our duty is to bring the conversation, bring people on that can clarify whatever questions you have. So again, what we're going to do next week is we're going to try to see if we can bring on the youth advisor and bring somebody else from the CRC, probably one of the lawyers, to come on, and are the different reps from the different area, the ministerial fraternity, the legal fraternity, so we're going to try to bring everybody in the mix so we can get the information out there. Because folks, make no mistake about it, Mikel, this is a historic moment for Jamaica. I don't know who on this live was present back in 1962 when we went independent. And we've seen videos of it. That was a historic moment for Jamaica. Now, can you imagine we hit a milestone where we're no longer represented by the king or by Britain, and we are now a step further to becoming fully independent? Can you imagine when we remove the monarchy and we are now referring to a president of Jamaica? How proud a moment that would be. I want to know that I contributed to that process. I want to know that I am here to actually witness that process. And I know a lot of you guys out there want to witness that process. So let's put our shoulders to the wheel. Let's do the work. Let's do whatever you can do from your end. People must be saying, boy, you guys are up at hours of the night doing all this stuff. You must be paid. No, we're not. No, we're not. We love Jamaica. A lot of us love Jamaica, and we want to do things that is good for Jamaica. I think removing Jamaica from the clutches of our old colonial masters is a step in the right direction. Can we lift all of this at the same time? Probably not. But we need to lift what we can while we can. And that's my view on it. I think we need to lift what we can while we can. So moving Jamaica towards a republic is something that we should be excited about. And we're going to continue to preach that to people, get the message out to persons as to why we believe that Jamaica becoming a republic is a good thing. And the government's position on the issue is one that we support. I believe that it is important for us as Jamaicans, as laymen. We're not trained lawyers, but it's important for us to discuss this matter and to ventilate it properly so the average Jamaicans can understand. I think the document presented in Parliament, based on what I have observed, is a very simple document. It is written with very plain and simple language, and I believe that it is important that the average Jamaican gets a chance to understand what is in this document. So I support the argument put forward by Dr. Nadine Spence. I support the arguments put forward by the Minister of Constitutional and Legal Affairs, Marlene Malahou Fort. I support the position on the issue, and I believe that we need to go as far as we can. You know, a question was asked earlier to clarify whether or not there's any other avenue to go if the opposition decides not to cooperate with the government on the issue. And yes, there are other issues, there are other avenues, and other avenues have been explored, and in my view, seem like those avenues will be actioned. So I say to you, don't give up on the process. Just stand tall, stand proud, and continue to fight. I think at the end of the day, good will conquer evil. And I think this process will go through, and the Jamaican people will feel better. 2/3 majority is required if you go the nuclear route, and 2/3 majority, meaning 2/3 of the votes cast, not the voters on the list. And that to me is doable and reachable. So I implore the government to continue to push for what is right. I think they're doing the right thing, and they should push for it. Again, to everybody, thank you all for joining. I hope that we will be over on TikTok for a little while longer, so you guys can hop over to TikTok. All of you who are on the Facebook page, all of you who are on Twitter, all of you are on X, please hop over to TikTok. That's where we're gonna nail it out the park. Because as you know, TikTok have a crew. There's almost 200 over there watching right now, or 150 thereabout. If you guys come over, we can have a good time and we can discuss the matter further. You can jump in the basket, you can ask questions, you can participate, you can interact. So I'm going to close this out. So until such time, folks, I appreciate you, love you, appreciate you sharing, appreciate you spreading the word. And there are persons who have been on this platform from 2015, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Even when we felt like we were not doing very well, you guys stuck with us and you stayed with us. And we appreciate it. No, TikTok is the place that we're going to be. So hop on over and let's continue the fight. I appreciate y'all. Love, peace, and I'm out.